希望に命を預け運命が交わった震えるこの空で愛してたと最後に言葉を残し微笑んだ幻が受け継いでく正義強く優しい瞳に
Hello and welcome to the Weekly Stuff Podcast with Jonathan Lack.
And Sean Chapman.
We are here to talk about stuff. This week on the show, it is another Weekly Suit Gundam extravaganza as we finish talking about Mobile Suit Gundam Age, the 2011 anime, where we are talking about the second half of that very good series, very underrated series. And I'm excited to talk about that today, Sean. That'll be our main topic. But before then, we actually have a pretty big batch of news. We've got some Doctor Who news. We've got more fallout from the Blizzard Activision clusterfuck. I don't really know what to call it. It's bad.
Disaster, I think, is
disaster.
the word we would use.
Yeah, dumpster fire. And a little bit of video game news, a little bit of movie news, and we will talk about all of that. But before we get into any of that, Sean, how you doing?
Pretty good. You know, I've been watching a lot of that Gundam and playing a lot of that Genshin Impact because I have not really done anything other than that with my free time this week. It has just been the two G's of my life, Gundam and Genshin, and that's what it's been.
Two G's, yep. We're going to rename this podcast the Two G's Podcast, Genshin and Gundam. That sounds like the baddest white boy thing to ever do. We're not doing
Yes.
that. But anyway, yeah, I've been playing a lot of Genshin Impact. I've been having a lot of fun. I've got Kamisato up to level 80, so I'm having fun with that. She's extraordinarily powerful now that I've got her like all the way up there. I've got a level 90 weapon on her that I took from another character. It's going very well. I did in a random draw this week, Sean. I just got like one of the blue wishes, like the normal, like non-event wish. In like I got it from I think leveling up a character, and so I just did the one, and I got Shishi, who I have never had.
Yes,
the
the
5-star
little zombie girl.
Yes, who I know you love, but I have never had or used. So that was exciting. I have not used her yet because I'm working on a cryo character right now, but she seems cool.
Yeah, no, she's a very, like, if you just need, like, as much healing as possible, she's the most powerful healer in the game, for sure, like, just in terms of recovering health.
Nice.
So, yeah, she's a good, like, I particularly like her when you're just exploring and you don't want to have to, like, worry about health or having a optimal party or whatever. And you can just always switch to her and be like, hey, I'll make all my people have health again, and then she just does it.
Nice. I might have to start leveling her up a little bit because I've seen it because that's the main banner that's like always there. She's on it, and I've been working on that banner forever, and I've gotten a bunch of other good characters out of it. Never any 5 stars. She's my first 5-star out of that banner, and I was happy to get Shishi because you've talked about her so much. So anyway,
Yep.
But yeah, I've just been cleaning up random stuff in Genshin, been watching Gundam, doing a couple other little things. I did share something with you last night, Sean. I don't know if you had a chance to see it. But
I glanced at it, but I didn't watch through the whole thing because you sent that to me like right when I was about to watch the OVAs for Gundam Age, and I kind of forgot that you had sent that out after I watched those.
Well, let me tell the people what it is.
Yes.
I had to for my Japanese sort of program I've been doing this summer, this intensive thing. Our final like big project was we had to do like a little cultural project that we shared with like all the other classes, and I was in the group that did that dubbed over an anime clip, and they really I suggested a bunch of like classic anime like Dragon Ball and stuff that I also knew that like would be easier to do because I know they talked a little slower and I knew everything they said. But the group really wanted to do JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which I've never seen. I know of JoJo because you talk about it all the time, Sean.
How could one not know of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
Yes, but they wanted to do a JoJo scene. They want to do a scene. I think it's from Stardust Crusaders.
Yes, when I glanced at it, it's from the end of Part 3, Stardust Crusaders. Yeah,
which is where Grandpa Joestar is Joseph is dead, and Jotaro wants to like transfer Dio's blood into Joseph and bring him back to life, and it's a funny little scene. And they really wanted to do that scene. So I said, oh, okay, we'll do that scene. And they had me voice Jotaro. And then I started looking at the scene, I'm like, oh my god, they talk incredibly fast on this show, because of course they do. And so that took a lot of work, but it was very fun. And then I did all the editing for it. So it was like putting all the voices in and then reconstructing the soundtrack so that it wasn't just like a bunch of like dead air with like voices over it. But it was very fun. I think we presented everything last night. I think we had by far the best clip. Because also, like, we picked the most complicated thing.
Yes,
JoJo is not an easy show to do that with.
No, I mean, it is probably, like, among the hardest. Like, I think that's probably one of the most demanding shows in terms of its voice actors, because the nature of JoJo, it's such a, like, frenetic, high-paced thing. And, like, and you picked, like, a pretty exposition-y heavy scene, but even like,
I didn't pick shit. I want to make that clear.
Your team. That's what I meant. The universal you. You know, we don't have a second person plural proper pronoun in English, so you is my replacement for it. But if you had picked a fight scene, it wouldn't have even been any easier, because you still would have had to talk at that like absurd pace. Were I to pick a JoJo's clip, I think I would have just picked a clip when Jotaro and Dio are fighting each other, and they do their very like kind of famous thing where Jotaro, whenever he's fighting, he goes is like oda 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 oda, while the guy punches super fast, and then Dio goes muda 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 muda, and they just do that at like for maybe like 2 minutes as their two stands are just punching each other at like impossible speeds, and you just have to yell that as fast and as loud as possible for 2 minutes. There's no Japanese in it, other than the word muda, which means like it's impossible or it's pointless. That's what I would have picked were I to do a JoJo scene and piss off the teacher, because it would have shown nothing about your skills in Japanese.
I did. There was a monologue in that scene where he says the word muda many, many times. So I had to do that. I did shred my voice absolutely on one session, doing just several normal lines, because I did it kind of in a low, like, you know, gravelly little kind of voice, because that's Jotaro. And then also there was one ora in that scene.
Yes.
And if you watch the clip I made, Sean, at the end of it, I just strung together a bunch of my ora takes in like one go. And it's very funny, because it's me trying to figure out how I can do this and realizing I'm not a Japanese voice actor. This is hard. I don't know how they do this.
No, yeah, like, you gotta give mad props to Ono Daisuke, who's the voice of Wolf in Gundam Age, but also the voice of Jotaro. And it's like, that has got to be like, when he got that role, I imagine he went on like a month-long like journey, like a spiritual quest to sort of figure out how the fuck do you do that? Like, how do you do those line reads? It just seems like impossible.
You know, like Andy Serkis, when he played Gollum, did what he called the Gollum juice, which was like lemon and cayenne pepper and honey and all this stuff that he would drink between takes, because it would like go down and like kind of soothe the vocal cords. I assume a lot of Japanese voice actors have to do that. I just never heard about that.
Yeah, especially when you're in a show like a JoJo's or a Dragon Ball or something where you're yelling for like half of an episode.
Yeah, I want to know what fucking Masuko Nozawa has been doing her whole life. Because she's in her like late 80s and can still do it, and like I feel like she has some secret to share with humanity. Because Goku is not easy to do.
She's a space alien. That's her secret. It's like she's like a Kryptonian or some shit. She's got super vocal cords.
I would love that if Superman came to Earth, but instead of like saving people, he just voiced Goku. I can live with that. Anyway, I have not put this clip online yet, and maybe one day if I get permission from the other people in my group, and I don't know, we hit a certain subscriber count or something, I will release it as a fun bonus. But that was my week, was putting that together. Anything else you've been up to, Sean?
Nope, I've just been having fun with Ayaka in Genshin Impact. I think done basically everything one can do in the 2.0 update at this point. So they added the last section of the event where you fight that like boss. They added that a day or two ago. And last night I got very lucky in that I did a random matchmaking group, and it was with like 3 other people who know what the fuck they're doing in Genshin Impact. So we had this group where it was me, as I was playing as Ayaka. One of them was Hu Tao, so you have Cryo and Pyro, so you have that elemental reaction, which is really powerful. A dude who is Zhongli, who gives you a bunch of shields, but also reduces the resistance for enemies, so you do more damage. and then Bennett, who can heal and also increase your attack power. And that is like an incredibly powerful team. And we like swamped that thing. We did, we cleared the entire amount of currency you need to buy everything in the shop in maybe about 10 minutes. And it is like some of the most fun I've had in that game is just like, I've never had a more successful random matchmaking session in that game than what I had last night. It's just like, fuck, it's over. Like, I just did it. Like, the event's over. It's just, this boss did not stand a fucking chance. Ayaka is stupidly powerful with her elemental burst in a way that is insanely fun. And so, yeah, that's what I've been doing, is just wringing out every last drop of content from 2.0 that I can get.
Nice. I have never done random matchmaking in that game. But I did play a bunch of that boss last night, and I got enough that I was able to call Beidou, who's like the event, so I could get another thing in her constellation, which I realized I've never drawn Beidou again, but I got her in this event, and then I think there was another event at one point where you could get her, like
Yes,
that same thing. So that's how, I think I have 2 of her constellation points. I know you have like all of her, right? Because
Yes. Because I got very lucky on getting... Because Beidou, I think, was one of the characters in the original Venti banner, which is probably the most I've ever pulled for the game, because that was when you have like all of the resources you get from playing the game early on and never fucking got Venti. And then they did a rerun for Venti, and I still haven't gotten Venti.
I'm sorry.
That's very annoying. But because Beidou was one of the other characters on there, I got a shit ton of Beidous. So basically she just turned into 5 of those coins or whatever, which is basically just the equivalent of getting one of the fates that you use to pull for characters,
right?
Which is nice, but yeah.
Nice. So anyway, Genshin's fun. I have one thing I want to talk about, Sean. I yesterday went to see one of the best American movies I have seen in years, and that is David Lowery's The Green Knight. Awesome. That is open in theaters this week. And it's David Lowery who made A Ghost Story. He did the Disney Pete's Dragon remake, which I have not watched, but I should, because I haven't even seen it. I'm 100% sure it's better than every other Disney live-action remake combined. Like, I've heard nothing but good things about it. And also, it's David Lowery, who's a just phenomenal director. But The Green Knight, if you haven't heard of it, it stars Dev Patel, and it is a adaptation of the classic poem, medieval poem, Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. And it is a phenomenal film. It is like one of the most visually just astonishing movies you'll ever see. It is an absolute visual masterpiece. What it does in terms of the sort of how it uses landscape and color and light. Like, if this movie does not get a 4K Blu-ray release, I will be so mad, because it needs it. This is like a movie that, like, I feel like if you didn't have HDR at home, you would not be able to, like, fully represent it the same. Like, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse is that way, where, like, if you watch, like, the normal Blu-ray, it doesn't look right. You have to have the HDR, or it doesn't, like, really look like the movie. But it's such a visually astonishing movie. What it does with the poem. So I also, this week, I went and bought, because I realized the Tolkien estate timed this very purposefully, I think. They reissued J.R.R. Tolkien's translation of Sir Gawain, which is one of the more famous translations of the poem. This is one of the first things that Tolkien's like estate published after he died, so it's been around forever. But this is a new edition where they also included his big lecture on Sir Gawain, which is like a famous piece of Tolkien academia. And so I had never read the original poem, so I bought this and I read this, and it's you've read this several times, I assume, Sean, right?
Yes, yeah, because Boulder was very hot on the medievalist stuff. So yes, I think I read it maybe 3 times for 3 different classes.
Nice. Did they use the Tolkien translation, or did they use someone else?
I don't remember. I think probably. I remember I read at least 2 different translations, but I don't remember specifically who they were.
Yeah. Nice. Well, anyway, I read the Tolkien just because it's like, I trust J.R.R. Tolkien.
Yes.
I know that guy. He fucking loved this poem. He loved all things medieval literature, basically. So anyway, it's if you've never read the original poem, it is worth reading. It's very interesting. I read like one half, and then later in the day, this was like at like 1 a.m., I was meaning to go to bed, and I just picked up the book to look at something, and I wound up reading like the entire last like 50 pages of it in one go, because it wound up being kind of a page-turner to me, because I realized I only knew the setup to this story. I didn't know what happened in the rest of it. The setup is very famous. If you haven't read it, or heard it, it's an old myth, and it's that Sir Gawain is like a young knight. He's Arthur's nephew, so he's sort of like there for nepotism. It's Christmas, and they're having a big feast at the round table, and this mysterious green knight comes in on a green horse, and he offers to play a game, which is he has this big axe, and he will give the axe to whichever knight in the room will agree to lay one blow on the green knight, but then 1 year hence, the green knight will lay that same blow on that knight. And so Gawain, being kind of like the plucky young upstart, is the one who agrees to do it, even though everyone else in the room is like, I'm not doing that, I'm gonna die.
Yeah, this is sketchy as fuck. Like, I feel like if a weird, like, magic green man, because you know, the Green Knight's typically, like, understood to be, like, literally is a green man. It's not just, like, he's wearing green armor. It's the, like, green dude shows up at your castle. It's like, hey, kill me with this axe, but if you do it, then I'll come back and kill you 1 year later. And you're like, well, you will be dead if I cut your head off with this axe. So, of course, nothing would be able to happen to me. Fucking idiot.
Yeah, so Gawain's an idiot, and he does it, and he cuts off the Green Knight's head, and then the Green Knight just gets up and picks up the head, and the head says, I'll see you in a year, bitch, and runs off. I was very surprised to see that in a medieval poem. I'll see you in a year, bitch.
It's actually where the word originally comes from. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. But I knew that part. That's like the very famous setup to the Gawain myth. And then I kept reading. I'm like, for whatever reason, I have like never through cultural osmosis known the rest of this story. And so it became a huge page turner to me, Sean, because the bulk of the original poem is actually, so Gawain goes off to look for the Green Chapel a year later, and he winds up in the host of this castle far away, where there is a lord of the castle and his lady, and the lord is like very nice to Gawain because he thinks he's a cool knight, and offers him like, hey, stay here, the Green Chapel's only 2 miles that way, I'll take you there on Christmas Day, but until then, why don't you hang out in this castle with my cool wife? Meanwhile, I'm going to go out hunting every day. Whatever I get during the hunt, I'm going to give to you. But whatever you get here in the castle, you have to give to me during the day. And Gawain's like, what am I going to get in the castle? That's weird. Okay, we'll do this, because Gawain's an idiot. And then the Lord goes off and hunts. And the bulk of the poem is these 3 days, 3 hunts, and then 3 days at home, where the lady of the castle is super into Gawain and trying to seduce him. And he has to, like, sort of push her away, and so each day the Lord comes back and Gawain gives him a kiss, because the only thing he accepted from the wife was a kiss. There's definitely some latent homoeroticism to this, which someone asked me about on Twitter, like, does the movie address the latent homoeroticism to the poem? And I went, yes, it does! That's one thing that's good about this movie, just so you know. Anyway, and then on I guess I won't spoil the ending of it. It's if you've never seen it, why not? But that's
700-year-old spoilers.
700-year-old spoilers. I know it's stupid to call that a spoiler, but I don't want to like go in and explain the whole thing. But the point is, this is this sort of game between the two of them that then leads to Gawain going and meeting the Green Knight, and it becomes sort of a test of his chivalry. The poem is popularly known as a chivalric romance, because that's sort of the theme of it is Gawain's chivalry and whether he will sort of stay true to it. And it's a great story. It's really beautifully written. I don't know which like translation is technically the best, but I do know the Tolkien one is extremely readable and beautiful. The thing about the poem that is its style is it's an alliterative verse, so it's all built on these long strings of alliteration that are just so good. This is from, I just want to read one part of the poem because it's so good I had to like note it. I mean, I could read like any verse. A lot of them are really cool, but in terms of like the alliterative quality, this was the one that stuck out to me more than any other verse in the entire thing. This is when Gawain is leaving the castle to go meet the Green Knight. Not Camelot, but the castle where he stayed with the Lord and Lady for 3 days. So it says, he went on his way with the one man only to guide him as he goes to that grievous place where he is due to endure the dolorous blow. They go by banks and by braes where branches are bare. They climb along cliffs where clingeth the cold. The heavens are lifted high, but under them evilly. Mist hangs moist on the moor, melts on the mountains. Every hill has a hat, a mist mantle huge. Brooks break and boil on braes all about, bright bubbling on their banks where they bustle downwards. Very wild through the wood is the way they must take, until soon comes the season when the sun rises that day. This is a fun poem to read. That's some damn good alliteration. Also, if you read it, you will go, oh, this is where Tolkien got all of this. Because there's a bunch in this poem that's like clearly like hugely influential to J.R.R. Tolkien and a bunch of his literary work. Particularly, I think a lot of the verse in Lord of the Rings draws on some of this tradition. So it's a very cool thing to read.
Awesome. Yeah, no, it's Sir Gawain and the Green Knight is my favorite of any of like the original Arthurian cycle, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like if you want a crash course in what that kind of whole genre of literature was, I think that is like the poem to go to because it is, because I think it holds up really well. Like I think it's still entertaining to a modern reader, even if you're not someone who's necessarily like always going out and checking out like the classics and stuff like that.
Yeah. And, Tolkien, he was a professor. He was definitely an elite in this world, but I really like in some of like his notes that Christopher Tolkien included in this edition, part of Tolkien's whole goal with this was to make sure modern audiences could read it and it wasn't just the exclusive domain of scholars who read medieval English. And so he definitely had a kind of like, populist is the wrong word, but desire to like disseminate it, and so that's sort of one of the goals of the translation. But the movie, The Green Knight, that David Lowery has made, is fascinating because it is very deeply engaged with the ideas and story of the poem, but it's not really quite a straight adaptation of it. It is more like a reaction or critique. I think you could even argue it's a deconstruction of it in some ways, because it very much becomes like it's very invested in the idea that we were just talking about, like Gawain's a dumb idiot, kind of, right? Like I think part of the reason why the title is shortened in the David Lowery movie is because it becomes a double entendre. The Green Knight is the knight who is green and like causes this whole event, and it's also Gawain. He is a green knight in that he is young and new and trying to prove himself and doesn't really know what he's doing in the world. And it becomes, sort of about sort of the downsides of chivalry as well. But the movie is fascinating. It has this, it adds quite a lot of incident to the original poem. The poem has, between Gawain leaving Camelot and getting to that other castle, there's like basically one verse where the author says, Gawain had a bunch of cool adventures, but I can't tell you them here. So they invent sort of some of those adventures that sort of thematically relate to what they're doing. The movie definitely does less of what I would say is the bulk of the poem, which is those 3 hunts and those 3 seductions. It condenses that quite a lot, but it is still very important to the film. And then it really heavily plays with the ending. The ending's very different. But it's really transfixing, and I actually think I would, if you're going to see the movie, I would really recommend reading the poem, like exactly because it's not a straight adaptation. It's really cool to see what they're playing with and what ideas they have. You by no means need to have read like the original medieval poem to enjoy the movie. That would make it kind of a bad movie, I feel like, if you did. But it is really interesting if you do, and it is such a rapturous film. It really has this quality of dream logic and a dreamlike atmosphere where really from the point the Green Knight shows up to the end of the movie, it feels like you are in a very subjective dreamscape. It's not Lynchian, like David Lynchian in how it feels, but it has some of those qualities of like, it operates on dream logic such that there's a lot of stuff in the movie where you can't like vocalize why this feels right. It just does, and it feels like it comes from some kind of id place. And I think that's really fascinating. I love movies like that get that. Like so many movies about dreams become so literalized. And one of the reasons why David Lynch is the best to ever do dreams on movies is he lets it very much like flow from a place of like the unconscious and the id and like not fully understanding what we're seeing or what we're interpreting here. And I think The Green Knight does quite a bit of that as well. It's amazingly well performed. Dev Patel as the lead is fantastic. It's the best work he's ever done. You've got Alicia Vikander is actually in a dual role in the movie, and she is fantastic. Joel Edgerton plays the lord of the second castle, who is great. There's an actor named Sean Harris who plays King Arthur in this movie, who listeners of this podcast might know. He's the villain in Mission Impossible 5 and 6, the like guy who leads the rogue nation, basically. And he's so wonderfully creepy in those movies. I love that guy. He is a phenomenal King Arthur. They play it as an old King Arthur who is like done all the adventures, and he's sort of at the end of his career in this movie is how they play it. And as like an old King Arthur, Sean Harris is so good in this movie. It like kind of makes you want to see like a King Arthur solo story almost. He's such a good version of that character. But yeah, it's a phenomenal movie. The music is hauntingly great. It's a movie that very much sort of sits in the head after you see it. I've been thinking about it nonstop. I really want to go see it again. But I highly recommend it. And Sean, you should definitely see it just because I think it would be up your alley.
I need to know where movie theaters are here. Then,
Well,
like,
find
which
out
would
for
be a
this one,
good
because this is
Yeah.
this is a movie to see in a theater. This is definitely a movie to go see on a big screen if you have one. So it's good stuff.
Cool. Yeah, it's this is a movie I feel like I've been very excited for like 2 or 3 years, because it's definitely one of those that got announced pre-COVID, and then it just feels like, you know, time kind of stopped, and you're like, when is this movie actually going to be a thing?
Well, literally, because it was supposed to premiere at South by Southwest in 2020, and that was one of the first events canceled. Like, it literally, South by Southwest was canceled days before it happened. So this movie was about to premiere to the world, and then it got, everything got shut down. And David Lowery actually says, after South by Southwest got canceled, he just took the movie back and kept editing it for a year. Like, he says he wound up feeling he wasn't satisfied with where it was, and just kept working on it. So this movie also changed because of the pandemic, and, you know, I have no idea what it would have been before. It's really beautifully edited. It has, like I said, this very dreamlike quality. There's portions of it that feel very Terrence Malick-esque in sort of how it, like, moves between times. And so it's I think it's a masterpiece. I think it is a phenomenal movie. And if you haven't seen some of David Lowery's other stuff, I would recommend A Ghost Story most of all. That movie is tremendous. But man, he is one of the best American filmmakers right now. So really cool stuff.
Awesome.
Yeah. You want to talk about some news, Sean?
What's going on in the news, Jonathan?
First up, do you want to do some Doctor Who news?
Yeah, we got, you know, I feel like I talked about last week on the podcast, we talked a little bit about some of the stuff that came out of their Comic-Con panel where they said, hey, we're going to do like one continuous story. And I mentioned on that podcast that there had been some pretty like active rumors for a while that Jodie Whittaker was going to leave the role. But I had not seen also the rumor being that Chris Chibnall was going to leave. But lo and behold, a couple of days ago, the news has come out that after this next upcoming season, which is going to be season 13. That's what we're on. Which also part of this came out that season is actually going to be 6 episodes, and that there's going to be 3 specials afterwards. 2 of them being ones that, like, I think people assumed was going to be a part of an 8 episode count for the upcoming season, but instead 6 episodes for the upcoming season, and then 3 specials, and that sort of third special is going to be the sort of finale of Chris Chibnall's run on the show, including Jodie Whittaker as the Doctor will be leaving the role. And the BBC then later confirmed that this is also not like, and then we're shutting down Doctor Who. They've said, hey, we're like moving on to a next generation or whatever. So we'll be moving forward, and there'll be more news on that front. But if you are like us and you're a fan of Doctor Who that has sort of languished in this, what feels like both an incredibly short, because there's not really that much Doctor Who to it because of the tiny episode counts, but an incredibly long in terms of the amount of time it has taken, run of Chris Chibnall's era of Doctor Who, it is coming to a close, which I'm very happy about, and I felt a huge sense of relief that is going to make it a lot easier to watch the next like 8 to 9 episodes of Doctor Who, knowing that that's fucking it. I only got to do one more season with this fucker, and then it's done.
Yes. And I gotta say, I feel like if you are someone who's writing Doctor Who, you should have exactly one goal, and that goal should be that when you announce your departure, the main reaction is not, oh, thank God, they're leaving, right?
Yeah.
Because that was definitely my reaction, you know. I think there's something to be said about the Jodie Whittaker of it all, in that, like, clearly she did resonate with a certain segment of the fandom. There are some people who, like, are sad to see her go. And, you know, you and I did not warm to that character. I think it's also fair to say, whatever she could have done, we're never going to know from this era of the show, because the writing was just so bad. I think you and I are of the same mind that it seems like she was miscast. I don't think she had a particularly interesting take on the character. But I will always feel like it's a little unfair to judge, because Chibnall gave her nothing. Like, at all, at any point. There was no written take on the Doctor. Like, you know, you and I love Peter Capaldi. Well, Peter Capaldi happened to also have some of the best writing for that character ever. So, like, him being a great actor was also bolstered by what he was given, right? Mm-hmm. You know, Jodie Whittaker doesn't have a Heaven Sent. She doesn't have any kind of episode that, like, would show off whatever she could do, theoretically. So it's a bummer. One day there will be Big Finish audios with Jodie Whittaker, and I look forward to those because then we'll see her in actual Doctor Who stories, and it'll be interesting to see what she does with it. But for now, like, I'm glad it's done. I hope they get a showrunner who, like, they interview and talk to and is like, do you actually like Doctor Who? Like, do you know is Doctor Who a, like, space god who's older than time itself? You think that? Okay, no, we're not hiring you. We're going to interview someone else. Like, I care so much less about who plays the character next than who fucking writes the show.
Yeah. Because I'm like, definitely, I think I'm feeling that at this point, like, modern Doctor Who has gone on long enough that I really think we need to get away from having to have, like, Doctor Who superfans run the show from, like, the old days, because that's been the situation with all three so far. Like, Russell T Davies, Stephen Moffat, and Chris Chibnall are all people who are, like, super active in the Doctor Who fan community from, like, the mid 80s on. And they're, like, from that era, and that worked out great for RTD and Stephen Moffat. But I think there's, like, an undeniable quality of Chris Chibnall's thing, particularly his second season, season 12, where it feels like this is, like, really awful Doctor Who fan fiction, in the sense of, like, it is someone who feels like had, like, this, like, bad idea about the Doctor's origin when he was a kid and is trying to, like, write that into the show in some way. I'm really hoping, and I'm kind of expecting, given, like, this kind of timeline, that I think most of that Timeless Child stuff he's going to kind of do away with. There is, like, a pretty clear vector through the Master, and how that all was set up, that you could very easily kind of write that out as not being, like, real, or being slightly, or, like, maybe pieces of it are somewhat real, like the less objectionable pieces of it, like having existed pre-William Hartnell Doctors. I think you can do that and have it be fine. But having the, like, and she's been this immortal god from the beginning of time, and all of what Time Lords are actually comes from studying the Doctor. That's such an awful idea. And I really want, like, a fresher take on Doctor Who that's a little bit unshackled from that stuff. I think having someone who, obviously you want someone who's familiar with the show and likes the show to do it, but maybe not someone who has to be, like, they lived and breathed Doctor Who from when they were, like, 1 year old up until being a grown adult. Like, finding someone who's maybe a little bit outside of that circle might freshen up the show for what they're going to do next.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the Doctor themselves, so now that they've opened it up that obviously anyone of any gender can play the Doctor, where do you think they should go with the next? I'm very much of the opinion, I think they should continue trying to do this with a woman. They did it once and they fucked it up. I think they should do it again. I think if they do it again, though, like, get a woman to write the show. Like, yeah. I think that's to me an obvious one, is, like, don't get another white mid-40s showrunner, like a white male mid-40s showrunner. Like, you have lots of women at the BBC writing stuff who do great stuff. Like, hire one of them, or someone outside of that whole organization. Like, there's lots and lots of people who could write this who do not look like Chris Chibnall and, Stephen Moffat and Russell T Davies. And I think you could well, Russell T Davies is not straight, I should say, but you could make it more diverse, and I think that would rebound to the benefit of the character too, if you're going to make the character more diverse. So I'm really curious what they do with that. It's a question. I mean, I'm so frustrated with the whole experiment, and not the experiment, the way Chibnall did it, I should say.
Yes.
Because it's an era where we had the Doctor become a woman for the first time, and yet that idea is never explored in the text of his episodes. And I don't think, like, you need to make it the main thing about the Doctor, because I don't think the Doctor would view it as the main thing about themselves. But, like, you're in an era in the real world where, like, transgender rights and identity and just visibility is such a big topic of the day, that to do that with one of your big characters who has, like, been male for, like, 50 years of TV, I feel like you should maybe bring that into the text to some degree and, like, do something interesting with it, right? And they didn't do anything with it, and then made very much like Chibnall was only safe if he could write a, like, white mid-50s male character in there too. which is why I feel like I kind of want to see a mulligan on this whole era and try it again.
Yeah, no, I feel the same way, that it's something of where, like, at the very least, you need to do the opposite of what Chris Chibnall did, because part of what happened was also whether this is like, sexist writing tendencies, or this is just Chris Chibnall being a bad writer. What ended up happening is that the Doctor's newer characterization under Jodie Whittaker kind of plays into some sexist stereotypes with the way that the character became so much more passive, and she's just sort of very hands off. She's like very like, oh, it's like not really my responsibility. She's sort of very defensive of the status quo throughout like her entire run on the show, and that sense of like, when the Doctor was a male character, the Doctor was very active in the stories that the character was a part of and like pushed the plot forward. And as soon as the Doctor becomes a woman, she becomes this sort of like passive participant that is like on the sidelines of every episode, but doesn't really do anything or change anything actively. And again, I don't know if that is where that comes from, because Chris Chibnall also just like is not good at writing any of the characters on his show. But it certainly feels sexist when you watch it and you look at what Doctor Who was, look at what Doctor Who became, and you're like, why are you treating it like this? At the very least, like, give her a similar characterization to what came before. If you're not interested in exploring the gender aspect, the worst thing you could do is then to sort of have the gender aspect reflect really regressive, like, stereotypes about women.
Yeah. It's just, I do want to see the Doctor, like, think about this, because the Doctor is a thoughtful person, and the Doctor would definitely notice that the world would look at them differently, moving through the world in a different gendered body. Like, there is so much you could do with that. It doesn't have to be the front of mind main thing about the show, but, like, why in the first era with a female Doctor were there no stories about that? That's what's weird, right? Like, it's just never really brought up to the level of text. I remember in that Witchfinder one, there's, like, one line about it, and it's like, that's the most I ever saw, and then you told me about season 12. It doesn't sound like they did anything with it there.
No.
Yeah. I also want to say, you don't get to brag about doing one, like, standalone multi-part story if it's 6 episodes.
Yes.
That's, like, Russell T Davies and Stephen Moffat both did, like, 3 or 4 parters at different points. Like, that's not really, like, that's not a season of TV. It's a little mini series. That's, I don't know, what the fuck.
Yeah, no, the news, because that was like very quiet, because we knew that there were 8 episodes, and I think everyone assumed that was just part of that season, and that was like not part of like the main announcement with Chris Chibnall leaving. That was like this extra piece of news that came out also around the same time. That was like, oh yeah, and actually the season 6 episodes in 2021. And then 2 of those episodes are going to be specials that will air sometime in 2022. It's just like, okay, yeah, your 6 episode, like, you're saying that's your one, like, this is a serialized story, or however, like, one big story, however they're going to, like, put it together. And we still don't know what that looks like. My big fear with that is that is an episode count that is small enough that what if Chris Chibnall just is writing all the rest of these episodes, and there are no guest writers, because that would be the biggest disaster in the history of fucking television.
I think we know that's not the case. I think we have heard from writers. Let me look this up really quick, because I know there was at least one writer from last year who said they were working on this one. Maxine Alderton, who wrote Haunting of Villa Diodati.
Okay, that was one of the okay ones.
Yeah, she's apparently a writer on it. Ed Heim, who wrote It Takes You Away and Orphan 55. Oof. He's on this season. Those are the only 2 we know, though. So, yeah.
Yeah, because, I mean, you can't have many episodes written by guest writers, because that might, I mean, if that's like your 2, if that's like in the middle, there are 2 episodes that are guest writer ones that are like tangentially connected to the main plot, but are a little bit more like standalone episodes. But whatever it is, I mean, a significant portion of the remaining episodes of Doctor Who are certainly going to end up being written by Chris Chibnall, because I'm assuming he's going to be writing all 3 of those specials, because he's done that for all the 2 New Year's ones he's done and stuff like that. And like, as bad as the Chris Chibnall era is, the worst it is when he is writing the episode, right? Like, it's like occasionally you get a decent one, like the Villa one you mentioned. That's the one with all the writers and everything, and Frankenstein. Mary Shelley is in it.
Yeah.
That episode is like decent, and it's probably the best episode they've done in this era, entirely because it's mostly just her, and you get a very little of the kind of the Chris Chibnall voice in there. So if we're getting a lot of Chris Chibnall episodes of Doctor Who, it'll only be survivable because they're the last ones, and then after that, it's fucking over. And so you can just rip off the goddamn Band-Aid, which is
I gotta say, I really just pray to God that he retcons as much of his own bullshit as he can before he leaves. Because it's not just the Timeless Child thing, it's like blowing up Gallifrey again and stuff like that. Where it's like, Russell T Davies and Stephen Moffat, I feel like both left with such an like open-armed approach to like, we have set the table in such a way that you, the next writer, can do anything with this character. Like, I think that's a very, like, big point of, like, the end of the David Tennant era. And then I think Stephen Moffat does it even more self-consciously of, like, the Peter Capaldi era is such a close to, like, Doctor Who as it was. And it ends with Capaldi giving this speech about, like, the sort of core tenets of the Doctor, none of which the next Doctor embodied. And then, like... and then saying goodbye, and, like, the sky was the limit. And if Chris Chibnall is the one who leaves, it's like, I blew up Gallifrey again, and also the Doctor is now not the Doctor, and blah, 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 and, like, everything's fucked. Like, that is such a selfish, like, horrible way to end a run and, like, hand it off to the next generation. It would be so frustrating.
Yeah, especially after, particularly with Stephen Moffat, there was such a sense that he took his role as the showrunner to also be effectively like the caretaker for Doctor Who, and it's like how much love he clearly had for the show in trying to take the things that Russell T Davies was very smart in kind of really blowing up a lot of like the expected canon and elements of Doctor Who with like the Time War and all of that to bring it back, and that was really effective. But I think Stephen Moffat also recognized that that is not a form of Doctor Who that can continue in perpetuity. You need to restore a certain amount of balance and allow Gallifrey to be a thing that is in play and all that kind of stuff, and maybe reduce some of the grandeur around the character, which he did a little bit through season 7 in the Peter Capaldi years, to kind of break down a little bit of that. Everywhere he goes, there are like 1,000 myths about how the Doctor is the savior of every single thing in the universe, and kind of shutting down that a little bit, making it easier to write for the show. And he did so much to kind of like put all the toys back in the toy chest. And say it's like, now you can do whatever you want with the show. Yeah, that if Chris Chibnall, if his version of how he leaves the show is basically he, you know, takes a fucking dump on the lawn of Doctor Who and then just doesn't like pick it up and put it back in the fucking trash, that would be very frustrating.
I think that is probably the best way to describe this era of Doctor Who so far. It sucked. Let's move on. Piece of movie news. I am so fascinated with this, Sean. Scarlett Johansson is suing Disney because they ripped her off.
Yep.
And this is an interesting story. And I want to start. This is an interesting story, not because I am personally invested in how much money Scarlett Johansson has in her bank account. She has enough. What I am invested in here is that Disney, one of the biggest mega corporations on planet Earth, feels like it can just brazenly rip off someone like Scarlett Johansson, which tells you that they feel like they can rip off everyone, right? And so that's why this story matters. So what it is Johansson this week filed a lawsuit accusing Disney of breaching her Black Widow contract because Black Widow, if you haven't seen, came out in theaters in America, but also on Disney Plus. You could pay $30 and see it on Disney Plus. So it had this simultaneous release. And Black Widow has had a really interesting box office path so far. So it had a really good opening day, and it was estimated to have a pretty good opening weekend. It looked like it was going to open to around 90 million, which would be low among recent Marvel movie openings, but very high for pandemic openings, and pretty good considering it was also on streaming, and like theaters are not at full capacity yet, and blah, 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 right? Well, then the estimates were adjusted down from 90 million to 80 million. And I have never seen an estimate adjustment that harsh in terms of like Saturday night estimates to like Monday morning actuals. It was a really heavy reworking of that because the movie had a big Friday and then it had a pretty small Saturday and an even smaller Sunday. And that is like and Friday is usually for Marvel movies the biggest day because of like Thursday night screenings and like fans and all that stuff. But it was like much starker than with any other Marvel movie. And then its second and third weekends have been bad. It has not done well in theaters since it came out, really by any standards, certainly by Marvel standards. But like it had like a 70% drop week to week from week 1 to 2. I think that's the highest Marvel has ever had in all of their mini movies at this point. So it's not doing well. Disney announced that the Premier Access thing had done pretty well. It did, in its first weekend, at least $60 million over the Premier Access thing. Which, if you added it up and you said, okay, 80 million plus 60, that would have been a 140 million opening weekend. That's actually totally very, very good for Marvel. That's higher than I think that's higher than like Thor Ragnarok or something, if you added it up, which I don't know if you should, but you could. So, okay, seems like it's doing okay. But it's become pretty clear that like Black Widow's box office is very muted. And there are several possible reasons for that. But one of them is probably that it is also out on streaming. And
there's no way that you doing that streaming thing doesn't do anything but hurt what the box office is going to be, right? Because inevitably you're going to have people, there are going to be some people who saw it on streaming that wouldn't have gone to the theater. Those people exist. But there are also going to be quite a few people who would have gone to the theater, but because you can just stream it at home, the convenience wins out there. I don't think there's any way to argue that didn't hurt those box office numbers. The only way you could argue is like what degree to which it hurt it.
And then there's also stuff like on the Disney Plus app, if you don't want to pay for Premier Access, it also tells you when it will be free on Disney Plus. And I think that's in like September. And then also Disney announced over the last week, before Johansson's lawsuit, that they were going to be releasing the movie on Blu-ray and everything in like August, like in a couple of weeks. So like they completely collapsed the theatrical window. Like this movie's getting like maybe 45 days. The typical window for a theatrical release is 90. So this movie is getting a very small theatrical window, and that has collapsed its box office. Scarlett Johansson's contract, from what we can tell from the lawsuit, and this sounds like it's a very, very standard contract for big Hollywood stars, and especially this is how all the Marvel movies have done it with their stars. Robert Downey Jr., all the Chris's, everybody has had these kinds of contracts where you get a certain upfront salary, but then you get points on the back end, which means that whatever it makes over like its profit point. So if the movie costs $200 million, once Disney has made $200 million, then the star of the movie shares in the profits. So if you've heard stuff like, oh my God, Robert Downey Jr. got $50 million for the Avengers, it's not because Disney paid him $50 million up front. They probably paid him around $20 million, and then the Avengers made ungodly amounts of money, and he gets points on the back end, right? And this is very common. The star who really innovated this was Jack Nicholson with Batman in 1989. You and I talked about this on the Batman podcast. Mm-hmm. Jack Nicholson, especially, I actually don't think you even need to adjust for inflation, but if you do, that is the highest paid any actor has ever been, because he got a pretty big back end package, and then the movie made more money than anyone thought it ever would, and so they had to pay him a lot of money. So anyway, this is pretty standard. The thing about back-end compensation packages is it doesn't work if the movie isn't in theaters long enough. Mm-hmm. And so because of that, these contracts also typically have language about how long the movie has to play in theaters. A standard theatrical window is 90 days. That's why you usually see a Blu-ray come out 3 months after a theatrical release, because it's a 90-day window. And that obviously you can't put it out on streaming at the same time. So that is why Scarlett Johansson is suing, is because they are not... I mean, apparently she just flat out had in her contract that you cannot do a simultaneous streaming release, and I guess they just ignored that clause entirely. But even if that clause doesn't exist, there's also the problem of, if you promise someone back-end points and then you cut off the back end, you have clearly breached the contract in several different ways, right? Mm-hmm. WB has had to deal with this in certain ways. So when Wonder Woman 1989 did its HBO Max release in December, how they got Gal Gadot and Patty Jenkins, who both had back-end profit participation deals, to not sue them is they just gave them a bunch of money. I think they each got like $10 million in exchange for waiving that part of the contract, which makes sense. That's maybe about what they would get from the back-end profit if it made X amount of money, so they just paid them off, basically. Disney did not do that, because Disney thought they could get away with anything. And again, why this is disturbing is not so much the Scarlett Johansson of it all, Although, you know, I will note this is like the second movie that Marvel has made with a female lead, and probably I doubt Brie Larson had back-end profit participation. So this is probably the first woman they've given this deal to. Not a great look to rip her off that way, but like, you have to think about all the other people who are getting ripped off by this. And part of that goes to theaters. Like, theaters are very angry about this whole thing because they're very clearly being ripped off. Like, they don't get any money from the Disney Plus thing, right? They're just being screwed in every fucking which way. So yeah, it's bad. Scarlett Johansson filed this lawsuit, and then Disney just went full Brett Kavanaugh on her and like started like screaming about how Disney were the actual victims here. And they had this whole line about how Scarlett Johansson was showing callous disregard to the pandemic by not like respecting what a careful situation this all is, and they were like pretending that they did the Disney Plus release like out of the goodness of their hearts because of COVID. It's really fucking gross. Apparently, The Hollywood Reporter has reported that Kevin Feige, the Marvel producer, is also very upset about this because he had been urging Disney behind the scenes, just don't do the D Plus release. We have a contract with her, and I would really like to not piss off Scarlett Johansson since she's the star of like 10 of my movies, right? So Kevin Feige's mad about this. It's bad. You now have Emily Blunt and Emma Stone are also considering similar lawsuits because their Disney movies, Cruella and Jungle Cruise, have gone through the same rigmarole. Paramount is also apparently maybe going to be sued by Emily Blunt because they did a similar thing with A Quiet Place Part 2, where they cut off its theatrical release by doing streaming 45 days in, so they cut the theatrical window by half for that movie, and that movie had been doing phenomenally well in theaters these last couple months, and then because of this streaming release, its box office just died. So I am interested in all of this because I have a very strong suspicion that if there are film history textbooks in 50 years, this will be a chapter of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. It is, I think, inevitably going to become, like, either this case or, like, this will be the foundation for, like, as we're seeing now, like, several things coming together that I think are going to set, however this plays out, like, the standards to go forward with the balance between theatrical and streaming, right? Because, like, eventually, hopefully, we are in a situation where you can't do the Disney thing where you just sort of dangle the pandemic keys in front of everyone's face to be like, no, this is why we did it. And it'll become blatant that, like, you know, Disney profited tremendously by doing what they're doing with the Black Widow thing, not from the theatrical stuff, from the streaming stuff of that. I mean, they get the revenue from selling it that way, but also it makes their platform more attractive, right? And so in the streaming wars that we are in the midst of, and everybody is fighting over that subscriber number, like, having that content that is like this premium content, you know, it's a new movie in like the most successful fucking movie franchise of all time, and you can go to the movie theater, but what if you just enjoyed it in the comfort of your own living room? All you have to do is, like, you know, pay us some money, get on this service, and then you see, oh, there's Star Wars is here. Oh, that DuckTales cartoon. I think my kids would love that. Like, all that kind of shit, right? So they're profiting tremendously from what they've been doing in a number of different ways, but in so doing, they are blatantly violating their contract with Scarlett Johansson, and just, yeah, as you say, like, fucking basically every other person that's a part of that kind of whole theatrical ecosystem, and just fucking them all over. And it is extremely frustrating because it just feels like it's so blatant. It's so obvious. They have absolutely no leg to stand on, and you know that they don't, because their defense is this very, like, 5-year-old, like, why are you getting mad at me? There are bad things, like, there are worse things happening in the world than us ripping you off. Like, why aren't you going, like, there's children starving in Africa. Why don't you care about them? All you care about is your money? Like, that's basically what they're doing, right?
Yes.
It's this incredibly childish, like, there are things in the world that are worse than what's happening than what we're doing to you, so you're just being all weird about this. Like, if you're on your moral high horse, go do something important, like go do stuff about the fucking pandemic. It's like, fuck off, Disney. That's not a fucking legal argument. It's just utterly
right. Like,
bizarre.
if you are on trial for murder, you don't get to go, well, Jeffrey Dahmer also fucked the bodies. I didn't do that. And they're like,
Exactly.
Okay, good point. You get off.
Right, or it'd be like if you like killed someone who had a terminal illness, and you're like, oh, it's not murder because they were going to die eventually anyways. It's like, what the fuck? That's not a legal argument. Like, you're not making an argument against the thing that you did. You're just like trying to distract people by talking to someone that seems relevant but isn't in any way.
And I also want to point out, if Disney Plus made $80 million in theaters on Black Widow opening weekend and $60 million on Disney Plus, they pocketed way more from the Disney Plus money. Because the Disney Plus money is 100% theirs. There might be a little bit that goes to royalties to like Scarlett Johansson and the other people in that movie, but those are royalties, not back-end participation. It's a very, very different level of money, and they don't have to pay anything to theaters or to partners or anyone because they own the movie, they made the movie, they own the platform, they made the platform. That $60 million goes straight in their bank, whereas the $80 million in theaters has to be split among profit participants in the movie, and it has to be split with theaters and all this other stuff, so they see less of that. That's why they want to do this. That's why everyone wants a streaming service, is because it's a money printing machine, and part of why it's a money printing machine is that contracts have not yet been updated to reflect the streaming reality so they can more easily cut people out of the money. That's why everyone wants a streaming service, right?
Yeah, and this is just like, hopefully what comes out of this is, you know, some sort of settlement that creates that groundwork for where movies are going, that like if the streaming stuff is like going to be a element of like the theatrical the way that movies are released now, right? And whether it's day and date there's a streaming version, or a month in there's a streaming version, however like that's going to eventually evolve in the years to come. Like, I don't think we're ever putting that genie back in the bottle. Like, I don't think after it becomes a thing where you can have full capacity theaters across America, I don't think that then suddenly all these movie studios are just going to go back to the way things were. I think it's way too late for that, and they're seeing a lot of the benefits, as you're saying, to doing this streaming kind of like hybrid release format. That hopefully this lays the groundwork to make that a thing that's much more equitable for the people who are not the like $1 trillion companies, you know, and you know, not just Scarlett Johansson, but like the other people that put a lot of work and do a lot of stuff that makes that movie what it is. Like, Black Widow would not make anywhere near the amount of money it had if it wasn't Scarlett Johansson. She's one of the most bankable stars in Hollywood. It's like, you know, do I think anybody should have like tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars? No, that's an absurd and disgusting sum of money. But if that money's going to go somewhere, I would rather a lot of it go to Scarlett Johansson than fucking, you know, lining the pockets of the executives at fucking Disney.
Yeah, like, I hate the argument. I hate the argument you hear sometimes of like, well, they're overpaid anyway. It's like, well, one, if there's contract language, it doesn't really matter what you think, like, it's law. And two, like, if the movie's making, like, I always thought this with Robert Downey Jr. People would be like, oh my God, $45 million for Robert Downey Jr., that's crazy. And I'm like, well, the Avengers made $2 billion. And if you don't think he was worth at least $45 million of that, you're an insane person, right? Yeah. So, like, yeah, maybe maybe all $2 billion of that Avengers money should go to starving children in Africa. That'd be great. But that's not the world we live in, sadly. So, you know.
Yeah, it is fascinating, like, and I'm very curious to see where this is going to go, because I think this is going to be a pretty long process.
Yeah.
Disney has very good, very expensive lawyers, so even if the arguments they make, at least like in this outset, are fucking unbelievably stupid, they know how to tie up the legal process and do all that kind of shit. So this will be a long, ongoing thing, but I think it's going to be very important for the movie business going forward.
Absolutely. 2 pieces of video game news. First, let's do the easy one. This is an easy, digestible one. Jason Schreier reported this week in Bloomberg that Sony will be delaying Horizon 1 Dawn. I don't remember its actual name.
Forbidden West.
Horizon Forbidden West. Okay. I just wrote it down as Horizon 1 Dawn. They will be delaying that to 2022. This was always seemingly a possibility. They had wanted it out this fall. At one point they'd wanted it out this summer, I think. It sounds like they were going to formally announce this delay at a September State of Play, but Jason Schreier got the scoop on them, and so this game will seemingly be a 2022 game. I guess the reason I find this interesting, Sean, like, game being delayed, especially in the midst of a pandemic, not news. I don't really, who cares?
Especially, like, because they had already kind of, like, backed away from because that last state of play, they were less specific about the release window than they were when they had originally announced the game. Whenever that happens, when they're like, yeah, we said like whatever it was, like fall 2021, whatever it was, and then they're like, maybe sometime later this year is kind of the way they framed it. As soon as you're using that kind of language, you're like, yeah, this is probably not going to come out in fall, which is
Right.
fine. Like, it's, games get delayed all the time anyways, especially during a pandemic. To delay your game, I want it to be good when it comes out. And so
Totally.
take the time you need.
Yeah, I take however much time you need. I'm glad about that. The reason I find this interesting, Sean, is that Horizon 1 Dawn, we already know, will be a PS4, PS5 cross-gen game. They also confirmed that the God of War sequel, which is already pegged to 2022, will be a PS4, PS5 cross-gen game, which means that in the third year of the PS5, second full year, we'll still be getting major first-party titles that are cross-gen. And that's pretty late in the game, and it kind of shows an overall feeling we've had, I think, in this generation so far, which is that for a lot of different reasons, some of which are pandemic-related, some of which are just evolving technology, it's been a little slower to kind of, like, rev up the full, like, exclusive engine, and part of that, like, that I find interesting is that if you go back to the PS4, I went and looked this up, and I went up and looked Sony Interactive Entertainment published games. And in 2015, which was the equivalent year for the PS4, there was only one SIE published game on the PS3 that year, and it was MLB The Show. They were already fully exclusive to the PS4 by that year, and we're not doing that this year, or this time. And there's a bunch of reasons for that. Part of that is the pandemic. Part of that is that there's just a bajillion PS4s in the wild. Part of it is that the architecture of the PS4 and PS5 are way more similar than the PS3 and the PS4, so it's much easier to do this. But it does kind of make me, just having come off of like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, I'm really kind of wondering like, so that means like we're not going to see the Guerrilla Games only PS5 exclusive PS5 game for years now. Like the God of War, the Sony Santa Monica game, it's going to be, if we ever see it on the PS5, like it's going to be a long time. I assume Naughty Dog's next game will be a PS5 exclusive. Like anyone we haven't heard from yet, like Naughty Dog or whatever the Ghost of Tsushima people, Sucker Punch, wind up making, will certainly be a PS5 exclusive. But it is kind of interesting to me. And I think it shows just that this one, I am guessing this generation will be longer than the last few generations. And also that it's a little less of a hard break than we've had in the past.
Yeah. I think also there's a good chance that there might be stuff in the pipeline that is PS5 exclusive that we don't know about. Like, this isn't necessarily every single game that Sony is going to be.
Right.
We don't necessarily know every single game they're going to put out, I guess. But yeah, it is definitely. I guess like one thing I'll be very curious to see is what is the PS4 versions of some of these games going to look like. Because when at that state of play that they did a month or so ago for Forbidden West, like it was hard to look at it and see the like, how does this run on PS4? It was pushing the envelope in ways that I'm curious to see, like what does that look like? Specifically for, I think it's Gran Turismo is the one that we know they're also going to be doing a PS4 version for, but we know that that's like a thing that they have recently sort of decided to start working on. I think just because of the supply constraint issues, they're like, we need to fucking make sure that there's a version of this game that the PS4 can play also. Where we know that the Horizon thing, it has always had a PS4 version in the works. But so I think that it'll be interesting to see what are the kind of like differences between the PS4 versions and the PS5 versions of this, and then whatever God of War 2 even is. We haven't seen anything from that game other than a logo. We don't even technically know the title yet. But yeah, I think you're right that it's going to be a slow process to getting that sort of whole machine revving up on like true blue full next gen exclusives or current gen exclusives at this point. But it is also going to I think we're in for probably like a maybe 10-year long console cycle at this point. I think with like how delayed this whole process is with the supply constraints and everything else.
Yeah, I hope so. I really hope so, because you look at something like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, which definitely could not have been made on the PS4. There's no version of that could run on PS4, unless just every Rift you had a 3-minute loading screen, which would be a bundle of fun. Like I already think you're seeing a ton of holes in like Xbox's strategy here, right? Like that Microsoft Flight Simulator was announced as cross-gen, and then they cut that off, and it's only Series S and X. There's a game out this week on Xbox called The Ascent. It's the Cyberpunk game that everyone says is better than Cyberpunk 2077. That looks really good. I actually really do want to play that game. I just haven't picked it up yet. That is on both Xbox One and Xbox Series X, but the Xbox One and Xbox One X versions run like garbage. Like, they can't even hit 30 FPS. They load. It takes like literally, like Eurogamer did a test on this. It's like a 20-second load screen on the Series S and Series X, and it is 3 minutes on the Xbox One. Like, it's stuff like that where, like, okay, clearly the power differential between these systems is just too big to be doing like cross-gen games as much as we're trying to do it, and like the God of War one is the one that really disappoints me, because I just can look at what they did with God of War 2018 and go, yes, I want them to do the Ratchet and Clank thing with God of War, because it would be so crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like, so part of what I'm saying with, like, we don't know what, like, the difference between these cross-gen versions are, is it's making me think about the tail end of the cross-gen thing we did with the PS4 generation, where you're getting into 2014 was, like, really the end of that being a major thing, outside of, like, your Maddens and, as you say, MLB The Show,
right.
like, your sort of annual franchises that would continue to do that. I think FIFA probably still puts out a fucking PS2 version of their game every year that's just like, hey, we renamed the characters by whoever's like the soccer people that are playing today. But so when you had that tail end of that, you had games like, Dragon Age Inquisition had an Xbox 360 and PS3 version. The one I like to think of is Middle-earth: Shadow of Mordor had one, but the Nemesis system, which was basically what that game was not in the 360 PS3 version, because the CPU couldn't handle like keeping track of all that stuff and doing all the complex AI shit that you needed to do to have the Nemesis system function. And so that's like basically just a completely neutered version of your game. If you're taking out the marquee system, the thing that everybody that played that game that liked it, or even if I didn't love that game, but that was the cool part about the game, the thing you were marketing it on, the thing you had developers talking about in interviews, clearly the thing like is the most innovative, interesting thing in the whole game. If the only way to put that on your Xbox 360 PS3 is to rip that system out of the game entirely, it's like, that to me feels like, well, then probably the PS4 Xbox One version of that game was not held back that much by the fact that there had to be a cross-gen version. So there's like a decent chance that is what we're going to end up seeing, is here is some like weird version of Horizon Forbidden West or God of War 2 that is like 720p on a PS4 Pro or some crazy shit like that, just to like desperately try to get it to run. Like, that's not outside the realm of possibility. For where we're going with like, I think just like the practicalities of trying to make these experiences on both hardware platforms, and the disparity in power level and the need in a lot of different ways to please the hardcore fan base and to advertise your game effectively, to make the shiny version that's on the newer and most powerful console as impressive as it can be, because that's the thing that is going to get people to buy that game. Even if they're buying it on the PS4, they're going to buy it because they saw the fucking trailers that show off the gorgeous PS5 version.
So we're in for just a bunch of Cyberpunk 2077 style fraud, is what you're saying?
Yes, I think
Okay.
I think that is probably like where we're heading. Is you are going to get deeply, heavily compromised versions of games, like not just like Sony. I think like the cross-gen games to come. That is going to be my guess. Is you're going to have some very interesting episodes of Digital Foundry looking at games that look like, if you saw the one that was Ark Survival Evolved on the Switch, that like you can't even tell that's a fucking video game because of how like fucked up it looks. I think we might be in for that.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Well, speaking of bad shit, Blizzard and Activision's dumpster fire continued this week. You had Bobby Kotick, the CEO of Activision Blizzard, issue yeah, that was totally tone deaf, where we blamed all of our employees for us mistreating our employees. Lol, sorry about that. He did a statement about that. This was followed by an open letter from Blizzard Activision employees with 2,600 signees that was followed by a major walkout on Friday, where people walked out of the company. More than 1,000 employees participated in that walkout, making demands on Blizzard, Activision Blizzard. Employees at Ubisoft also got in on all of this with an open letter and a walkout, because people are paying attention again, and Ubisoft employees were like, hey, this was a thing a year ago here, and literally nothing has been fixed. It's just a bunch of Band-Aids and nice words. These people suck. So Ubisoft was doing that. There has been a bunch of extra reporting on all of this, including a piece on Kotaku about the Cosby suite that they would have at E3 that just... heavy trigger warning if you're going to go read that piece. It's awful. There's a lot of bad stuff in there. There was a story about Kotaku also had an interesting story that they called Blizzard Once Slapped with a Misogyny Tax, which was basically about a contractor they worked with who was very heavily mistreated by people at Blizzard. And so when Blizzard next asked to work with them, they gave them a bill, a quote that also included a 50% misogyny tax on any business they did with Blizzard, to pay back for how awful Blizzard was with them. It's a long story. It was more than just that, but it is terrible, and again, this has been out there for a while, basically. Fran Townshend, the former Bush torture apologist who now works for Activision Blizzard and gave that first statement blaming all of the employees. Jason Schreier pointed out on Twitter this morning that she sent out a tweet this week with an article mocking whistleblowers that then a bunch of Blizzard employees were talking and saying, hey, why would you do this? And she just has been blocking them all on Twitter, her own employees. So definitely, I think the overall tone of Blizzard right now is active contempt towards its staff, and basically just trying to write it out without doing anything, because you just keep getting these statements from executives and people in charge where it's either the Fran Townshend thing where they're using, again, the Brett Kavanaugh defense of just screaming and crying and pretending like they're the victim here, or they're doing the thing of oh man, this is so bad, I didn't know, I'm so sorry, I didn't know, I love Gloria Steinem, please forgive me, and they're all liars and they should all quit and be fired, is my point of view.
Yeah, no, it's just the continuing stream of some of the details of things that have been happening, that Cosby suite is a big one. It's just, you look at it and you're like, wow, what the fuck? It's it is some of it really kind of goes beyond the pale of it's hard to fathom how the fuck this shit could go on for so long, because it truly is just deeply disgusting, and offensive on a human level to just even contemplate that this is a thing that people were doing, and so many people were doing and actively participant in. It's really awful. I don't think I've seen anything, seeing some of the details, I don't think I've seen anything quite like this that is this extreme and this pervasive. It's terrible.
I want to read a little thing here. This is from a game developer named Mike Selinker. He is the president of Lone Shark Games, an indie studio, but he has also done some contract work with Activision Blizzard in the past. He did the tabletop RPG adaptations of Diablo and StarCraft. And he had a Facebook post this week that just sums up so much of this, because there's also an intersection with politics here that I think is really important to talk about. And so I just want to read a little bit of his words, because he puts this more gracefully than I think I could, and with more information. So he says, I want to talk about why I think these problems will not be addressed. Activision Blizzard's hiring record the last couple years is abysmal. I don't mean in the rank and file. I know at least half a dozen people who've joined Blizzard in the last few years, and they're top flight. What I'm talking about is the C-suite, which has been so thoroughly polluted with bad people that it needs a complete overhaul. These are people I've been watching damage America as part of the last two Republican administrations, and have been horrified to see appear at one of my favorite game companies. If Activision Blizzard wants to change, it needs to start by firing a significant portion of its executive team. When California issued its lawsuit, I was not remotely surprised by Activision Blizzard's response, which can best be described as the Brett Kavanaugh defense. That's what I've been saying too. It's very true. It was an attempt to scream the problem out of the room. It made perfect sense to me that this leadership team would issue that statement. Let's start with the company's executive VP for corporate affairs, Fran Townshend, who was the Bush administration's third of 4 Homeland Security advisors. The Hurricane, as she was called, was a primary advocate of torture as policy. She was in that job as the Abu Ghraib revelations came to light, defending the uses of waterboarding, forced nudity, sleep deprivation, and the like. The fact that a torture defender became the chief compliance officer at a game company is staggering. The fact that a torture defender is, get this, the executive sponsor of its employee women's network is even worse, and one of the demands of the recent walkout is that she step down from this position after she issued a tone-deaf response to the allegations. As bad as Townshend is, Activision Blizzard topped themselves by hiring Trump admin Under Secretary of State and Mike Pompeo sycophant Brian Bulatao as its chief administration officer. Before the State Department, he was Pompeo's chief operating officer at the CIA. He was Pompeo's attack dog. The State Department's Inspector General described him as a bully, running the department under a cloud of intimidation. He also showed how Bulatao would repeatedly ignore potential illegalities committed by the state employees. Also under Bulatao, state spending on domestic travel and use of government staff for personal benefit to the secretary went way up. And there's the whole ousting of career ambassadors like Marie Yovanovitch, which Bulatao oversaw. But why stop with 2 Republican admin defenders of the unthinkable? Activision Blizzard's recently acquired chief legal officer, Grant Dixon, was Bush's associate counsel. Dixon was second in command to Alberto Gonzales, the primary advocate of warrantless surveillance in the Bush admin. Under Gonzales and Dixon, the White House counsels led the charge for legal authorization of torture. Everything that Fran Townshend defended, Dixon provided the legal underpinnings for. He then parlayed that job to becoming general counsel for our local defense contractor, Boeing. I would not be surprised if Activision Blizzard's ham-fisted statement in response to the California suit was written by Dixon. Finally, as the waves of criticism and employee protest overran Activision Blizzard's corporate suite, the company hired the law firm of Wilmer Hale to investigate. Fantastic news, right? Actually, no. Wilmer Hale is directly connected to Townshend and is particularly known for its expertise in union busting, literally the thing that stops accountability on a corporate level. This is not an independent investigation, it's an investigation to insulate the corporation from consequences. And I would add, Jonathan, that Wilmer Hale is also the company that Amazon uses for union busting. I actually did a tweet when Bobby Kotick gave his statement where he said, hey, we're hiring this legal team that you can call, where I tweeted and said, everyone at Blizzard should probably be very wary of that, because that is probably a, rat, catching, hotline
some
to
fucking
Blizzard.
Pinkerton bullshit, basically.
Exactly. Rat, as Blizzard would see it, not as I would see it. And then we find out, the company they hired was Wilmer Hale. I just wanted to read all that because it is staggering. It's all the people who have helped ruin America working at Blizzard to torture their employees, basically.
Yeah, and one of the things that happens is when you have that top executive and managerial level that is so thoroughly corrupt and disgusting and doesn't give a shit, and it's just the one thing you'll note about all those people is none of them know what the fuck a video game is, right? What are they even doing in this goddamn company? They're just sitting there because they're friends with Bobby Kotick or whatever. They played golf with some other executive at Activision enough that they're like, hey, sit over in this chair once every 2 years and you'll get millions of dollars from our company. But when you have that level of corruption up at the top, then you get this and this is part of where you see with the specific allegations and everything that's been coming out, this Lord of the Flies-esque quality where a lot of the people that are awful fucking people that work at that company that would normally you wouldn't know how awful they are or what kind of people they are because enough systems in place keep them in check that they're not acting on their worst possible impulses. When none of those systems are in place, and instead you have this structure that is basically advocating for and encouraging this deeply misogynistic predatory behavior, you're going to get people acting out in that way. And it is just this thing that is very hard to look at because it's so sad to think about how many people that are working at that company that are good people, that care about their job, that love the games that Activision and the games that Blizzard have made, and to have them be treated like objects and tools to be leered at or harassed or joked at or acted against in violent or sexual ways. It's just so deeply fucking upsetting and fucked up. And yeah, it's all those people at the top need to be fired. All those people at the top should be in fucking jail. Actually, they should be not even for for this stuff also, but for the stuff they did before.
Yes.
Most of these are people that they should have been tried by the fucking Hague, and because they're war criminals that have advocated torture and shit like that. Anybody who was an insider within the Bush administration shouldn't be outside of a fucking cell. And so the fact that they're instead, they have somehow this like scum has like washed up onto Activision Blizzard's shores is very upsetting for all the good people at that company that just want to make cool games and make a StarCraft or make a Call of Duty or whatever and have a good time and enjoy like making something that they really care about.
I guess I find it so depressing because when I think about what would fix this, and how do we define fix this? And for me, fix this would be restoring employee trust, right? And that people feel good going to work, right? Like, maybe that sounds basic, but like, well, how
not
else
even
would
just
you
good, like feeling safe. Like
feeling
that's
safe.
the most basic level. Like
Yeah.
obviously you want people to be happy and excited and feel fulfilled
Yeah.
by going to whatever their job is, but like the bare minimum is like the legal and moral responsibility of Activision is for their employees to feel safe at their fucking job.
Okay, so let's say that's the baseline. What would need to happen? I think you would need to have, and I think this is also true of Ubisoft, I think you need mass executive resignations. I think, like at Ubisoft, you need Yves Guillemot gone. I don't think he can be there and have employees feel safe at this point. And at Activision Blizzard, I think the entire C-suite needs to go. I think many, probably of the managers throughout the company need to go. I think you need to have mass executive and managerial resignation. You need to have unionizing. And you probably need to have some actual independent investigation, which is actually happening with Blizzard because of the California lawsuit, right? Like, there is a government agency looking into them. Ubisoft, that would have to be through Canadian authorities, and I don't know how all of that works. But, like, you would need to have all of that. Other than the California thing is actually happening, it's hard for me to see any of the other things happening. Like, those executives will go, like, when they are dead or when they are pulled kicking and screaming by, like, the authorities, right? Like, that's what will happen to them. And then, clearly, like if Activision's, like, first move after hearing this was to hire the union busting team, like, they are not going to allow unionizing.
Yeah.
So I'm very depressed about this entire situation, and I guess I would feel like if you're working at Activision Blizzard and you have any other opportunities, you should probably take them.
Yes, yeah, it is. Like, I think, like, the house has to burn down, right? Like, and either that happens because the thing that, as you say, is almost impossible, and I can't imagine happening, which is getting that executive level completely vacated, or the house burns down because all the employees leave. But, like, I think one of those two needs to happen. Yeah, and it sucks, as someone who, like, grew up specifically with, like, the Blizzard side, those being many of my favorite games when I was a kid, and Blizzard always having this image that obviously is, like, a very PR thing and all that, and this very naive thing from that early video game days and me being so young. But Blizzard as a company had this image of being, like, such a cool place. They made such interesting, innovative games that, like, they put out their game when it was ready. They didn't rush it out. Like, they had that reputation that I'm sure is a lot more complicated than what it seems on the outside. But for it to have, like, decayed so far to, like, see this just, like, deeply rotten core for them and for Activision it's awful.
Yep, I think that says it all for now. Not at all. There's a lot more you could say, but it's what we're going to say. You want to go ahead and talk about something a little more fun?
Yeah, let's end the sad talk and let's talk about a really good thing, because it's time, Jonathan, for us to get back on our Gundam bullshit and finish up talking about Mobile Suit Gundam Age. Hello and welcome to Weekly Suit Gundam, the special bonus podcast brought to you by the folks at the Weekly Stuff Podcast. I am Sean Chapman.
And I'm Jonathan Lack.
And we are here, Jonathan, to talk about the end of an age, because we're talking about the end of Mobile Suit Gundam Age. We're talking about either Arcs 3 and 4 or just Arc 3. I kind of just think of it as being one big third arc. But we're talking about episodes 29 to 49, which is the ending of Gundam Age. We've, of course, covered the first two arcs, which is episodes 1 to 28 on last week's episode. Or not last week, because this is not a weekly show. 2 weeks ago, we talked about that. And then we are also going to touch on the OVA kind of compilation 2-part thing they did called Memory of Eden, which kind of compiles together some of the stuff about Asamu and Zehart's relationship. But we are here to kind of just finish up our discussion on Gundam Age and see how this show wrapped up.
Yes, absolutely. And I'll say, last time we recorded on Weekly Suit Gundam, I said, I really like Gundam Age, and I used the word like very specifically because I would have said, like, this show has a lot of great stuff. It's very interesting. It's got some weak parts here and there, and so, I don't think it's absolute top shelf Gundam. I don't love it in the way I love original Gundam or, Zeta or something like that, but I think it's a good show. And I will say, having now finished it, I will elevate it to love. I love Mobile Suit Gundam Age. I think it is a great show. I think it is an imperfect show. It is not, I still wouldn't put it at like the top, like S tier Gundam, but I would put it above some shows that I did not think I would have ranked it above when we do our final rankings. And I think it is a fantastic Gundam series that is easily, of everything we've watched, by far the most underrated thing in this franchise. Like, it is, like, because like something like After War Gundam X isn't very well known, but I feel like the people who know it like it. Gundam Age is one that is actively reviled in some circles, and I just think that's stupid. I think this show is really deeply special in a lot of ways. I think these third and fourth arcs only solidify how much I like it. I think the third arc is really smart and has some of the best stuff in the whole show. I think the fourth arc has a couple of rocky episodes and then builds to, I think, one of the best endings any Gundam show has. I think the final couple episodes of Gundam Age are fucking spectacular. And overall, I am extremely positive on this show, and I am I'm so pleasantly surprised. There's no other Gundam we've watched where I went in kind of thinking like, I wasn't dreading Gundam Age, but I knew it had a lesser reputation, and so I thought this one was maybe going to be a little bit more of a chore. And it absolutely was not. This is a diamond in the rough. I love this show.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm, like, as deeply positive on it, but I really like Gundam Age a lot. Like, I would agree with the stuff that we have watched so far. This is definitely the most deeply underrated Gundam show. It feels like a Gundam show that just never, like, got a fair shake. That I think people sort of saw it as, like, it's just a Gundam for kids. It looks like a Yokai Watch thing, or an Inazuma 11 thing, I guess, in the context of the time, and just kind of dismissed it. But it's doing so much stuff that's so interesting. It's got this core premise that I think is just absolute fire, which is having your three Gundam boys covering like 100 years, basically, of this war between the Earthlings and the Vegans. And I think it has like its messiness. I think particularly Arc 1 has some stuff that's pretty rocky. And then I think it is a show that inevitably bites off maybe more than it can fully chew, in the sense of, like, I mean, it has three fucking protagonists. It's a huge story. And so it has some pacing issues, I think, as it kind of comes into the home stretch. But it's a great example of a show that, like, even if it has some of that messiness in places, it knows where to commit its energy that's most important, and it pulls off and like nails absolutely all the major beats it needs to, and all the major story arcs. All the three main characters, Flit, Asumu, and Kyo, all get really great climaxes to their stories that resonate with each other. And yeah, I think it's a very, very smart show that I honestly wish it could have had like looking at the whole run, something about like maybe like 5 to 7, maybe 8 more episodes than what it has to like flesh out a little bit of that pacing and allow some stuff to breathe. And I think that would maybe, for me, if it could have done that, pushed it into that like absolute like great Gundam level. But as it stands, it is among the best AU shows that we have watched. And I think it is one that if people have not really kind of committed to, and maybe they kind of toss it off or just like thought like, you watched the first 5 episodes and didn't like it and dropped it there, it is one that very much rewards you going through and watching it all the way. And it's one that I think is very rewarding on a rewatch, because it's one I think I enjoy Gundam Age more on having watched it again, particularly that early stuff, knowing where the show is going and seeing them build up, particularly with Flit as a character and the thoughtfulness with which they approach that character from the very beginning. It is a really smart show. That's a really good time.
Absolutely. And this is one I'm excited to revisit one day, because one of my overall just theses, reactions to it is that this is a show that sets up some very fundamental ideas in episode 1, like with the idea of Flit and legacy and the Gundam as a savior and that view. And then in episode 49, the finale, it pays off on those ideas very directly and very fulsomely, as beautifully and as perfectly as I could imagine those ideas being paid off on. And I think, and maybe that sounds basic, But that is something a lot of shows, including some Gundam shows we really like, have not done perfectly, right? And a lot of just TV shows that are not Gundam do not manage to do. And I think I am willing to forgive bigger pockets of messiness than I think even this show has, if you can have an arc that clear-headed that you execute that well, especially with the high concept of this show where that point A to point B is not just Flit, it's two sons, a son and a grandson, who are integral to the continuation of that A to B journey. I think what this show is doing is extremely smart and soulful, and I really what solidified it for me is I think the last 3 episodes are stupendous episodes. I think they are like, at times, like Tomino finale level good in how well directed they are, in how smart they are in bringing all of these themes and characters together, in how clear-headed this show is about its own ideas. You know, it's like the anti-Gundam Seed Destiny in certain places, where it's just like, as messy and like that show did not know what it wanted to be about, Gundam Age has just a sheer clarity to it that I find really invigorating. And again, I can forgive a lot of messiness if you've got that overarching clarity, and I do think this show has it.
100%. And it ends up with like something that I felt coming into it, like the main reason the thing I was excited about rewatching Gundam Age 4 was I just remember loving the character of Flit specifically so much.
Yeah.
And coming out of it, he is amongst the best Gundam boys, because he's not just a Gundam boy, he's a Gundam boy and a Gundam man and a Gundam grandpa. And seeing that journey and the fullness of that character arc, it's just one of the most rewarding characters in this entire franchise, which is saying a fucking thing, because there are some really brilliant characters across the history of Gundam, and Flit, I think, like, stands amongst the best as one of the most interesting characters this franchise has produced.
I mean, it is the special thing that Gundam Age has that no other Gundam can lay claim to, which is that it tells the story of a man's life.
Yeah.
The entire thing. I guess you can say that with Amuro. The difference is Amuro, like, dies in his 30s. And Flit does have this full, like, you know, when we end the series, he's a 70-year-old man, right? And we have seen him basically because he was born on the day this conflict started. We go from, like, birth to past the, if you go with the epilogue, past the death of this man. And we see this entire lifelong journey, and we see how other generations of his own, you know, progeny play into it. And there's no other Gundam that tries something quite like that. And it's also just cool to go to, like, 2011, Gundam's 30-some years old now, and it's still doing stuff that it's never done before. There's a lot in Gundam Age that is, like, recapitulating and redoing themes that we've seen in other shows, including very recently, like Ezelkant's whole plan is very reminiscent of the Destiny plan in Gundam Seed Destiny, right? There's a lot of stuff in here that is very similar to Kira in Gundam Seed. But I think the things that make this special make it really, really special.
Absolutely, 100%. So we already covered all the history. Like, there's no like, and then secretly halfway through the show, here's the surprise, like, extra history section. I mean, it's all the same stuff. Obviously, it's the same staff, all that, just continuing on. So where do you want to start, Jonathan, with talking about this second half of Gundam Age?
I have a specific place I want to start, but before that, just on the history point, I do just want to say, it's you know, this is 149 episode run. There was no break. We added a break, but there was no break while airing. And this is the only full-length Gundam show like this since Zeta that doesn't have a recap special, which I thought was interesting. Double O doesn't have one either, but Double O aired in season, so it doesn't quite count for that. There is one episode near the beginning of the 4th arc that has several extra-length flashbacks where I very much went, they needed some extra time in this episode, but it does not have a full recap special. And overall, like, I do think there's a little bit of, like, you can tell the animation they pull back on in the 4th arc so that they can afford the last 3 episodes. But overall, for a 49-episode, year-long show with no break, it's a pretty impressive production, I think, if you judge it for what it actually is, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, I think it is one of the smoothest year-long shows that is in the Gundam franchise. I mean, there's a reason why the franchise, in, like, the anime industry in general, has moved away from this structure. But yeah, absolutely. Like, one thing I'm surprised at, honestly, is that there isn't a recap episode. Like, it feels like, you know, it ends at 49 episodes, which is, like, a slightly awkward. Like, normally you would go for a, like, 50 to 52 would be your normal 4-core or a whole year run. I'm kind of surprised that there isn't just like, hey, here's between, the Asamu and Kyo stuff, here's a recap episode or something, because there's a lot of space to do one of those. But it's kind of nice that they don't, because it just makes it easier for me to watch it, because it's like, oh, now I don't have to worry about, do I bother sitting through this? Like, is there going to be the one scene that, like, is, like, hidden in the recap that is actually vital? Seed and Seed Destiny both have that problem. This, you don't have to worry about it. And, yeah, it is a very impressive production, for sure.
Yeah. But where I want to start, because you asked me where should we start, and I want to start with Kyo, who is our third protagonist, our third Gundam boy. And I think Kyo is a great character who is absolutely integral to this show working. Mm-hmm. He is, like, if you were to ask me, like, who's your favorite Gundam boy in the series, it's not Kyo. I don't think Kyo is going to be anyone's answer. But I also think that's by design. And it's something that I already have seen on Twitter, like some people saying, like, yeah, but Kyo is such a bore or something. And I couldn't disagree more strongly, in part because I think the show knows exactly what it needs from that third character. It knows exactly how to differentiate him from the other two. And I think the stories it allows them to tell are different, which is very important for this, like, 3-tier structure they do. But also, he is the key that ultimately unlocks the overall thematic journey of this show. And I think Kyo deserves more respect, because I think he is as integral to the tapestry that is Gundam Age as either Flit or Asamu. And the show doesn't, like, sell him short. The show does not pull a Shin Asuka with him and just kick him out so that they can finish Flit's arc, right? He is as important in the finale as he is when we meet him, if anything, even more so.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think it's that thing where I think that, like, audiences just, like, are occasionally bad at understanding, like, why a show or a story is working. And so it's very much, I think about this a lot in terms of Pirates of the Caribbean, where they made that choice for the fourth movie, where they're like, oh, we should just why isn't Jack Sparrow just the main character? Like, why do we have to have this Will Turner dude? Is like, the reason why people get to like Jack Sparrow is because he's not the main character, right? Because if you have your super eccentric main character thing, then Jack Sparrow has all these narrative duties put on that character's shoulders that don't make him interesting anymore. And you then have, like, the reverse side of it is, like, people's like, oh, but this Will Turner guy, he's just a wet rag. It's like, he needs to be a wet rag for you to like Jack Sparrow, right? Like these characters exist in a narrative context, that, like, none of the characters exist on their own. So yeah, like,
Orlando Bloom walks so Johnny Depp can run, right?
Basically, yeah, like, you need to have that dynamic, because if you had him be this, like, super interesting, weird, over-the-top character, then there's no room, like, then he's sucking the oxygen that Captain Jack Sparrow needs to be an interesting character in that Pirates movie. Yeah. And Kyo, I think, is, like, it's a similar thing, where Flit and Asamu, particularly Asamu, I think, like, stand out a lot on their own as, like, their Gundam boys, and Asamu is the one that gets, I think, like, the most drama. He gets the really big personal arc, his whole drama with his dad, his thing with Wolf, the love triangle between him, Romary, and Zayhart. And so they really build him up to be this, like, really charismatic, really likable character. And then you get Kyo, who's a lot more of, like, a standard Gundam boy. Like, he's got a lot of Uso in him from Victory Gundam. Like, he's got that innocence. He's much younger. He reads, I think, even younger than he's supposed to be. And so it's not the character that you're going to, like, I think it's going to be your absolute fave or whatever. But it is a character that he needs to be like that, because he also has to share the stage with his pirate dad and fucking Grandpa Gundam, right? Like yes. He has to coexist with those protagonists way more heavily than Asamu has to coexist with Flit in his arc, because Kyo then has to share the stage with them in what they call the fourth arc, which is that last 10 episodes, where it's the 3 generations arc or whatever, where it all comes together. But Kyo is still the main protagonist of that arc. They don't switch it to being about all 3 of them in that way. But that's where they resolve the character arcs for all 3 characters. But Kyo is your main center throughout the entire second half of this show, and he needs to be a little bit more bland and a little bit more innocent, for him to be able to fulfill that function. And I think he fulfills that function super well, and it allows them to tell really interesting stories, because Kyo is the only character you could have that you could then take to Vegan and have him be on Mars and make his Martian friends, right, and have that whole story arc, which is like the like linchpin of this entire fucking show in many ways. Like, you need to be able to build up to that moment and have a character who's able to see the world in such a different way than his father and grandfather, that he can so readily and openly accept other people that are so different from him or come from such a different place. And that's what I think is the magic of Kyo as a character, and what allows them to sort of like really open up the second half of the story and execute on all the narrative themes and the character arcs that they had been building up in the first two pieces.
Part of constructing a protagonist in any story is choosing what you want that protagonist to reflect in the story, and what you want that story to reflect on the protagonist. And in a show like Gundam Age, where you are doing a 3-protagonist structure, you have to be very careful about how each protagonist is going to reflect something different onto this ongoing, continuous story, right? It's as we say, a very compressed version of like Gundam Zeta Double Zeta, where you have Amuro, Camille, and Judo, who all reflect very different things onto what is one continuous saga and world. Gundam Age just does it in one series. And so you have Flit, who is touched by this war literally from the moment he is born, because he's born on the day the angel falls. He has an anger in him from his most formative experience, which is losing his mother, and he has this belief in the Gundam as savior and that question that follows him his entire life. Asamu is someone who grows up being Flit Asuno's son, and he has that hanging over him his entire life. They're in the midst of this war. He has this chip on his shoulder, all of this stuff. And then you get to Kyo, and what Kyo is for this show is usually the character you'd kind of get on the starting side of it, but we didn't have, which is the innocent, the tabula rasa. He's the one who, like, very clearly, and I think, like, the third arc gets kind of down to business faster than either of the first two. Like, Kyo is, like, in the Gundam before, I think, even the act break of his first episode. So you're right into it. But I think it does a very good job in those first couple episodes of like, through action introducing you to Kyo, and that this is someone who's been pretty sheltered. His dad was not around, but he grew up on Earth. His grandpa, like, clearly, like, Flit was more present in Kyo's life than he was in Asamu's.
Yes.
And also he grew up during this time where the war is sort of at a standstill, and he's very far from it. And so he has a real innocence about him that is very different than either Asamu or Flit, where Asamu and Flit have a certain naivety to them when they're young, and Kyo has that. But Kyo has a real, like lack of sense of the world that is very childlike and is very real, and I think relatable if you're willing to like open up to the character that way. And I think the show is able to use that in a couple of different ways. Like, I found the first couple arcs of episodes of the third arc some of the most disturbing in the whole series because of what it implies about Flit and Kyo's relationship, where, like, on one level, Flit has been a good granddad to this kid, better than he probably was a father to Asamu, but he also, much of his, like, love language was training him to be the Gundam pilot in a, like, simulator-esque capacity where he was kind of, like, indoctrinating this boy through his entire boyhood to see war as distant and non-physical and non-tangible and like a video game, so that when Kyo gets in the Gundam, he's already, like, he's a much better pilot at the start than either Flit or Asamu were. He's a stronger X-rounder, he has a better sense of how to do things, but he also has a sense of it that, like, this is a fucking video game. And so his arc is, like, having that stripped away and then being taken to Vegan and seeing the full reality of it. And it's just a very different arc than either of the other two characters are allowed to have. And it's an arc you have to have if you're going to do the ending this show inevitably has to do, which is someone knocking Flit out of it and trying to use all of his immense intelligence and empathy and knowledge for something other than destruction, which is creation and creating a new future. You can't do that without Kyo.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the thing where I think the way he contrasts with Flit in particular is so strong because, you know, Asamu is older, right, when we pick him up in Arc 2 than Flit or Kyo are. But Kyo and, like, young Flit from Arc 1 are clearly, like, about the same age. And it's very, I think, striking how different they are, because Flit has already been kind of, like, tainted by this cycle of, like, grief and hatred that I think is so much about what the show is, right? And you see that in Arc 3, where you then get access to Ezlakant and see that the entire reason why all this is happening is because of grief, right? And people lashing out and kind of losing sight of what's important because of this intense grief that they have. Ezelkant from his son, Flit from the loss of his mother when he was a little kid. And so having that contrast of Flit in Arc 1 has a lot of those traits that Kyo had, but he can't embrace them because he's got this hatred in him stemming from the loss of his mother that's driving him towards vengeance, that prevents him from seeing the world that I think, he knows that he always should be seeing it that way. And so being able to sort of get this character who is kind of free from a lot of the shackles that his father and his grandfather had is so, like, it's very liberating, particularly once he gets to Vegan and you see that Kyo is the key. Oh, right? He's the guy who can unlock this situation. He's the Gundam boy that we need. I just think he's a very, like, rewarding protagonist that just sits so well at the end of this kind of triptych structure to kind of, he's the character you need to bring us home to the ultimate conclusion that the show is driving towards.
And I think he becomes a very rich character. He is a little bland in those opening episodes, as you say, by design. He's the one who, like there's just less friction for him in getting into this world than for Asemu, right? Because he's got Grandpa's Gundam, as we said last time, maybe the best Gundam episode title ever, Grandpa's Gundam. And he's got that, and he's got these skills, and he's right onto the Diva with his grandpa, and everything's going great for him. And then I think when they start peeling away the layers, it's, it is not the most revelatory, like, Gundam material ever. We have seen the story where someone has, like, a superior officer who teaches them something and then dies, and they are touched by it. And they do that with Kyo here and that one woman character, I forget her name. Shanalua, which I think is a very good story. And then you have the trip to Vegan. We have seen stuff like that. Like, I particularly think of, like, Judo and some of the stuff with, like, Double Zeta in terms of, like, seeing the enemy. But I think because of the context it's in here, it feels like new life is breathed into those stories, and it feels so essential to the overall, as you say, triptych tapestry they're sort of weaving together here in Gundam Age, that Kyo, over that third arc, which I think the third arc is really good. I think, like, the second and third arc, like, that big middle section are the two, like, best parts of the show, other than, I think, that last 3-episode stretch. But, like, I think that overall build of, like, Kyo coming into his own personhood and learning to see the world around him as those eyes that are, like, clouded by innocence sort of get unclouded is really compelling. And I think those episodes on Vegan are phenomenal. They're just great episodes of Gundam. There's like no qualifier there to me. I think they're just great.
Yeah, I mean, they are the thing the show is building to. I mean, it was when I got to that point, my mind was kind of blown away by the fact that that's like 2 episodes, because in my memory, I'm like, that's like Kyo's whole arc on the show, right? Like, I thought that was like, I thought he ended up on Vegan in like the 3rd episode or something, because in my head, it occupies such a big place for the show because it's such a key emotional center, because it's the obvious thing that the show is building towards. Again, this is not some sort of like revelation that you've never seen media do this, but I think the thoughtfulness and the steady hand with which Gundam Age approaches this process of starting in Arc 1 with the Vegans being faceless alien dragon fucking Yu-Gi-Oh motherfuckers, right? As you pointed out on Twitter, all the Vegan mobile suits look like sick ass like Red Eyes Black Dragons and shit like that, because they're awesome. But they're totally inaccessible until the very end of Arc 1. Then Arc 2, you get a little bit more of them because now you have Zehart and you have a character that you can sit with on the Vegan side and get access to their motivation, what they're feeling. And then in this 3rd arc with Kyo, you now have a character who gets to actually go to Mars, see what the conditions are, speak with Ezelkant. Like, I mean, he gets access to the real motivation behind the war before even fucking Zehart does, right? So that process by which you were like slowly peeling back the layers of this conflict and learning more about what it is to be some like the other, right? And making them not the other, which is what they literally are, right? They're the UE, the unknown enemy originally, until now they are they're not like even Vegans, they're humans, right? They're just humans that live somewhere else, and that's it. And they're suffering, and a lot of their suffering is coming from things that were caused, and not at all by their fault, and by actually like the government that I'm working for, right? Like, those revelations are really important to the show, and it's that sort of clarity of vision that Gundam Age has as an entire story to sort of lay out that very steady path that then makes it so satisfying when you get there and you actually go to Mars and you're like, you know, I think particularly if you're an adult viewer of the show, you're kind of screaming for a lot of shows like, please think about the other side. Like, please take one fucking second, Flit, to think about who is sitting in that cockpit that you're blowing up, right? Because Flit's never going to do that, but you know that that's the key that these people need to sort of start driving towards the conclusion of this story and ending this war. And it's so satisfying when Kyo shows up, and that's the thing that he can do.
Absolutely, and I just think that third arc is super tight. It's 11 episodes. It's the shortest of the ones we've had so far. They kind of get shorter over time. And I do see the third and fourth arcs as separate, just in so much as I think the third arc does tell a story that sort of reaches a natural culmination in Kyo getting off of Mars and having had this full experience. And then the fourth arc there's a little time jump. It's a month. And then you have Kyo going out in the Gundam and making this new decision about how he's going to fight, and that's kind of what differentiates the two arcs. You also obviously have a new Gundam in that fourth arc, which the Gundam FX, the Gundam Age FX is good, but the Age 3 is such a good fucking mobile suit. I was a little sad to see it go. The Age 3, we'll talk about mobile suits later. I just want to plant my flag right now. The Age 3 slaps fucking ass. It's great. But yeah, I think that third arc is just as good economic anime storytelling goes. That is 11 tight episodes that tell a really good story and it feels like it's more than 11, as you say, like with the Vegan part. That's only like the last 2 or 3. But you really do have to have all of that other stuff to get up to that point, and it tells a very big story where in those 11, Kyo goes from, who's this new kid in my Gundam Age, to a very compelling character in his own right.
Yeah, absolutely. And to as we're talking about Kyo, the actor, I thought this was kind of interesting because it makes a lot of sense with how it contrasts. So the actor who plays Kyo is Kazutomi Yamamoto, and he's not like a big voice actor, and this is like one of like the early like major roles he had. So when he was cast, he was like pretty unknown because most of the stuff I'm looking at his sort of CV or whatever, like most of this stuff is after Gundam Age. And he hasn't had a lot of main roles on shows. And I think there's something you can feel with that in a good way, of that he's got a very freshness to the voice. And it kind of reminds me of how Tomino cast Turn A Gundam. And we'll get that again when we get to G-Reco, that Tomino like moved into this place where he didn't like to use really established voice actors. It's the same thing he did with Brain Powered. I think he's approaching it, I think, this for the same reasons that Ghibli kind of does this, is that you want this really kind of fresh, more naturalistic style, and you get that with him from Kyo, and I think it really accentuates that kind of naivete and that innocence of the character. And yeah, it's not like the most striking vocal performance. Like, I think the best vocal performance to me in the show is Toshiyuki Toyonaga as young Flit. Like, the moment you get young Flit again is like this, like, oh my god, this guy was so good on the show.
I tears. That's the moment that kind of got me.
Yeah. So it's like, it's not the most flashy performance, but it's kind of like everything else with Kyo. It's the right choice for the character to accentuate what you need in the show, to go with this like much younger, very fresh actor.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I find it a pretty striking in that it just sounds so human and like normal, and like it's a very savvy casting choice. I agree 100%. So do you want to kind of move through the third arc here a little bit and talk about some relevant episodes and points and story beats through this third arc?
Yeah, so you hit on it a little bit, but like one of the things that is really striking about the first episode in particular is when Vegan attacks Earth, and it's the big invasion, and then Grandpa Flit shows up with a fucking tractor and a Gundam, and he's like, Kyo, get in the Gundam. And Kyo gets in the Gundam, and he's like, man, this cockpit, it looks just like those video games you brought home for me. And you get this flashback to Grandpa Flit bringing home this like big VR fucking dome thing that he sits in, that's basically like a toy version of the like training thing that Asumu got in Arc 2. And that's where you get this sense of like, it's such a vivid like entry into this character's backstory, where you don't spend a lot of time digging into what Kyo's like childhood was like, but that image of like him with Grandpa Flit and they're so happy and they're having a good time. You see how much like Kyo loves his grandpa, and clearly Flit's retired by the time that Kyo is born. So he's able to spend time with Kyo in a way that he never got to spend time with Asamu, and you see that and that love they have, that affection, that time they spend together. But you also see how Flit's obsession colors everything in his life, to where he has been doing this whole like Ender's Game, Last Starfighter thing of like training this kid through video games to be a warrior, right? Like he sees in Kyo that like you are, I kind of fucked up with that Asamu kid, but now I've got my like super X rounder, right? I've got my magic psychic boy that I can take, and he will be, he will surpass me and be an even better X rounder than I am, and he can be the one to finish the job even if I can't, and get rid of all those damn vegans. And so I think Flit believes he's doing the right thing, but he is absolutely like training this child to be a soldier from the moment he can basically hold a joystick.
Absolutely. What I love about, and I think we can talk about this here, the characterization of Grandpa Flit, as we will lovingly call him, I think it does such a good job with that character of embodying the like core contradictions of Flit as a character, which is that there is an inherent and innate goodness in this man that was there from when he was a boy, and there's also this inherent and innate like hatred and vengeance quest in him, right? And those two things are sort of always in conflict, and they don't neatly separate. They very much coexist. So, like, part of, obviously, the whole backstory with this arc is that Asamu disappeared when Kyo was a baby, and we'll talk about where they go with that in a minute. But it very much feels like Flit did the right thing, and he stepped up and helped be a father figure, and probably helped Romary a lot, and, like, he did his grandpa-ly duties in a way he never did with Asamu as a father, right? Yeah. And I think there's even maybe like an implication that like part of maybe why he's not with the like Federation every day is because of that. Like, because I assume he could have stayed Commander-in-Chief as long as he wanted. And also like the war has reached kind of a lapse point as like Vegan is preparing for their whole Earth invasion. So anyway, he's been a good grandpa, and Kyo loves him, and he's a good guy. But then you see, so much of their bonding has been through these literal war games, right? Or I should say figurative war games that are preparing for literal war. And Flit being aware of his own mortality, and I think preparing Kyo to, like, take up the banner of this cause eventually, And it is disturbing. And I think it's disturbing because there is that mixture of actual genuine love and this, like, I'm training you to kill masses of people, right? Yeah. If it were just one, it wouldn't be disturbing, or as disturbing. I think it's because it's both that you get this real, like, discomfort with it. And I think that discomfort is so key to how Grandpa Flit is portrayed through this entire back half. Where just, like, again, this show is a goddamn character design masterpiece. I love how they redo Flit again for this third arc, where I like that his blue hair is a little darker. So it's like his version of going gray is that his hair is now teal instead of blue. And like he's got more lines, and in some ways he looks adorable, especially when he's got the fucking goggles on, right? And in some places he looks kind of terrifying because he is like the lines of his face are sometimes just lines not of age but of anger, right? And I think it kind of flits back and forth. And that was not a pun, I'm sorry. And then the actor who plays him, the guy from Naruto, as you tell us every time.
Kazuhiko Inoue. Yes, Kakashi from Naruto. Everyone's favorite Naruto character.
He's so good at, like, again, like, bringing the character to this new age and like, again, inflecting it with, I think, those two sides of the character. It's a great and fascinating and wonderful characterization and performance.
Yeah, because it does, I think it, like, embodies those two contrasts so much of, like, he has a little bit of that, like, impish quality to him you want from a good grandpa character that, like, reflects a little bit of, like, little kid Flit. That's, like, you have the fucking goggles, and he's got, like, the, like, bun in the back of his hair and all that stuff. Like, he's got his fucking leather jacket, right? He's clearly been, like, enjoying being retired in a sense that, like, he's not like all the time this stuck up hardcore military dude he is in Arc 2, where he's like almost like a robot in Arc 2. He just seems so removed emotionally from everything. You get so much more of that warmth and humanity coming through from him as Grandpa, but you then also have when the vegan stuff comes up, he's even more extreme. He's even more adamant, right? Like, he's out there, like, taking fucking, basically, space nukes to go kill every single vegan by himself, by his own hand. And you get those just, like, very intense, very dark moments where you see how deeply that, like, hatred has sat in the character. I think it's just a really, I mean, you know, again, Flit's my favorite character in the show and one of my favorite Gundam characters, because I think this thing you see here is, as you're saying, like, these two aspects of Flit kind of coexist, and it's this, you know, really haunting thing of his character is that, like, Flit is a character that has such a powerful love, but he also has so much hate in him, and he can't divorce the one from the other, right? Like, he can't see his love for his grandson without the lens of his hatred for Vegan, right? Because his love for people is always reflected by his grief from having lost the people he cares about. His mother, Yudin, like, then later in Arc 2, Wolf, and Grudek. So all these people he cares about that Vegan has taken from him. Part of his motivation is this sense of grief that he never wants to feel again. So all of his love is, like, refracted through this prism of hatred he has, and it's only gotten, like, more extreme in his old age. And I think you, like, just get that so vividly right away from his appearance in the very first episode of this arc.
And, like, whenever anyone calls him on it, it's he's not able to even, like, fully articulate it beyond what you said there, which is that they've taken everything. They keep taking, right? And so his only way to, like, understand that is to take back and to take from them. And it's very self-defeating, as we see, and as Kyo is very much able to see over the course of this arc.
Yeah. So, yes, like, Grandpa Flit and his Grandpa Gundam, like, just that first episode, it's just such a great, like, you just hit the ground running, and it gets right to it. And then, like, sort of, like, the next major story arc you get is, all the stuff around, I've already blanked out the character's name, even though I just said it, Chanalua. There we go.
Yes.
The Chanalua stuff. So she's played by Gundam veteran Romy Park, the voice of Lauren. Rarely not playing a little boy. I like when Romy Park is able to play adult women, because it's like she's got such a rich vocal range.
Yes, also she's, you know, probably most famous for Edward Elric.
Yeah.
I did not recognize her until you just said it, because, again, I don't think I've ever heard Romy Park voice someone who is not a little or adolescent boy.
Yes.
So there you go.
Yes, so we've got Lauren, who is our mentor for Kyo. You couldn't ask for a better Gundam boy turned into adult woman to mentor our new Gundam boy than Lauren from Turn 8 Gundam, who is the one who has best learned the lessons of Gundam and most embodies them.
Yes.
But you have this whole arc, and this is where I think you get a lot of, they're pulling from Uso and Victory Gundam. Like, his relationship with Chanalua so much feels like Uso's relationship to, like, the various mother figures he has in that show. That it's like this complex mix of, like, the kind of motherliness, the sort of, there's, like, some amount of attraction there. There's, like, this deep affection between both of them. And then Chanalua very much has this very motherly or big sisterly attitude towards Kyo. And of course that's all building to the revelation that she is spying on the Federation for the Vegans because her sister is sick and they're giving her money. But it's your kind of first instance of you getting that, of Kyo getting this war is complicated. It's not there are good guys and there are bad guys. It's a lot more fucking complicated than that, because immediately you have the one character who is the person on the crew that cares the most for Kyo, also is the person who's working technically for the enemy, right? And I think that like sort of 4 or 5 initial episodes there that kind of plays out that arc while it's also doing a whole like sort of like Jabro callback, right? With all the mobile suits landing in the jungle and all that shit. Like, I think that's a really strong stretch of the show as well. Also
the only stretch of the show on Earth. This is
yes.
This is by far the most spacebound Gundam, if I'm not mistaken, at least of what we've seen so far. I don't know about the future, but this is the only show that only has a couple episodes on Earth.
Yep.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, and there is, so yeah, I think you're totally right about the Victory Gundam comparison, because even the name, like, Chandelua, that sounds like she would be, like, one of the women on Victory Gundam. Like, that name just sounds Victory Gundam-esque to me. And there's a really startling moment that I think of as kind of like the kickoff to this whole arc, which is where Kyo comes in from having like fought a bunch of mobile suits, and he's like, "Did you see? I got like 4 of them or something." And he's really excited, and she is just horrified for a second, going, "Those were people." And I think what's so disturbing about that moment is you see that Kyo has been so sort of effectively sheltered by Grandpa Flit that never occurred to him. Like that was not like Flit had very much built this like mental wall there for him that is something we know happens in the real world with child soldiers, right? Of trying to make it so that like dehumanizing and making it feel like a video game, and like you're getting your score and all of that. And Chandelure is the one who's like, "What the hell are you talking about, kid?" And it's one of the only moments she like reprimands him, right? And it's a very startling moment for him. And then you get into all the stuff with her being technically a traitor, and the way everyone views it. There's this, you know, for a show that is aimed at kids, this show is very frank about death in the way you want Gundam to be, I think. And throughout that whole thing, you know, Kyo is trying to go save her because it's like, to him, she's our ally. You can't like reconcile these things. And people on the ship keep telling him like, even if we save her, kid, they're going to execute her. And it's such a stark thing. And I think one of the most disturbing moments is all of it is when she dies. Flit, you know, Kyo comes back to the ship, and there's this moment where he's standing kind of at the like by the window looking out, and Grandpa Flit comes in and tries to comfort him, and what he says is, "Kyo, even if she had come back, we would have executed her." And it's like, what the hell is wrong with you, Grandpa? Kyo doesn't say that, but there's this feeling of like, Flit is so far fucking gone that he, like, why couldn't he have said like, "Yeah, maybe, you know, I am Flit Asano, maybe I could have done something for her." Like, that doesn't even enter his head, you know?
Yeah, because as soon as she, like, is a traitor, he's like, "Oh, she's a vegan. Like, she's one of them. Like, we gotta, like, it's like, I mean, I'm eventually gonna kill all of them anyways. We might as well kill her now, right? Like, get this part over with." Like, yeah, his mindset is so set in stone, and he's just can't understand at all Kyo's feelings and perspective. Yeah, it's a really striking scene. I also really love the moment there with Chandelure where once she flees, because she's like going to be found out and all that stuff, and she leaves in the middle of that battle. One of like the rare times, it's been a long time since we had the classic someone steals a mobile suit from the bay of the ship. Everyone's like, "Who's in that mobile suit? Hey, someone shut down the store. What's going on the ship? What's going on?" And then someone just launches the mobile suit, and you're like, do they not like have a magna lock? Are there not like keys to these things you can put in a locker somewhere? Like, man, these mobile suits are sure easy to steal. It made me very nostalgic when we got one of those, because you just don't get them as much in these days.
That's, you know, what I want someday is like the next big Gundam show. I want it to start very kind of classic opening with a boy, you know, getting in the Gundam to save the day. And then I want him to like go to turn it on and it be like inner password. And him being like, "Oh, fuck." And like just there be some basic protection. And then like the Gundam blows up and it's a 1-episode thing and there's just no story. I think we need the OVA where they do that version of it.
Yeah, where they're just like, someone's just like, "I'm just fed up of all these fucking children stealing our goddamn mobile suits." It used to happen every episode. But Chandelure, she steals the mobile suit, she leaves the ship, and then you have this scene just from her perspective as she's in the middle of this battle, and everyone is just trying to kill her, right? The vegan mobile suits are trying to shoot her, the Earth Federation mobile suits are trying to shoot her, and the moment that I feel like you just don't get much in Gundam Age, where you're like totally removed from the protagonist's POV, and that just sense of like sheer desperation and tragedy, because I think that's where it, like, as a viewer, it sinks in, where there's nowhere for this character to go. Like, there's no way for this story to resolve, like this story arc to resolve in any way that is not Chandelure dying. And Kyo doesn't really know that yet, but you, the viewer, like, it really viscerally puts a point on it. That's like, there's nothing else that can happen for her. Like, the choices she has made at this point, just kind of been coerced into making, have led her to a point where she cannot possibly escape this battle alive, because there's nowhere for her to go, even if she escaped. Yeah.
And that's in the midst of sort of the biggest action set piece of the entire Earth arc here, which is where Zeheart is trying to blow up basically the Jabro equivalent. And they have this bomb that they've like planted in all of the different mobile suits down there. But Azel Kant has very oddly told them to give him half an hour. Which Zeheart does, even though he knows it's very bad military strategy, because inevitably Kyo and friends disable all of them. But yeah, it's a memorable little section, especially because of the Chandelure stuff. But I think some of the overall action choreography around there, as we say, this show generally bats above average on its action stuff. Some of it's not great, but overall it's pretty good.
Yeah, and I think this sequence is very strong. And I think I think it's very successful at like echoing a lot of like different pieces of Tomino Gundam in this way that you know obviously is like a hardcore Gundam fan. It's just very fun because it's not this like kind of cloying nostalgia pull or anything. It's a very smart. We're taking these bits and pieces from Victory and different areas of Mobile Suit Gundam, because even that whole thing of like the bombs in the mobile suits and all that just feels like that's like, I mean, they don't have actual bombs in the like turning the mobile suits into bombs in the Jaburo stuff in Mobile Suit Gundam, but they do the whole thing where Char goes in and tries to blow up the GMs and stuff like that. So they're echoing a lot of those plot dynamics in a way that I thought was really fun.
It's a very after-war Gundam X kind of sensation of taking some of these like Tomino archetypes and playing with them in a very smart way, not like the Gundam Wing will have a guy with a cool voice put on a mask and, then he's Char now, right?
Yes.
Which, to be fair, Gundam Age Zeahart is a Char clone as well, I guess, but Zeahart is like such a fulsome character within his own right that like it's a fun like little extra. It's not the point of the character, right?
Yeah, no, they're not doing a Gundam Wing where they're like, we just have to make this character basically just Char and do the entire Char storyline. They're doing the way that Tomino used the Char clone thing where he's like, just put a mask on this fucker.
Right.
It's
exactly.
like, and that'll satisfy the fan base. And then we just get to make our own character with him.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so we have the Shanalua stuff. Then we get into space. Should we talk about what happened to Kyo's dad?
Yes. So this is where we get a thing that like I had to be very careful not to try to hint at all, because I knew you would be so excited when this happened. Because yes, at the very beginning of this arc, you find out that Asumu has been missing. Basically since the day that Kyo was born, and that you have this one scene where you have like this middle point of Asumu. He's not Captain Ash, he's not an adult yet, but he's also not a little kid, and he's still voiced by Eguchi Takia there. I think it's like interesting what they do with the voice actors here, and how they kind of handle this like baton pass between the two actors that play the character very elegantly. So you have that scene, and then you find out that Asumu never came back, and now we're out in this space. And they just did. So the thing I love here, they don't try to play coy with this at all. It's just immediately, this is Asumu, right? A pirate ship shows up. There's a dude with blonde hair there, and you get a scene with him that basically like directly intimates that he is Asumu. Like you get from the audience, from his perspective, that this is who this guy is. And then very soon in the episode, the rest of the crew figures it out. Flit senses it. They get a message from him. And this is Captain Ash, also known as Asumu Asano, who is the leader of the Basidian space pirates, and they are on a big fuck-off spaceship that kind of looks like a naval ship, that also has a big skull and crossbones on it. And Asumu has revamped the Gundam Age 2 into the Gundam Age 2 Dark Hound, which is basically their Crossbone Gundam sort of love letter, because it's the Gundam Age 2, but it's all black, and it's got a skull and crossbones on it, and fucking hooks, and it's got a big drill, and it's got a fucking Gundam eye patch, and it's just a sick fucking pirate Gundam, because pirate Gundams are cool.
This was the point where I just officially lost any ability to empathize with people who don't like Gundam Age. Where I look at this and I go, okay, I can't understand it. At one point, there's some of the level 5 designs are a little off. The Vegan mobile suits I've come to like, but they are a little off-putting at first. They're very different for Gundam. It is a little more child-oriented. The first arc is a little rough. Okay, maybe people didn't make it all the way through to see the big shift over when it be. No. This show does a full-blown Crossbone Gundam homage. It is the most Crossbone Gundam we've had in Gundam anime. It does it fucking beautifully. It takes Asumu, the coolest character, and makes him a fucking pirate for you. What more do you want? How else could this show make you try to love it? Like, that is just mean that you would look this gift horse in the mouth and then just walk away. What the fuck is wrong with you if you don't like Gundam Age? That's my reaction to seeing Pirate Captain Ash, and absolutely the best mobile suit on this fucking show. The Dark Hound is incredible, and like all the action stuff they're able to do with it is so cool, and just makes me salivate over the concept of them one day doing Crossbone Gundam in anime. Please God, because if they could do it this well with just the one Dark Hound in Gundam Age and all the cool stuff they do with the hooks and the various ways it moves, oh my god, we need a Crossbone Gundam OVA. Please do that one day. But for now, we have Gundam Age, and it's enough for me for now. It is damn good. How can you not love this show? Come on!
Yeah, so I love Pirate Gundam. I'm not like, it's the Dark Hound is not my favorite mobile suit on the show. I like it a lot, but you're definitely like I have known since we started doing this podcast. It's like eventually we're gonna get to Gundam Age, and Jonathan's gonna lose his shit over the Pirate Gundams in Gundam Age because it's so cool. It's such just like a savvy thing to do. They very much the whole design and what they do is a callback to a very classic manga series, the Space Captain Harlock, which is like a whole space pirate show. And they very much kind of like design adult Asamu to sort of look like that. And I love how quickly they get to it. I love that they don't tease it out or anything. They're not trying to pretend that the character is not Asamu. There's such an efficiency to how they're handling it. They're like, we're doing our first arc on Earth, then we're getting into space, and then you're getting Asamu right away. Because if they tried to sort of tease it out or sort of play a longer game on that reveal, they wouldn't have had any time to do anything with it. So I love the efficiency of just like, no, fuck it, he's right here, he's a pirate, and they don't even like give you all the reasoning yet about why, like what has happened, why he's abandoned his kind of family. Like how did he get into this whole thing? But you as an audience, even if they don't tell you, it's fucking Asamu. He probably had a really good reason, and he's probably doing the right thing.
Exactly. But I want to go back to this. Like, don't take it for granted. He's a fucking pirate, and they just say that over and over again. They use the word kaizoku. Like, he just will say, like, I'm a pirate now, just, like, unblinking. The show stares you in the eye and goes, yeah, he's a space pirate, and they don't fucking blink. And that is what feels like, honestly, most Crossbone Gundam about it, which is, like, Crossbone Gundam is so unapologetic about we are just doing pirates in space. I mean, Crossbone Gundam goes further. You've got fucking Parrot Haro on the captain's shoulder. The ship has like full sails and everything. They go with more of, as you say, kind of like a submarine or like naval like vessel kind of thing, like a Greyhound sort of look for the ship that they have. The battle carrier Greyhound kind of thing, right? And I love all of that, but I also just love that Asamu went a little loopy out in space. He went a little crazy, not full crazy. He's still got most of his faculties, but he's a little crazy. He sits in a fucking pirate ship with a skull on his, like, fucking throne in the pilot room. He goes around calling himself a space pirate. He's got a whole organization name. He talks about treasure all the fucking time. That's my favorite thing, is he's talking about buried treasure, and like when he sees his son is like, you're the real treasure out here in space. And he's got like, my one disappointment, like big disappointment with Gundam Age is and we'll talk about this more with the fourth arc, is I kind of wish like once Asamu had given them the revelation about the ExaDB that had gone in kind of a Unicorn Gundam direction and been sort of a treasure hunt sort of thing, going and looking for the ExaDB. That's like such a great direction that they don't do. But even that, it's just like all of it. He just like is so committed to the pirate aesthetic. And it's just like, I guess it's how he keeps himself entertained on this long voyage away from his family out in space. And I love that he went a little loopy, and it's fucking great.
Yeah, and I love his crew on his ship. Like, because you have like the guy who's like his like secondhand guy or something, who's this very good big beard, like fucking like he, looks like fucking Bluto from Popeye, just with like a gray beard basically. But then everyone else on the ship is just this like great sort of like, they're not really characters, they don't have much in the way of dialogue or anything, but they have these very eccentric designs that it looks like you are looking at the cast from a different Gundam show. That is like the Pirate Gundam show you have stumbled into. And on that show, they would all be like, crew level characters that you'd have that level of familiarity you have with like any of the people who are in the background of the crew of like the White Base or any of the other ships in a Gundam series. And I just love that they're all these like weirdos. Like they just all their character designs stand out because they're not in military uniforms or anything. So they all have to look like very like distinct individuals that don't have that sort of uniform appearance you can get from the crew of just random battle cruisers in a Gundam show. And so the full commitment, the fact that they sit in super dark red lighting on their ship all the time is great. It's a full theatrical thing. He understands that part of being a pirate is you've got to just commit to it because, it's the part of the act is part of what makes you intimidating and effective as a pirate. If you don't paint a giant skull and crossbones on your ship, you're not going to intimidate anybody to give them their booty.
It's so good. Sean, if you had, because I did know the story detail that Asamu would disappear because I had whatever I had seen, like Kyo, something I had seen about him being more raised by his grandpa. But I did not know the pirate thing until it happened. And if you had put a gun to my head at the end of last week's episode, Sean, and said, okay, Asamu disappears, what happens to him? You would have shot me before I got to. He becomes a pirate, and they basically do their version of Crossbone Gundam. And I am so happy. I'm so joyous. I love that even other Gundam shows know that Crossbone Gundam should have an anime. It's great.
Yes. Yeah.
And just to address the question before we get them, yes, one day we will do a Crossbone Gundam episode. We haven't had the time yet. We've both read the manga. We love it. We should do definitely of the original 6-volume run. It's very special, and we should do an episode on it one day. But for now, we get to talk about Captain Ash and his wonderful pirate crew and all of the treasure he finds out in space, and it's great.
Yes, and so with Captain Ash, I do want to talk about it. So they sort of do a changeover with the voice actor for full adult Asamu, which I don't know if they really needed to do, because I do think that Eguchi Takia, who plays Asamu in Arc 2, has the range that he could have nailed it. But with the decision to recast, they picked the perfect person. So they picked Kosuke Toriumi, who, if you play Genshin Impact, you'll know as Gaia or Kaya from Genshin Impact. He's in fucking everything. You'll definitely recognize the voice. But it's such perfect casting because he just sounds like Eguchi Takia, only 20 years older. They have such a similar quality to voice that it's such a smooth transition that I think you could very easily convince people that it's just the same actor, because the quality of the voice is so similar. The way they play the character is similar. Obviously it's a character who is older, but it feels like it's the same idea behind how you play Asamu and kind of what the character is, informing both of them. I think it's just one of the most smooth transitions between two voice actors playing the character I've honestly ever seen.
I didn't notice, and I didn't look it up, and I didn't really notice until I went to watch the OVA that we'll talk about later, Memory of Eden, and then you have young Asamu again, and I went, that's a different voice, isn't it? And that was when I finally noticed it was flipping back and forth. But yeah, I didn't notice it in the moment, and it's a really good performance.
Yeah, it's just I was very surprised because in my memory it was just the same actor playing the whole way through. And then when I heard the voice, I think it was the Genshin Impact connection that I immediately pegged on. Wait, that's not Eguchi Takia. That's Gaia from fucking Genshin. And I was this is so smooth. What a good elegant way to sort of transition that role between those two actors. I think particularly, I'm guessing that they probably put a lot of energy into that one little scene you have where Eguchi Takia plays an older Asamu before he leaves to go on that mission to try to make a vocal bridge between these two versions of the character, and that's just a really well done kind of production choice they make there.
Absolutely. So then obviously the ending of the third arc is... Well, actually, before we go on to the ending of the third arc, let's just talk about it here, why Asamu leaves and the whole backstory of why he becomes a pirate and all of that. Is obviously he encounters the ExaDB. It never quite sat right with me, all of the exposition behind why Asamu left and became a pirate. I don't know if they ever gave me the full explanation where I felt it totally made sense to me. Because what it is while he found the ExaDB, it's really that he was saved by these pirates, and then decided that the way he would try to keep the peace in the war is that with the pirates he would go around and try to keep a rough balance of power so that there could be sort of this long stalemate. And I kind of expected, for several episodes there, the revelation to be that he'd been looking for the ExaDB all these years. And that's not what they do. And I don't know. It's not a bad mark on the show for me or anything. I just don't know if it fully satisfied me.
Yeah, I do think that there needs to be something in there, I think, to better justify that he has abandoned his infant son and his young wife, because it is like it's not enough. But I do think the implication, I think, is that the reason why you have had this long peacetime in between within this gap is partially because he has been out there with the space pirates managing that, and that's like one of the reasons why Kyo has been able to like live this like relatively peaceful childhood, is because the war has not managed to escalate for such a long time, because he's been out there keeping the balance. Like, I think that's what the show is trying to imply. But yeah, it's I think part of the problem is that that's like there are like 2 or 3 different spaces where they give you exposition dumps that kind of about that gap with Asamu, and I don't think any of them are quite enough, and they're far enough away from each other that they don't build on each other effectively. That I think is one of the areas where, like I said at like the beginning of this full discussion, like I think one of the issues with Gundam Age in this stretch is it has a little bit more than it can meaningfully chew through, because it has so much stuff. It's dealing with now 3 full protagonists it has to execute on. I think this is one of the areas where like some corners kind of get cut to try to justify where the show is going.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the explanation you just gave is sort of how I had like talked through it to myself. And I think if you asked the creators of the show, that's probably what they intended and like wrote. I just, as you say, I don't think it fully comes through. I think we needed like a good flashback somewhere that like had a montage or something to show like Kyo growing up and Asamu doing the pirate shit, just to fully justify for us that like this was not him selfishly going off and playing pirate, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Although there is one scene I really love here where it's in the first episode of Arc 4, so I think that's episode 40, where you have Asamu and Kyo sort of talking for the first time, like in person, out of mobile suits, and Kyo, I love how Kyo reacts to seeing his dad again, where he is primarily happy, or not just seeing his dad again, seeing his dad for the first time, basically, right? He is primarily happy, and then he has this disappointment, but it's not anger. Like, Kyo is mostly just like, why weren't you around? Like, this makes me very sad. And Asamu, like, tries something like, I had my reasons, but, like, anything I tell you won't be good enough, basically. And Kyo has this line that I found just very simple but powerful, where he says, like, well, whatever the reason, I wish you could have come and seen us. And then they kind of, like, have this little hug. And I found that very powerful. I thought that was, like, a real sense of, like, how well the show knows its characters, that felt very true to how Kyo would react to that, and how Asamu doesn't fully try to justify himself, because he's, like, he knows Kyo's pain matters more than his in that moment, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I really love that moment. And that's where, like, you know, I think Gundam Age, while it can't, like, do everything that it needs to do, like, to, like, perfectly execute on its ideas, it's the fact that it commits to moments like that and identifies that, like, that interaction is much more important to nail than it is to give you, like, the fully satisfying backstory that, like, shores up every kind of hole about why Asamu has not gone home. It's more important to pay off, like, the emotional bond between those two characters than committing a lot of, like, time to something they don't have enough time to commit to give you, like, the fully detailed backstory and that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So then let's talk about the end of this third arc, which is where Kyo gets kidnapped in the Gundam, and he winds up on Vagan and meeting Ezelkant and all of this stuff. And it is definitely, I think like this and the final episodes of the show are probably the strongest episodes of the whole series. I think there's some really great stuff here.
Yeah, like I said, it was this thing where in my memory this was like a bigger stretch of the show, because it's like, I mean, so much happens in the space of like 2 to 3 episodes here, where, yeah, you end up at Second Moon, which is the Vagan, like, giant space colony that's orbiting around Mars. This is where you meet Ezelkant for the first time, really. That's not just like a floating hologram man, but as a character. You get all the backstory about Ezelkant's son. You see for the first time the effect that the Mars rays has on people, which I do love that, like, ultimately a huge part of the Gundam Age plot comes down to this very, like, Silver Age comic book ass. They're just cosmic rays, you know. It's the same thing that gave the Fantastic Four superpowers. If the Fantastic Four were on Mars, they would have been hit by the Mars rays. So there's just something weird on Mars that makes them Mars rays that kills people. But you see the sickness that is killing so many of the Martians, and then the key is then Kyo goes and he makes friends with a young Martian boy and a little Martian girl, and you have like one of Gundam Age's like most effective tools, which is the flashback, or not the flashback, the montage that takes place over the course of like a month or something of time. It's very much like designed to be, I think, a mirror of the Flit montage with Yudin, and where you kind of really establish their relationship. But you just get this real vivid sense of what life on Mars is like, what the Vegans have had to deal with, and then I think in many ways, most importantly, like, who is Ezelkant, and like, why is this war happening, and where does this all come from? And the fact that they're able to move through all that in was basically 2 episodes of a TV show, and then also have Kyo escape from that situation within that span, like, that's pretty fucking crazy. Like, that's a like original Mobile Suit Gundam level of like plot efficiency and like narrative construction that they're able to do so much in such a small amount of time,
while still having it breathe and like
Yes.
fully work. And like, absolutely, I agree 100%. Ezelkant here really surprised me, because I totally expected the twist with him to be that he is like, and I guess it is true that the twist is that he's not fully just trying to help the Vegans, but I expected it to be much more callous, that like this entire thing was like a very selfish plan from him, using the Vegans, using humanity to advance some larger goal, kind of like Durandal in Seed Destiny or something, right? That like this was all sort of a lie, because we just hadn't seen him. And ultimately, he's actually a very earnest person who knows much of what he is doing is wrong, and has just been so sort of ensconced in grief that this is the conclusion he's come to as the only way he can see a world without that grief. And I think doing that through Kyo's eyes also allows you to see all of that so much more strongly than you would if it were Flit confronting him or Asamu confronting him. And ultimately, he, like you know, Gundam Age does not have a lot of narrative surprises to me. Maybe Pirate Thing is something of a narrative surprise. But,
Yeah.
like, the fact that... And I don't mean that as a bad thing. Stories do not need to surprise you to be good. A good story does not have to be a brand new story that you've never seen before. But Ezelkant was a different kind of antagonist than I expected him to be, and I think that is absolutely for the show's better, because it really helps set up for the final episodes that, like, the battles that matter in Gundam Age are not between mobile suits. There is not one ultimate antagonist that if they shoot and blow up, they will win the war. That is not the kind of show this is. It is much more of a dialogue, and it is a lot more sort of heady and philosophical than that. Not that the show is heady and philosophical, but like the ultimate conflict, I think, is much more internal and emotional. And I think Ezelkant being this kind of villain, and that the ending of the show is him and Kyo talking and him admitting Kyo was right, is something that makes this show so special.
Yeah, and I think it is really effective what they do with Ezelkant here, because they do a good job of, I think, drawing a good mirror between Flit and Ezelkant, right? As these two old men whose lives have been defined by grief, and they have taken that grief and they are hiding from it and like using it as a way to lash out against the world, and like under this like guise of it's like for the best of everybody, right? So Flit lost his mother, and then, you know, Yudin and all the other characters we've seen creating that grief that he has then used to lash out with this justification of, if I just kill all the Vegans, the world will be perfect. Like, if we just exterminate all those motherfuckers, it would just be great. We'd be living in like a paradise. I mean, it's basically, he doesn't use the words Eden, but he's trying to drive towards his vision of a similar thing of like, Earth will be a paradise, and the Earth sphere will be a paradise if we just got rid of these damn fucking Martians. And Ezelkant's whole thing is he lost his son from sickness when his son was like very young, was Kyo's age. And that grief is something he used to fuel this whole war, where his motivation of this lashing out against the senselessness that all these people on Mars are dying like animals, right? His obsession that he wants to build Eden, which is a place where people can be people, which is kind of a phrase they start repeating a lot in this section, which then in the climax, Asamu very much turns on Zehart. But this sense of that the people on Mars are dying these deaths that they shouldn't have to, because the Earth Federation tried this whole plan to colonize Mars and it fucked up, and then they just tried to bury it, right? And the Earth Federation just pretends that it never happened, that they don't exist, and they've buried that information successfully. And so Ezelkant's taking that sense of like, we have been left here to die like dogs, and he's using that with his whole, like, now, like, you find out his Ubermensch plan, right? He wants to create a race of humans that will, like, transcend war, that will transcend these tragedies, that there won't be grief anymore because we will create a superior breed of human that won't make the mistakes that we have been making all along, and that will be a world where humans can live like humans. And that's what he's saying. But I think the most powerful thing is that you know the whole time, with the way that they characterize him, his relationship with Kyo, everything with his wife, who's also, I think, a really, like, kind of vivid character that's present here, is that all he's doing is grieving for his child, and he can't, like, sort of face that, right? That he's just so deeply running away from the fact that he's sad about losing his son, and he can't face up to that, right? That he can't incorporate or deal with that grief in any way, and so how he deals with it is in this crazy fucking plan he's trying to put together to, like, save humanity from his perspective.
And, you know, you say that the show sort of sets him and Grandpa Flit up as sort of, like, mirrors of each other. And I think part of that is that the show never lets you forget down the home stretch that what Flit wants to do is every fucking inch as monstrous as what we're seeing at Ezelkant plan. Like, because it's not just like that one time at the end of Arc 2 where Flit says, I want to exterminate all of them. He doubles down. He says over and over in the third and fourth arc that, like, no, I don't want to defeat them. I don't want a treaty. I don't want any of that. I want to kill every single one of them. He wants to do a genocide, right?
Yes.
And Ezelkant wants to do this, like, big eugenics project. And they are both, like, monstrous, horrible things. And so this is what I mean by the show ultimately. It's not like that conflict cannot, like, literally by definition, cannot be resolved by one of them beating the other, right? Because what they both want to do is monstrous. There is no good ending between the two of them. So it is much more about ideas clashing than people. You know, like, I had a conversation with someone on Twitter last night about, like, some people are disappointed in Age because, like, oh, why does Zahart have to die in the penultimate episode, and then, like, you don't have a big conflict? It's like, because Zahart actually isn't relevant to that conflict.
Yeah.
Like, Zahart has to die on this term because he's part of, like, a slightly different story. The actual ending is not them beating one antagonist. The actual ending is, like, resolving these ideas, and the ending being that Flit ultimately backs down from his idea, and then Ezelkant is able to admit to Kyo that his idea was wrong, and Kyo is the boy in the middle who, like, got them both to agree to this. That's what the show is building towards. That's the conflict. And when I say this show has clarity that makes me plenty happy to overlook any little moments of messiness, that's what I mean. That's real narrative clarity.
Yeah, and I think it's one of the reasons also I think we keep on calling the show so smart is that what it's doing here with this story is it is, I think, very accessible to a younger audience because it's not about, like, the political nature of war. It's about the emotional nature of the people who wage war in this show, right? So it's so much about, like, the internal emotional reasoning of these characters. And so it makes that accessible in a way that, like, if it was about trade tariffs or something like that and, like, the economic reasons why war comes about, that would not be particularly accessible to an 8-year-old, right?
Yeah, like, this is, like, Gundam 00 is an example of, like, that's a politics-heavy, like, show about those ideas, and this is going for a different kind of thing, and I think Gundam 00 is the better show between the two of these, but I don't think Gundam Age, like, suffers by comparison. It's going for something different, right?
Yeah, and I think the thing also that then works really well for it is that while that thing is the way it's looking at war is through a lens that is more accessible to a younger audience, but it's not sacrificing character complexity to do that. And that's why I think the show still works for audiences of all ages, right? Like why we both can watch it and really appreciate it, and why it's not just like a dumb show you put on for kids that things explode and they can enjoy it, but you're not going to sit there and be entertained by it, is that I think the, like, emotional texture of Ezelkant, and then especially Flit, because you've been with him the whole time, but even Ezelkant, it's such a rich characterization. And when you have that moment, like, after Kyo is leaving Mars, and then he and Ezelkant fight in their Gundams, and Ezelkant is, like, so insistent on Kyo not leaving, and then you get this one big emotional burst from him, where, you know, you've had these flashbacks about his son, and his son saying, if I'm reborn, I want to be reborn on Earth, and I want to be with you, and then the son dies, right? And that's the memory that Ezelkant is left with that gives him this idea. It's like, we have to go to Earth, because, you know, he's like, I need to save humanity. The reason why he wants to go to Earth is he wants to see his son, even though obviously he logically knows that that's not a thing that's ever going to happen. But that's actually why he wants to settle on Earth, is because this is he misses his son and he's so sad. And so when he's fighting Kyo and Kyo's trying to leave and he's like, why are you trying to leave? Like, why don't you understand? And then he says, if you really are my son reborn, why can't you understand what I'm trying to do? And like, that's the one time that Ezelkant is like honest, right? That you break through those cracks, that it's like, it's not about any of that shit. Like, the reason why he doesn't want Kyo to leave is that he sees his son in Kyo, right? It's not about executing the big plan. It's not really about the Eden shit. It's all Ezelkant trying to justify things to himself. And I think the way that Kyo is able to poke those cracks in Ezelkant gives you such a rich sense of like the interiority of this character, that it's also very similar to the way that he pokes holes in Flit, right? That whenever Flit does his whole, we need to exterminate all the Vegans, and then Kyo walks the corner and he sees Kyo, Flit always has this reaction that is like so much like a deer in the headlights, where he realizes deep down he understands that what he's saying is wrong because he sees it reflected in this child that he loves and cares about, and that pokes that hole in all of his bullshit justification, because really all that Flit wants is to be happy with his family and for the people he cares about to be safe. But the way he can only express that is through hatred. The only way that Ezelkant can express his grief about his son is through executing this plan to try to reunite with his son on Earth in some kind of spiritual sense.
Yes, absolutely. And it's, this is what I said last time about the sort of level 5 of it all. There are kind of two kinds of stories for kids. There's the one that talk down and pander and just put out shit because they think anyone will watch it. And then I think there are the storytellers who are very invested in the idea of telling meaningful stories to kids in a meaningful way, And there's all sorts of those throughout history, like Jim Henson and the Muppets or something, right? And I think level 5 is very clearly like, the reason why you would run a company like Level 5 is you are invested in that idea, right? That you can like tell stories and entertain kids in a meaningful way that they will get something out of. Studio Ghibli, I don't know why I didn't say that. Hayao Miyazaki is like the patron saint of that idea, right? And I think, like that's the Level 5 touch here. And like, it's like, you can really feel like, oh, okay, this is Gundam Age cracking something Gundam has never been able to do, which is actually aim a show at children, right? And it's like, it's because this is kind of like what this group of storytellers does,
Yeah. So that, man, like all that stuff with Ezelkant, it's just so good. Like
it's so good.
Because as you say, the Gundam Age is not a show, particularly if you're like an older viewer, like it's not going to like pull a bunch of really surprising twists. But I think the thing that like is surprising about this back half of the show is the elegance with which they pull off some of this like characterization that feels like it's just so deft.
I also think the stuff on Mars, on Second Moon, where he's with Dean and Lou, the boy and girl, is really great. It's not like something we've never seen in Gundam before, but I think it's a very good version of it. And I think Kyo is such a sweet character, and I think the things I like about him as a character come through so strongly here. They have that beautiful montage, as you say, with the insert song that's great. There's just a lot of good moments in it, and I think the overall build to they're going to take Lou out for a day because Kyo has gotten her this medicine from Ezelkant. Which, boy, that's a striking moment when he gives the Gundam info. Ezelkant gives him the medicine, and then he says, "Arigato, Ezelkant-san," and calls him, like, "Thank you, Mr. Ezelkant." Just, like, it's not disrespectful. It's actually very respectful, but not treating him as a lord or a king, but as someone who did something nice for him, and how much that pierces Ezelkant. When you talk about, like, vibrant characters, like, that's part of it. But then you have that whole day where they take Lou out, and it's beautiful, and there's such striking visual stuff there. The moment when they like get to the top of like the slums where they live and they look out over the colony, it's lovely. There is a really striking moment at the end of that episode where Kyo has Lou's sketchbook, and she has all these sketches in it. And as he's flying away from the colony, you have this moment where you'll go from the sketch and it'll cut to a fully colored, like, animated version of it. And basically, what it looks like to me is, like, anime storyboards going to full finished animation. But they do it with Lou's voiceover and going from, like, the dream to reality. And now, of course, those dreams will only ever be dreams because she's dead. It's beautiful stuff. Really well done. And striking as a production and a directorial choice, too, I think.
Yeah, that whole sequence where, I mean, it's just a real kick in the emotional nuts of like... Lou, you know that she's going to die. She, has been affected by the Mars rays. And you know that that's going to happen, and she has this diary, and it's just so effectively set up where she writes about that date with Kyo, right? That's like, I want to go show you around the city, but she like writes it as like from the past tense. Like, I walked around the city with Kyo, and we went to my favorite part, which is at the top of this junk pile, and we looked out over the whole colony, and it's like the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, and we held hands, right? And then after she dies, Dean gives Kyo the diary, and she had written out like weeks and months of them being together and like being friends in this like future that she didn't get to have. It's like, man, that whole sequence just very striking, very powerful, because I think it just drives home so much the tragedy of what is happening in this place, where there are all these people dying for no good reason, and they're children, right? Like, it's these people who are living lives like where like the slimmest hope is like the greatest thing that they can have, right? This little vision she has of having a normal life, that she can't really have because of this disease, and because the disease impairs her so much, and then also eventually it takes her life, and having that illustrated literally for you through this whole diary she makes of the life that she didn't get to live, like that's just such a powerful motivator moving into that last arc, with Kyo, where you, I think, as a viewer, are 100% on the same page with him now. Where it's like, you cannot possibly look at the Vegans as being enemies when you've had that experience and you've seen what it is that they are fighting for. And that, especially from, I think, Kyo's perspective, like, their motivation is way starker and more powerful than the Earth motivation, which is very passive and very defensive, because they're just trying to defend Earth, right? They just don't want the Vegans to end up on Earth. And that's it. Whereas the Vegans are like, we need to survive. We are dying here. Like, our children are dying. We need to get out of here. And so Kyo's decision from that point forward to not kill anybody and to just disable mobile suits, like, I think that whole moment with Lou just so epitomizes that feeling of, we cannot see these people as enemies because they are suffering tragedies equal to, if not greater than, the tragedies that we on Earth are suffering. And you experience that so concisely.
Yeah, you have just immense buy-in from that. Like, because they don't try to like show you every factor of this society. They focus in on Dean and Lou and this one family as like the synecdoche for, there's a million of these, right? Like, all the pain that Kyo felt there are a million other people going through that, and it is what this society, like, and you also think of like what the psychic scars of that would be on a society, right? Is very horrifying to think about, right? And so, of course, anything less than, I will never kill one of these people again, would be a weird reaction to that. It's just, it would be impossible to hate the society as a whole for something the military might do to you afterwards.
Yeah. And I also love that whole sequence on Mars for the juxtaposition. The show doesn't point this out very directly, but I think there is a very clear juxtaposition between Ezelkant and the normal people living on Mars, right? And this, like, I think before you find out Ezelkant's whole plan, that like, it's not about saving the Vegans, it's this much bigger, higher, weird, abstract idea about creating a superior human race. And I think they set that up very clearly by, like, if Ezelkant really cared about the people on Mars, he could help them out a whole lot more than what he's doing, because you have these like extensive slums of people living in just abject poverty. You see that they're like practically starving, right? Like, the food that Lou and Dean has, and you have Kyo is like joins them for dinner, and they have like a like slice of bread basically is what you have for dinner. And then in the next scene, he's in Ezelkant's dining hall, and Kyo's refusing to eat, and it's this like massive feast in front of him. And the sense of like, Ezelkant, if he actually cared about these people, there's so much he could do with his tremendous wealth and power that he's not doing. And again, the show's not like putting a very like fine lens on it, but it is, I think it's like very clearly in like the minds of the storytellers that this is part of this characterization as well, that you are showing very vividly that Ezelkant motivations are not like humanitarian in any way, because if they were, there's so much he could do to help the people on Mars that he is just like not doing. It doesn't seem like it would even occur to him to give up his massive castle and the medicine he's using to heal himself that other people are not getting access to, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. So transitioning into the fourth arc, I think that first episode, episode 40, is fantastic, where you have Kyo kind of going out for the first time in the Age FX, which you learn is called the Age FX 4X Rounder, which is the dumbest and best acronym.
It's better than that. It's the Follow X Rounder, because
follow X Rounder.
It follows your X Rounder abilities. That's one of those areas where, you know, English to a native Japanese speaker, English sounding very cool, does not mean for an English speaker that same use of English would sound cool. Sometimes there's a good matchup of like what sounds cool to English cool to a Japanese speaker also sounds English cool to an English speaker. The phrase follow X Rounder is not one of those things. That is one of the lamest collections of English language syllables I have ever heard in my entire fucking life.
But you have that. You have a series of flashbacks kind of getting us back up to speed on what's been going on. You get a big chunk of Asamu's backstory here. You get that scene with Asamu and Flit together and Kyo together that we talked about earlier. Very good. I do think the fourth arc is pretty messy after that point for a little bit. I think the whole like 4 or 5 episodes on the moon where they're trying to get the base just kind of sag for me, and I feel like it's fairly directionless. Again, I think it snaps into place. I think the final episodes are fantastic, but I do think there's just a sense of directionlessness there, at least through that like what I would roughly call like the Gerard Spriggan arc. And then I think after that, when you get into like the ExaDB stuff and Sid and like Zayhart and like those last 4 or 5 are very tight, and I think those last 3 in particular are great. But I do think this first stretch, it's rough narratively, and you can also it's one of the most stark examples in all of Gundam I can see of like, we are saving budget here so we can spend more money here, because the stuff on the moon looks cheap as shit and is the worst action in the series. And then the final 3 episodes look like they spent a movie budget on them. They look so fucking good, you know?
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I think one of the problems is that I don't think Gundam Age like really knows how to reconcile the two like ongoing elements it needs to resolve, which is the ExaDB stuff and just like the conflict between Earth and Vegans. And I think the problem is, with the Gerard Spriggan section, is I think they end up committing too much energy in the wrong direction. I think they need to spend more time on the ExaDB stuff and have like some battles between Earth and Vegan be like montage-like or something, because you need to have the war progress in a certain way. You can't go immediately at the beginning of the arc 4 to this is the final confrontation. There needs to be some other confrontation between Earth and the Vegans. But you also don't want it to be here's like a giant battle and ExaDB's just in the middle. Like, I think it's just kind of like these different narrative pieces they have are kind of hard to fully put together. I think they make a little bit the wrong choice there with how they handle it. But then once you kind of lock in for that final stretch, and I do think like the like convenience at which the ExaDB stuff is discovered and the Sid thing kind of coming out of nowhere, all of that is like messy. But once you've kind of cleared out some of that narrative messiness and things are locked into place, then Gundam Age is like on fire for that last 3 or 4 episodes.
Yes, I totally agree with that analysis. I think, you know, the ExaDB is, we haven't talked about it yet. I think it's a great concept. It's very turn A. Like, yes. And we didn't really talk about this last time, but the whole backstory of Gundam Age is very turn A. The whole idea that, like, there was essentially a universal century in this world. Like, not exactly like we saw it, but something like that. Humanity moved past it roughly with a lot of, like, sins, like the Vegan stuff, right? And then they put all of their knowledge of warfare into this thing and sent it off into space. I love that idea, and I do think what I would have liked to see as, like, the start of this arc was... Because I think part of it is that Kyo has this big decision to make, and he makes the decision that he's not going to kill anymore, and he's going to use the power that he has as an X-Rounder and that the Gundam Age FX will give him as an X-Rounder to just disable mobile suits while fighting. But he doesn't do anything bigger, like structural, to like make that choice. Yeah. And what I kind of expected was that he was going to fly off and just like go looking for the ExaDB or something, or like he and Asamu would like go on a voyage, and like maybe Flit is back home waging the war while Asamu and Kyo try to do something to like actually change the course of the war. And I think something like that, if you had like a 5-episode arc at the beginning here, and then linked it up with where they ultimately go, I think you could square that circle. And I just think, as you say, there's kind of like two warring ideas here, or at least plot ideas here, and they wind up going with more of the Vegan Earth conflict. And at that point, it's like, I don't really need to see more of it. I think Gerard Spriggan, as fucking wonderful as that name is, and it's an A+ S tier Gundam name, she doesn't like do anything more that we have not done on this show yet. There's nothing new thematically introduced here. And again, because the budget just can't, like, they are clearly cutting corners so that they have the money later on, and those episodes just don't really play that well either.
Yeah, I agree that it's just some of this kind of feels like a vision of if you had the original 50 episode plan for the original Mobile Suit Gundam, where they're going to be like, here's like the 3 Shalia Bull episodes. That's kind of what the Gerard Spriggan stuff feels like, where it's like, you know, Mobile Suit Gundam has this one-off episode where Shalia Bull shows up from Jupiter. He's like, I'm the new type Shalia Bull. I'm the title of this episode. I'm a cool new type man. And then he just gets fucked up immediately and dies, and you move on to something different in the next episode. And that works well for Mobile Suit Gundam, but there's going to be a lot more with that whole thing. And this feels like that, where it's like, well, this is the character that is kind of a throwaway character really deep in the run of this show, that you end up like dedicating basically like 3 episodes around here, kind of, you know, it's, you have like the main episode, which is the centerpiece for her, which is just the episode titled Gerard Spriggan, but the episode before that one and the episode after that one are heavily about her as well. It's like, that's a lot of time to commit to this one X-Rounder type character that could be anybody, right? Like, it could be, you could use a character we already know like Fram for this, or Zayhart or something, to do something similar and get a little bit of like some more of this war or whatever. Or if you want to have a scene that has Flit and Asamu and Kyo team up, which is what they do in episode 43 to deal with that, there are way more elegant ways to go about that than I think the path they ultimately took.
Yeah, I think outside some of the early rockiness in Arc 1, this is probably the worst little stretch of the show. Mm-hmm. It doesn't derail the show. It's not a fatal flaw, nothing like that. It's just, this is probably the messiest thing the show does, at least in this stretch of episodes we're talking about today.
Yeah, and then that leads into episode 45, which is Sid the Destroyer, which is about the guardian of the ExaDB, which we've conveniently never heard about before this point, which is the mobile suit that defeated Asamu and fucked him up so bad that, you know, he was like recovering for months on the pirate ship, and Zayhart goes and decides to fight it, to challenge it so he can master the Gundam. I like, every time I try to say this in English, it just sounds like I'm saying Gundam Legolas, so I'm just going to call it the Gundam Legolas, because I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it in English. So the Legolas Gundam, which he inherited from Zayhart, right? And
does not have a bow and arrow, sadly.
No, it does not. I mean, it's a sick-ass Gundam. We'll save the mobile suit talk for later, but I love this fucking design.
It's a good one.
It's so great. But I do think there's a little bit of awkwardness with this episode and where we go later, where it just feels like a little bit out of step with where they take Zayhart, which I think like what they do with Zayhart in the climax is perfect and what you needed to do with the character. But it feels weird to like so quickly go from Zayhart triumphant over the Cid and him mastering the Gundam Legolas to him being like going space mad, and he's like Space Macbeth, which is great. And again, is the perfect direction for the character. But I feel like this episode 45 is kind of awkward. Like, it doesn't quite do everything that it needs to do with the Zayhart character or with Asamu. And some of it just feels like it kind of comes a bit out of nowhere with this like magical destroyer in space that is guarding the ExaDB. I just feel like there's like more that they could flesh out around that concept. That feels like our idea of if you had a whole ExaDB arc here, you could do that a lot more elegantly than just kind of shoving all this in one episode before the last battle.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I think I really do think if you split the cast up here a little bit and had Kyo with Asamu for a couple episodes, doing something related to the ExaDB, you more fully explored that Zayhart headspace and get him from point A to B, and B being Space Macbeth, which is wonderful. That I think you could do a lot of this. And I like the idea of Sid the Destroyer. I think it's a cool idea that there's this like thing out in space and there's a robot that self-evolves to fight. That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's very Macross in a certain way. And I like it a lot. I think the look of it is cool. This stretch of episodes is like one of the, correct me if I'm wrong, one of the first times we have a lot of like CGI mobile suits in Gundam. Because Double O didn't really do it, did it?
No.
No. So yeah, like obviously we've had a lot more of that later with stuff like The Origin and then Hathaway, but it's cool to see it, and I think they're able to do like what I like about how they use CGI in this series is that they use it for mobile suits that you just couldn't do by hand, like the Sid or a lot of the Vegan stuff they do. There's no way you could hand draw like that idea, and so I think it's cool. I think that the overall action sequence they kind of put together with Sid versus Zahart and Asamu has some good beats in it, and I think is good. But yeah, it feels very fragmentary as an episode on its own. Down to like it ends with like Asamu destroying the ExaDB, but he didn't really, and then it comes back in the end. Like it just feels like get rid of the Gerard Spriggan episodes, extend this out, and we're good to go. All the ideas are here. It's just the execution that's a little off.
Yes. But after that point, then you're just like, full steam ahead with the final battle. At Space Fortress Legramis, which is not Space Fortress Abaoku, I swear. It's a different Space Fortress, right? I mean, it's very intentionally, it's the exact same episode title structure as the ending of Gundam. But yeah, so you have our last battle here. And this is where you like really are pulling together like every single thread in Gundam Age. And there's like a lot. So this last 4 episodes has to resolve Flit's whole narrative arc from the very beginning of the show, right? It has to do all the savior stuff and deal with him. It has to resolve Asamu's character arc and his relationship with Zahart. It has to resolve Zahart. It has to resolve Kyo's entire arc on the show. It has to resolve the war in general and Ezelkan's arc. And then all the little side characters along the way, like Fran, who we haven't talked about some of them. Like there's I forget what his name is, but there's the other general that's kind of opposed to Zahart, and he's been kind of plotting. Yeah, in the background, you have to resolve all of that. You have the ExaDB. You have this, like, mysterious clone boy that Ezelkant has made that is, like, for whatever, like, it's just basically Kid Buu. There's just something about, like, the way that he works in the story that feels like this is the Kid Buu. This is, like, all reason is gone out of this. This is, like, war and, like, violence incarnate, and we have to fight it. Like, there's...
You have multiple side characters on the Diva who have sort of the end of their arc, including like the multiple deaths and things like that are really great. There's some great character moments with all of that. Yeah.
It is a lot on Gundam Age's plate, and it's very much like I feel like this finale is in like in that kind of Tomino space with like a Zeta Gundam or something, where you get there and you're like, how the fuck are they going to resolve all of this shit in the episode count they have? And then you watch the episodes, you're like, I don't know how they did it, but they fucking did it. Like, I don't think it's, like, as effective as, like, the ending to Zeta Gundam. I think there's a little bit of messiness here and there. I think one of, like, the things that never fully feels right is, like, Dean's whole role, that he has somehow gotten involved in, like, the military with Vegan, and he gets killed. Like, I think him getting killed in this battle and like that confrontation with Kyo is important, but it's not set up very well. So there's some messiness here and there, but by and large, all the major stuff they do, particularly the main character arcs for our 3 main characters, I just think like Gundam Age absolutely nails basically all those things I just listed out.
Honestly, 4 main characters if you include Zahart, because he gets just as much of a focus here, and his ending is phenomenal. So, like, yeah, I mean, I remember going into the final episode, 49, and we would have just seen Zahart die, and I was just in my head doing the checklist of everything we have to catch up with. We have to finish Kyo's arc, we have to finish Flit's arc, we have to do something with Ezelkant, because he's still out there, we have to end the war, the ExaDB is still floating out there, and we have Clone Boy, and I was like, how do we do that in 20 minutes? And it's pretty masterful. Like, as you say, I don't think it's at the absolute level of like peak Tomino, end of Gundam, end of Zeta Gundam, something like that. But it's closer than any non-Tomino show has a right to be, frankly. Like, it's really good. Like, I have not had this specific feeling with like an AU Gundam, because something like 00 is just much more sane about how it bases its story. Yes. It's like you don't go into the finale of 00 going, how are they going to wrap this up? It feels pretty like relatively sanely paced. This is very much going for that Tomino style. Everything will be resolved through action in the heat of the moment, And that is a really hard line to walk, and they walk it really beautifully, and at sometimes just utterly masterfully. Like, I think everything they do with Flit is just, I don't think you could do it better, you know? Yeah.
So yes, it's a great Gundam finale. So where do you want to start kind of breaking down? Because I feel like we just need to kind of pick the different narrative threads because there's so much that's going on in these last 4 episodes. Because all of this stuff, this is like one big battle. It's like basically a massive action scene with a bunch of different phases spread out across these last 4 episodes.
Yeah. Can we just talk about some of the smaller character deaths that we get?
Okay.
So, like we do get the death of Obright here at the end. And his death scene is so good. Like, if you look at that scene, it's as I said, the animation here just gets pretty off the charts. There's some amazing stuff. And I tweeted out, if you look at my Twitter timeline, when I finished the show, I did a couple of videos I took from the show. And one of them was Obright's final thing, where he's the one who does the final blow against Fram. Yeah. And he has this thing where he's fighting because his mobile suit is nowhere near what Fram is able to do, but he's just so experienced. And there's this one cut where it's Fram like bangs into him. He's clearly like gonna die of shrapnel at that moment, right? And then he lifts the arm of the mobile suit, spins the like hand around, and comes back down and like just pulls the lightsaber kind of thing into her, and it is a incredible piece of animation. It's so good. And then his death is he's looking at like the screen, and Kyo's face is there saying, "You have to live." And he says to them, like, "You guys have to live." And then his like hand falls and just blood streaks down the like window of the mobile suit, and he blows up. Holy crap! Obright got a good death. He does call out Remy there at the end. He says, "I'll finally see you again." Great scene. It's a small character in the show, but he's great.
And it's a great scene where, like, because earlier, I think this is in Arc 3, right? He's, Obright is on the deck with Kyo, and he's doing his whole thing where he's cleaning the deck, and he repeats
I wanted
the
to
thing
talk about that.
That Remy told him about, like, this is where we live, and you treat it like your home. It's like, yeah, you could clean it automatically, but, like, you have to clean it by hand and, like, show it the respect. And I think there's something with his dying moments, the way that shot works is Kyo's face comes up on the monitor. He reaches up his hand and presses this bloody hand against where Kyo's face is, and he says, "You guys have to live." And then Kyo's face disappears and the hand falls, and then behind it is the diva, because what he was looking at wasn't really Kyo. He was looking at the diva, which was his home, right?
Yes.
And like that framing and the direction of that moment, I think, like, really hits really hard for Obright, who is like not a major character. Like, he's been in the background for Part 2 and Part 3. But I think especially because Remy's death is so memorable in Part 2, like, I think you're like really, you're looking at Obright a lot and remembering him and caring about him, and just like saving this special little moment for that character's death. It works really well.
Honestly, if I had to pick one moment in this entire show as just a tiny little synecdoche of how smart the writing on this show is, it would be Obright on the deck talking to Kyo, quoting what Remy told him, and just like what that scene said, because it's a nice scene when Remy does it, but the way what it reflects about the show and the generational aspect and the way it uses like the progress of time and all of that is just, again, that is a kind of moment no other Gundam show could do, because it doesn't have this premise of like taking place over a century. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Obright, great character, great death. I also think someone who gets a great death is Sarek, who is he's like the new Wolf in the Generation 3 team.
I think Holmes of the battlefield, as he's called at the beginning of Part 3. And I really love Sarek and his whole, like,
he's great.
His whole attitude. He's a great character.
I love Sarek. He's really good. He has a relationship sort of with the captain in this arc, who we haven't talked about yet, but I like Captain Anus. That is her name. It is Anus. It's Ainus, but it is just in Japanese. It's just Anus. Her name is Captain Anus. What are you laughing at? It's like fucking Uranus. It's a planet. What are we laughing about?
Yeah, no, Captain Anus, which is just the funniest name ever. So you have, her whole story arc throughout this whole Part 3 and Part 4 of her, starting as this captain who just gets the diva shoved onto her because the military dude is not happy about Flit, like, throwing his weight around even though Flit's retired from the military. So he's like, let's just give this, like, green person, like, just straight out of basically officer school, who's never, like, really served a meaningful day in her life yet, give her command of this entire ship, and her going from that to being this great captain. And that whole death of where, she has to make the decision to fire the main cannon at the ship that Sarek's mobile suit is, like, basically stranded on, and she decides to make that call and shoots the cannon, and she starts crying, And then Flit turns to her and says, "I know it's hard, but we need to fight." And then like he's about to tell her, it's like, "But we need to trudge on," and give his whole Flit speech, and she immediately just like cuts him off. And even while she's still like crying and tears are streaming down her face, she continues giving like commands to the rest of the crew. Like that whole sort of slow burn arc of her and the like misfit crew of the diva for this third generation, I do really like a lot.
I love it. Like, this show shouldn't have time for that. It shouldn't have time to have... Her and Sarek are, like, very clearly, like, the bone of it, and it's why their climaxes are very tied together. Like, that's the big last moment for both of them. But I love that whole misfit crew. I thought I was going to hate the guy who's, like, at the computer eating all the time, and I'm like, oh, is this just a funny fat dude? I hate that fucking archetype. But you know what I love about that guy? He eats at his desk all the time, and he's good at his job.
Yes.
I like it. If you're going to do that archetype, I like that they kind of undercut it by, like, and he is good at his job, and no one makes fun of him for it. Because you know what? If he wants to eat a hot dog while saving the day, he'll eat that fucking hot dog, and he will save the fucking day. It's great.
Exactly. And then Captain Anus herself, I just have to shout out the voice, right? It's very hard to say that name.
Sean, I just love in recent weeks we've talked about the French Revolution in the context of The Dark Knight Rises, and we've talked about like the Iraq War and the modern problems of terrorism and warfare in the Gundam 00 episodes, and now we get to talk about Captain Anus and how funny it is because her name sounds like a butthole. It's great.
I mean, it is. You couldn't come up with a more funny sort of like sophomoric name for a character than Captain Anus. Like, it just sounds like it should be like a straight-to-DVD National Lampoon movie, right? National Lampoon's Captain Anus. In the modern era of, the superhero craze, this is what we need, is the straight-to-DVD bargain bin Captain Anus film. But Captain Anus in Gundam Age, spelled E-I-N-U-S, is voiced by an actress I really love, Rina Sato. She is Eula in Genshin Impact, who has been my main in Genshin Impact for a while now, since that character came out. She's also the main character in Railgun, a certain scientific railgun. And then she's also Candy Shop, who's my favorite character in Nonon Biori, which is one of my favorite shows. She's a lady who runs a candy shop, and everyone just calls her Candy Shop, basically. But it's a great actress.
She's not like an anthropomorphic candy shop?
No, that would also be very good. But yeah, so she plays Captain Anus in the show, and she does a great job. And like, I think that arc is very like striking, from her being this very like nervous, inexperienced young captain to being like the most competent person on the bridge. It's a very memorable character.
It's just, I really do love that in the midst of kind of having to do like 3 Gundam shows in one Gundam show, they actually commit to like having 3 crews and having 3 captains and doing these different stories. I think, I think in the second arc, the second crew comes across the least strongly of any of the 3 crews, but they're still there and they're still given some attention. And in this third arc, there's just a lot of good stuff there. I like the crew. I like Sarek. He gets great moments. His last action beat, like what winds up killing him, is he's fighting that big yellow mobile armor that has like the drill on it. And him killing that thing is a phenomenal action beat. And then it winds up, he gets hit by the ship. And then he has to, he and Captain Anus have their final moment together. And it's just it's a great culmination to those characters who add so much color and life to the show around it. And also, I love that this is not a show that's afraid of killing characters. Like, it's very brutal at the end here. And thank God there's no Age Destiny where they bring them all back to life. Because Gundam Seed did the same thing, but I don't remember that Gundam Seed did it because they brought all those characters back to life. Yes. And then they did a whole show where no one could die from nuclear explosions. It was a weird choice. But it definitely leaves an impact there. And it makes this final battle have the weight it needs,
Absolutely.
Speaking of characters who die, let's talk about Zeheart. We'll bring Asamu in here. But I think this'll, Zeheart basically gets the penultimate episode. And, I guess what baffled me when I heard from someone yesterday on Twitter that, like, some people don't like that Zeheart is taken out early is, like, Zeheart gets a fucking episode. Like, Zeheart gets the royal treatment from this show in terms of a big, like, final arc. He becomes Space Macbeth. It's phenomenal. It's Shakespearean. And then Asamu gets pulled into it, and you get a great ending for Asamu's arc, because Asamu doesn't quite have a role in that final episode the way Kyo and Flit do, and like, how could he? He's a little removed from it, and I think they're able to bring it all to a close beautifully. I think the conclusion to Zeheart's stuff is A+ material.
Yeah, I think in particular, like, I think Zeheart's probably the best example of how strong the characterization is in this show, where that, what I think is very self-consciously a Shakespearean tragedy, like tragic hero thing they're doing with him, like down to him having ghostly visions, which is a pretty common trope in Elizabethan tragedies. And so his whole thing where he's, he's there from like day one, the invasion of Earth for part 3, right? So he's been around in this whole section, but he's been very much in the background. He has this sort of subordinate, Fran, who is the younger brother of the Kenjiro Tsuda character from part 2.
Dole.
Or it's not younger sister, than Dole from part 2. And she's, kind of testing him to see, like, are you worthy of kind of carrying on the legacies of all the people who have died under your command? And you see in that early part of part 3 that Zehart very much is, right? He's that character we know from part 2, this very idealistic young man who has been given this mission that he is dedicated to bringing about, which is the savior, the survival of his people, bringing them to Earth, like executing what he thinks Project Eden is. And, you have that one scene that I think is very defining of his character where there's a mission that happens and Kyo kills a couple of Vegan mobile suits on the mission, and then Fran reports the results of that mission to Zehart, and Zehart asks her, do you remember the names of the pilots that died in that battle? And she says no, and then he just lists them off the top of his head, and that so much is defining of who Zehart is at his best. This guy who understands that there's going to be sacrifices in this battle, but that he needs to respect and honor them and carry them with him. And where it becomes tragic is then when he learns that Ezelkant's plan is not what he thought it was, that Ezelkant's plan is not about saving the Vegan people, but it's this very abstract, Ubermensch, superior human race thing that is not at all, I think, what Zehart actually believes in. But Zehart is then faced with this awful, impossible choice of, do you abandon Ezelkant's plan? Do you abandon what Project Eden actually is to continue on the thing that you believed in, like your principles and the things that the people who served under you who have gave their lives believed in? Or do you continue to follow Ezelkant? Like, what is the right path to take? He takes the wrong one, right? He decides to abandon his principles and ideals to continue with like what Ezelkant tells him Project Eden actually is, and he's like, well, this is what we've been doing. We've been fighting for Project Eden. I have to bring it to its conclusion. And that's the point at which he's made, that's his Macbethian choice. That's basically the equivalent of Macbeth killing the king, right? He is now killing people not out of what he believes is right, but out of what, like, he feels he has to do because he no longer has a choice, right? And so he basically almost quotes a line from Macbeth at some point near the finale where he says, the line from Macbeth is like, I have waded in blood so deep that were I to turn back, I'd have to go through as much as if I were to trudge on, which is like, I've killed so many people that to reverse the things I've done would be to do as bad as to just continue on the path I'm trekking on and eventually get killed. And so Zehart's whole tragic downfall there of him abandoning his ideals, abandoning what made him special as a character, special as like a person, in the hopes of like maybe somehow this Project Eden thing will work out, and that obviously then ultimately leading to Zehart having to die. It's very sad, but I think it's a very sharp way to characterize the cost of what Ezelkant is doing and the cost of manipulating people and like waging this very kind of like dishonest war that is not motivated by anything proper or just or like justifiable. And ultimately, like, the cost of that is the death of someone like Zehart, who is, like, probably the most noble, good character in the entire fucking show.
Yeah, and I love that they treat it as tragic. I love that they give it the sort of attention it deserves, even though, like, from a purely, like, mercenary plot standpoint, Zehart's relevance to the final sort of conflict of the show is somewhat minimal, because he's a little bit outside of that main ideological debate, which is why he can't be there for the finale. Like, from a plot standpoint, you have to get rid of him in the penultimate episode, both for just the reasons of, like, that's going to help bring the war to an end and get us to the point we need to be, but also because he's stuck in between these poles that is what the finale is dealing with, right? But I think, there are several Gundam shows where I feel like the Zehart equivalent, the Char clone or the Ace rival or something like that, winds up feeling kind of vestigial at the end. and their ending feels a little sort of like, I don't know, like offhand. It's not really important. It doesn't feel fully satisfying. Zeheart feels fully satisfying.
Yes.
Like, they really, really give it the attention it deserves and make this character's ending a fulsome part of the thematic tapestry of what Gundam Age is. And it's fantastic. And I think just an all-time great Gundam sequence is him ordering Fram to go get in the line of fire of their big space laser and draw the Gundam in. So he makes, that's his, like, point of, not even, he's already past the point of no return, but that's like his lock-in to, like, he's going to be the evil that he needs to be to get this done, and he knows it's bad. And he tells Fram, I need you to go lure the Gundam into the line of the laser and stay there, and we'll destroy the Gundam and the Diva. And he believes this will be the end of the war because he'll get rid of all the most powerful stuff on the field, and it will be worth the sacrifice of someone he called his beloved subordinate. In a previous episode, that's what he says. You are my, not beloved. He says he says, like, Shinsetsu, they're not.
Yeah, Taisetsu Nabuka.
Taisetsu. Yeah, Taisetsu Nabuka. And that's a powerful moment on its own, because I think that sums up, that is how he sees people beneath him, right? That they're very important. And then he's willing to sacrifice her in a very sort of callous way where he's just turning off his emotions, and she gets it. And then you have this big battle with Fram. This is also where Obright dies, and Fram and Lael, another person on their team, are there. And luckily, Asumu and everyone are able to plan in time to get out of the way. This is also where you empty out the Diva, and we say goodbye to the Diva, which is a really beautiful moment. This is definitely the ship I feel like I've had the most relationship to since, like, the Argama or something, right?
Yeah.
Because it lived for so long, 70 years as a ship. It's a very good ship. But really what that sequence is ultimately about is Zeheart just going past a point he can never come back from.
Yeah, to continue on the Macbeth comparison, because, again, like, I think it is very consciously, like, modeling itself off of that.
Yes.
Like, this is, in Macbeth, he starts by killing the king, and then later he ends up killing Banquo, who is his friend, because there's a prophecy that Banquo's, like, children will become kings, and so he's afraid that will then end up coming back and killing him. So he has his friend Banquo killed, and he also orders the death of Banquo's son, but the son escapes. And so it's a very similar thing of, like, you have now what you're doing is, like, you are betraying someone who's really close to you for, like, this goal, and even doing that, the goal isn't actually achieved, right? And that's, like, in many ways the most tragic thing of all, is that Macbeth, because the son gets away, he doesn't get the thing that he really wanted and actually most cared about. And the same thing with Zeheart. He takes this incredibly extreme step, and in this sense of desperation where he's like, I just have to kill the Gundams no matter the cost. And he can't even kill the Gundams. But, like, it's like the dramatic irony of it is, like, of course, because if you're not caring about the cost, if you're not caring about the people and the situation and what's actually happening, there's no way you're ever going to be able to beat the Gundams that way, right? And that's basically what the final confirmation with Asumu comes down to, is that in order for Zeheart to continue on the path he's going on, he's had to lose the thing that made him powerful in the first place, which was his empathy for people. And the fact that he really cared about people. And that's what made him an effective military commander, an effective fighter, like an effective warrior, is he carried himself with honor and respect and love and care. And he's lost all of that. And so that final confrontation with Asumu, where Asumu says, like, isn't the whole point where Zeheart says to Asumu, like, I've abandoned my human feelings a long time ago. Like, I've abandoned my human emotions to get to this point. And Asumu just says, like, isn't the whole point of this Eden thing so that human beings can be human beings? And Zeheart has this look of shock on his face, and then Asumu completely takes him to pieces. And I really love in the original TV version, because they changed, this is where you did a lot of different stuff with the OVA, which we'll talk about. But in the TV version, Asumu just takes apart Zeheart in about, like, 30 seconds at that point. Like, it's not even much of a fight. And I like the way that it's framed that way, because at that point, Zeheart's got nothing. Like, there's nothing behind his actions. So, of course, Asumu's just going to rip him completely to pieces, because there's nothing behind Zeheart anymore. He's already lost. He's already given up the thing that made him what he was. And so that, tragic downfall there, I think, is just very affecting.
Yeah, the fight in the OVA is a great piece of animation and it looks really cool. It doesn't hold a candle, I think, to how it all plays out in the show. Because we'll get to the OVA. It makes a lot of changes here that I think just miss the point of the scene entirely. But I love, so you have that very brief fight where Asamu just tears him apart. Also, I will make my argument later. I think Asamu is like low-key the best pilot in this universe.
Oh yes, definitely.
He's fucking, because he doesn't have any X-Rounder abilities and he makes up for it with just being better than everyone.
He's a super pilot.
He's a super pilot. And then, so once he's defeated Zehart has this line. I have all the, like, pictures here, because what I do with Gundam shows now when I'm watching and I want to remember dialogue is I just screenshot over and over again and fill up my camera roll. But hey, it works. Where Zehart says, "Everything is slipping through my fingers. Why can't I grasp it?" And says something about his humanity. And Asamu comes back and says, "There are things we can't grasp because we're human. You saved me many times when I was your enemy. Before you were a warrior, you were a human being." I love that line. I think that's a beautiful, beautiful line. And I love that that's sort of one of the things that gets through to Zehart here. And then he starts talking about the Mobile Suit Club and remembering that he was content and that he felt jealous of Asamu for being more in touch with his humanity there, sort of.
Yeah, and specifically, like, the way that Zehart says it in Japanese is he basically says, like, that's the only time in his life he felt fulfilled was the time that he was in that Mobile Suit Club. It's like the only time that he felt, like, satisfied, basically.
And it's so beautiful, and I love that. And this is one of the main things. I'll just say the OVA version gives Zehart a much bigger speech that's like much more of like a soliloquy. I think it misses the point in several ways that we'll get to, but one of the things it does is it makes it very pat, where Zehart gets to like give a clean explanation to everything, and Asamu gets to give him a clean explanation back, and then they're just able to kind of leave off as friends. And that's not the point. The point of the scene is that it hurts. It's a tragedy. There is no way to fully like make sense of it. I like that in the TV screenplay, it is not resolved fully. Like there's just a lot of messiness in what they're saying, and Asamu has a lot of complicated feelings, and they are sort of able to leave as friends and say like nice things at the very end, but it's brutal and it hurts, and there is like Zehart does not die having figured life out because it's a tragedy, and that's how it has to go, you know?
Yeah, and I think it's very effective then at setting up where like the final episode goes with like the Ezelkon stuff of like a big piece of the like I think kind of like the thesis of the show is that like there's a couple of things there of that like you can't be fixated on like the perfect, right? It's a kind of a perfect is the enemy of the good, but this like idea that like we need to create the perfect human race, or we need to create this paradise, that we have to make this world where nothing bad happens because I felt this terrible pain and I can't let this pain happen to me or anyone else ever again, is not a sane way to react to living your life, right? That is, you are just trying to run away from what you're experiencing rather than trying to face up to it. And that's, I think, part of what Asamu is saying here is like, you need to be human. Like you need to just live your life. Like you can't be fixated on these ideals that are so larger than anything that any person could possibly accomplish, and these like abstract ideas, when all those abstract ideas are trying to accomplish is you seeing the world that's been right in front of you the entire time. So just see it, just live that life, do the things you want to do and be the person you want to be, and you can't let the pain and the grief and the loss you've suffered cause you to abandon all those things that made that grief important to you in the first place. And that becomes a much more sort of finer argument once it's like goes through Kyo and Ezelkon, but it's setting up those ideas here. And I think that's one of like the reasons why you need to have this scene where it is you resolving these two characters' story arc in this very like personal way that then sets up, I think, the slightly bigger like conclusion that then Ezelkon and Kyo have, taking this idea to this kind of bigger, more philosophical perspective that those characters' relationship reflects.
Yeah. And I really love that piece of writing where he says to him, before you were a warrior, you were a human being. There's something about the like poetry of that line, and like just that underlying idea of exactly what you said, of like underneath all of that, you are the thing you're running from and trying to fight. Like you are human, and you can't get rid of yourself. You can't like get your humanity out of the world. It's a part of it. It's an indelible part of this thing that we're all running from in this war. Great stuff, and man, what a great performance by what's the name of the actor? Zahart?
Hiroshi Kamiya.
Yeah, fucking, he's great. I don't even sense that Zahart takes like a full 50% of his abilities as an actor, but fuck it, he knocks it out of the park. He's just so good.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. And the last note on this whole sequence is that line you're pointing out about the before you were a warrior, you were human is also a nice callback to the end of part 2, where the end of that is Asemu, or is Zahart recognizing Asemu as a warrior, right? And that's like the note they leave off on is he says like you two are fighting for the things that you care about, like you and you're doing this, like I recognize you as a warrior. I think bringing that full circle, and Asemu showing the way that Zahart has been stuck and Asemu has grown, right? And like Zahart has literally been stuck, right? Because he was frozen. He was like cryogenically frozen after the conclusion of part 2. He's like the same age basically in part 3 he was. I think he's like supposed to be like a little bit older, but he has not been able to grow and learn in the way that Asemu has been able to grow and learn. Because the other line, because that whole sequence, the writing's so good. Because the other line Zahart has that is also heartbreaking is he says, "I wanted to like be able to fall in love and have a family and a child like you," right? Because that's something else that Ezlakant's whole thing with Zahart has robbed him of that life. Because Zahart's life fits and starts because when he's not necessary for the plan, he's put into fucking cold sleep. So he's never been able to have those relationships with people. That whole part of who he is has been taken from him by Ezlakant.
Yes. There is a cool moment in the OVA where you go, how they make the shift from the second to third arc is they just stay in Zahart's POV. Mm-hmm. And so you see him go into cryosleep and then come out and it's 25 years later and it's back to business. That's a nice little point of view to get there of like reminding you like, right, there was no big gap here where like Asemu lived a life and Kyo is born and Flit became a grandpa and all that stuff. For Zahart, none of that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then you have the final episode where they have a lot of plot to deal with. And the way we kind of square it all is we have the vegan gear come out, which I went to look that mobile suit design up the other day, and I realized when you type in vegan gear into Google, they think that's vegan gear, and they try to show you a bunch of like vegan stuff. And it took me a while to find an actual picture of the mobile suit, the vegan gear, the vegan gear, which basically looks like the Red Eyes Black Metal Dragon from Yu-Gi-Oh! It's very cool. And you have that piloted by the clone, and this winds up like melding with the ExaDB Sid stuff and causing this fucking chain reaction on Second Moon that threatens to destroy it. Flit takes this opportunity with his big nuke thing. I forget what he calls it. The
plasma diver or something like that.
Plasma diver. And this is the perfect opportunity. He can literally nuke Second Moon into nothing and kill every last vegan in existence. And he is ready to pull the trigger, and then Kyo gets between him and the nuke. And this is the culmination of the show. And I found it very impressive how gracefully they're able to take all of those narrative pieces and make it into one focused story for this final episode, which is basically Flit is the antagonist kind of here. Mm-hmm. It's that's what really needs to be defeated at this moment is whatever's going on in Flit's heart that, you know, prevents him from moving beyond the hatred.
Yeah. And then this is where you have the best scene in the show where you have Kyo is convincing Flit, telling him you have to stand down, and he's like, no, I need to become a savior. I need to kill them all. And Kyo calls him out on his bullshit. It is like, what kind of savior is that? Like, that's no savior that I could possibly recognize. And then you get this flash into Flit's head where you have little kid Flit, who we have not seen in a very long time, and Toshiyuki Toyonaga playing him, which is like, if that actor did not just did such a phenomenal job playing Flit when he was a kid and like making that voice in that character so memorable, I don't think the scene would hit nearly as hard as it does. But because he just nailed it so hard in the early section of the show, when you see Flit and he's in the cockpit, but like the rest of the mechanism is gone, and it's like in this sort of spectral forest, and he's there and he's holding the trigger, and you now have little kid Flit talking about it. I mean, it did, like, I started to tear up a little bit because I think
it's unbelievably powerful.
Yeah, it is definitely, I think, being a teacher in particular has like made some of these like Gundam Boy stories like hit in a way that feels weird, and this one in particular like revisiting this little boy and seeing how much this boy has been trapped in this, old man body, that we have not like been able to see him for so long, but he's always been buried down there, and that being all stripped away here in this scene is so powerful.
It's beautifully animated. It's unbelievably beautifully acted. Also by Yurin, who comes in here and has several beautiful... It basically becomes a dialogue between him and Yurin, and him saying... I mean, some of the dialogue here is great. I love that in his head, as young Flit, he's immediately able to... He says, I know they're suffering too, but they took you from me. I couldn't save you. I couldn't do anything. And what am I supposed to do with that? And then Yurin turns to him and says, thank you, my gentle Flit. And that's what she calls him. And begs him basically to forgive. She says, forgive them, forgive everyone, and then forgive yourself. And over all of this, you have a really beautiful insert song playing with
it's
lyrics.
It's the same insert song that was the montage
Right.
from their scene together in Act 1. Yeah.
That's what I thought, but I didn't remember. But, I mean, you recognize the song. Mm-hmm. You obviously recognize Flit's voice. You recognize Yurin's voice. The amount of, like, sadness that actor puts into Flit's voice, and that what I love is that it's young Flit's voice, but it's old Flit's words. It's like it is old Flit having these thoughts, and they've been there with him his entire life. And I love that in his head he absolutely knows this is fucked up. Of course that little Flit knows this is fucked up, right? Yeah. And it's just so hard to let go of it. And having that be the linchpin of the episode, and then we come back and he becomes the absolute best version of himself, where he is able to rally everyone on both sides and say, hey, there's this colony full of people, full of civilians, and we've got to take out these things. Everybody stop fighting. Vegans, save your people. Earthers, let's help save these innocent civilians. Let's do it. And you see the shot of him, like, in the Gundam Age, his original Gundam Age, like, directing everyone, like, go here, and you cut back to Kyo, who's...
fires the plasma diver up into the air and uses that explosion as, like, the call to, like, hey, everyone, like, come to me and let's do this.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you cut back to Kyo saying, Grandpa finally did it. He became a true savior who saves everyone. And you fade from an image of Kyo to an image of the Gundam over those words.
Yes.
That broke me a little bit. That is, again, like, you start with the word savior in episode 1. The episode 1 is called The Savior Gundam. And you have Flit saying, I'm going to become a savior as a little kid, and he doesn't really understand what that means. And you go and you complicate that idea, and it hardens in him until he thinks being a savior means doing a fucking genocide. And then you come out on the other end, and what being a savior is using the Gundam to as a symbol, as it is kind of in the real world now, as a piece of media, right? To rally everyone together to do this beautiful thing of saving this entire civilization of people and extending this humanity to your enemy and being bigger and better than the ones who hurt him. And that's what being a savior means. That's the answer. This is a great show. This is that you can start from that point and end that point and build on that line. I don't care if there's a couple of messy Gerard Spriggan episodes. There are shows with, fewer, like, problems, like fewer Gerard Spriggan shows that don't reach a moment like like Flit becoming the savior. This is a special show.
Yeah, it is a incredibly powerful moment that is just... like, you see just so much of the weight of time that you have spent on the show, and that, like, has passed over the course of the show, weighing on Flit, and how much that just... the sadness has, like, steeped so deeply into him that even though he instinctually knows, right, that this is wrong, and that's where you see the little kid. It's like, it's why it has to be little kid Flit, because you know that kid would not have done these things. Like, because he spared Dessel's life, right? Like, back in part 1, like, when it came down to it, he didn't kill the little kid that killed Yurin because he couldn't bring himself to do it, because he knew deep in himself that it was wrong to do. But that part got shaved down, and he pressed it down so much as he got older, but it's always there deep inside of him that he has a fundamental warmth and kindness. And the thing that was sad is that it's that warmth and kindness, and like we said earlier, it's like that love he has is what makes his hate and his pain as strong as it is. And it's like him having to learn to let some of that go, and as Uni says, to like forgive people and to forgive himself. And you just have to let it go. You can't hold on to it like that because it poisons you. And the way that, that she calls him gentle or kind, like my gentle Flit, is that like recognition that it's like all of the awful things he's been doing and things he's been saying about into the Vegans comes fundamentally from this warmth and kindness and gentleness he felt towards Yudin and the other people he cared about, like his mother. And seeing that's like these emotions and these things we do are not isolated, but they're all part of like the same human being that you are, and that you have to face up to that and not run away from it. I think it's just a really beautiful message that's really beautifully put across, and then having it culminate in you get to be fully on Grandpa Flit's side, and you're like, yes, like this is the person you were born to be. This is who you were supposed to be. This is the potential that like the viewer and every adult in young Flit's life saw in this little kid back in part 1. And this is part of what watching the show twice does, is you can see, oh, this is where they're planting all these flags of the way that people respond to Flit and see him in this little kid. Eventually he finds that again and is able to be that thing that they hoped that he would be. Like back when we're talking about Don Voyage and those characters, this is what they saw in him, and the fact that he gets to finally become it right at the end of the show. As you say, it is a thing that other shows have less mess to them, but very few shows have the kind of grandeur of storytelling that this is able to pull off with this moment.
And Kyo here is such a great part of the show, because what Kyo kind of winds up being in that moment is the audience surrogate, right? And I love that Kyo gets to embody the joy that we all feel there, right?
Yeah.
And Kyo gets to say, you've become the savior. I'm so proud you're my grandpa, right? Because he loves Flit. Flit's his grandpa's Gundam, all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
He loves this man, and he was so terrified by the idea that he might not see through him. Obviously, this was not on the mind of the creators of this show, but I could not help but analogize for myself that there's several moments where he says, like to Asumu and other people, I can't get through to Grandpa. He won't listen. He's on this tirade. And I couldn't help but think about like people in America right now who have relatives who are screaming about the vaccine, or saying the election was stolen, or saying Heil Trump, or whatever else they're doing, and how those relationships are broken, and how great it would feel if those people came back from that edge, right?
Yeah.
And that's something that happens here, and it's a absolutely stunningly beautiful moment. And I knew that this show would end this way, right? Like,
yes, of course.
I'm 28. I've seen other stories. I said this on the last podcast, that this is going to have to end with some big Flit redemption moment. I knew that it was going to end with Flit having the choice to either do the Vegan extermination or not, and then having to be called by his better angels, right? Like, of course it was going to end this way. The test of Gundam Age as a show was not, is it going to surprise me there? The test is, how well do they do that moment? That moment is the reason the show exists. That is the reason to tell this story. How do you do that moment? And I don't think they could have done that moment any better. Yeah. And that is the test of this show. And that's ultimately why I feel like this is a show I love and think is a great part of the Gundam canon.
Absolutely, yeah. And so then they save the day. They fight the Vegan Gear, or the Vegan Gear, depending on which one you want.
The Vegan Gear, the destruction of the Vegan Gear is very good, because you get Kyo going full Super Saiyan in the mobile suit, and basically quoting the end of the Piccolo Daimao arc, where he just flies through its center, which is great. But also, I love that Kyo saves the clone.
Yes.
Like, that's just a little touch. They didn't have to do it, but I love that Kyo stays true to his... Once Kyo decides he won't kill anyone, he never does. And he does it all the way up to protecting the life of this clone that you could argue isn't even fully human, and yet Kyo does it. And, like, that's a very strong moment of Kyo, I think, being his own person, and I love that they keep that detail in there. It's powerful to me.
Yeah, it's the last, like... It's the last real moment of tension in the show, because after Flit says, we need to save them. I think like at that point, like even though they still have to fight the Vegan Gear, then they have to cut all the things that are connected to Second Moon that are draining its power. Even though there's that stuff that has to be done, you don't feel any tension because I think you're like, they're gonna fucking do this. Like, and you're not supposed to narratively experience tension. Like they're so successful. You're like, of course, everything's come together that they're going to accomplish this goal. The last real moment of tension is, can Kyo resolve this battle without taking a life? And I love the way they play it, where you kind of feel like, oh, did he actually have to kill him? And then he opens up the hands of the Gundam, and you see the clone boy in there, and the look of relief on Kyo's face. And I like that is like really the ending of the show, is Kyo sparing that life and like being able to resolve this without killing this person. And then you get the narration from Kazuhiko Inoue, who's been our narrator the whole time, even when you were a little kid, Flit, and he wasn't playing a character yet. He was still our narrator, talking about this is the end of the war. It's been 100 years, and you have your end credits, epilogue, to Asumu and Kyo as old men, and they're standing there, and there's a statue of Grandpa Flit, and then he was the savior, and got a big statue in his name, which is well deserved.
Kyo's not really old yet. It's because he would be like in his 40s, I guess.
He's got lines on his face, which means he's
true.
an old man. Like, you put those two lines around the cheeks, and that's anime code for this is, as you would say in Japanese, this is an Oji-san.
Yes. So this ends, it ends 100 years from the day the angel fell, from basically Flit's birth. So Flit is obviously dead at that point. And you have the statue. I love that the statue that they're looking at is Old Man Flit. Yes. I love that it's the guy who saved the day. He's got his goggles on. It's kind of the best version of Flit. You've got a little statue of the Gundam there. I like that it's a very short scene, but the implication that Asumu and Kyo went on and had a great relationship as father and son, that's meaningful to me. I like that.
Yeah. One thing I was pretty disappointed by with that epilogue is that we didn't have a little kid walk up that looks exactly like Wendy. We just continue the trope of like, oh, the Asano family, like the male genes, they just really fucking weak because boy, Kyo sure just looks like a little boy version of Romary, huh?
I will say, I kind of wish they were able to like run 5 minutes longer on this episode and do like a final montage of like Kyo and some of the other characters after the war through the years scored to like Asue, the first theme song. I feel like that would have been a great way to end things. I don't think the show suffers for not having that. I will say the final narration explains that they were able to, with the ExaDB stuff, nullify the Mars rays, and then the Vegans were able to go live on Mars again. And I was a little bit like, but did they want to? It just seemed like they didn't like Mars that much. Like, why didn't you just give them Australia or something? Like, come on.
Because then we would start the Gundam Age Australian chapter. That's the manga spin-off, is all the wars in the Outback. With
it worked for all those British prisoners a couple hundred years ago, and eventually we got Hugh Jackman out of it.
I mean, if there's anything we've learned from the 20th century on Earth, Jonathan, is that if you just take land from people and give it to other people, it just works great. Nobody has a problem with it. You don't have, decades-long wars and conflicts that spring up from the decision of just saying, hey, what if we just had all of you people live where these people were living?
Okay, I guess it makes sense that they got Mars back, but, still. I think the overall focus of the ending, obviously, is that they worked together and found a solution, which is all we needed to know. So it works. It's good. It's a great ending. I saw the complaint also that people thought, like, the Vegan Gear came out of left field, and this... It's like... I guess, kind of, but I don't care because that thing is there in the finale as a MacGuffin to get us to the actual plot. It doesn't matter, and frankly, it looks fucking cool and there's some good action around it, so all the better for it. It's fine. Yeah,
like it's I think the clone thing and the Vegan Gear, like it could be better. Like it is very much we need to have a last fight at the end of this show, and for the reasons we've already said, it can't be Zayhart. I mean, for a million reasons, it would not make any plot sense at all for that fight to be with Zayhart. And so, and that's why I said, like, it reminds me of Kid Buu in the sense of it feels like it's less of a character and more of just a symbol for conflict. Because Kid Buu at the end of the Buu arc, they've defeated Buu, the character, and then now they have this sort of like raging child that is incredibly powerful that they have to put a stop to. All we're missing is, Asumu looking at Kyo fighting the Vegan Gear and going and they're reminiscing about all the moments he's been with Kyo, which is like 2, because he's kind of a bad absentee father, and saying, Kyo, you are really number 1. That's all we need to do to have our full Kid Buu arc here with the Vegan Gear.
Who's Mr. Satan in this situation, like rallying the people of Earth?
Grandpa Flip.
Okay, there we go.
Yep.
Anyway, yes, I like your comparison. I think it's a good compare. I like any Dragon Ball analogy,
Yes.
so I'm down with that. I had one other thing I wanted to say about this. Oh, Ezelkant. I love that Ezelkant
Yes.
and Kyo have a final moment where Ezelkant is just fully able to kind of admit that Kyo was right and say, like, and I entrust the future of humanity to you. Like, not literally, you're going to rule Earth, but, like, I trust it to your way of seeing things.
That'd be a very different epilogue, is like God Emperor Kyo on his throne.
Just go Dune all of a sudden.
Yes.
Yeah. Very different ending. That would have to be a hell of a 30-second tag at the end to pull that off. No, but I like that Ezelkant is able to do that, and then he passes away. There's a very like Moses-esque quality to Ezelkant, who's this guy who is like leading his people to like the promised land, but will never see it himself, and he knows that. It's a little different because Moses wasn't also planning to like kill half of his people. But it roughly it's a better analogy than any of the like Christian shit in Evangelion. So
Yes.
It works.
Yeah, no, yeah, that last moment is really effective. And again, it's just that, that characterization of Ezelkant where that moment he's like able to recognize that like so much of his motivation was misguided and came from this like the loss of his son and all those things we talked about with that character. Yeah, then just bringing all that kind of more fully into the text and passing it all off onto Kyo and the rest of the human race, who are gonna go be humans. We're just gonna go do human shit. And now most of us don't have to worry about the Mars rays either.
Yes, exactly. So it's a good ending. So let's clean up a couple of other pieces of business here. We got to talk about the mobile suits, but first, let's talk about theme songs really quick. This is exactly like the first half of the show, where 2 of the Arc 3 opening and ending, I love. I think they're fucking great. And then I thought the Arc 4 opening and ending were they're fine. I just didn't love them.
Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, I don't really like, I don't dislike them, but I'm not, like, a big fan of really any of the openings or endings in the second half of the show. Like, they're not bad. They're all very, like, standard.
I like Real a lot. I think that one has a cool like vocal like syncopation to it that I really like. And then I think White Justice is a really good ending. Its name is a little uncomfortable. I don't really love saying I like a song called White Justice, but please understand this is from Japan and they're talking about the color of the Gundam. It's not a race thing. I do like that one. And then the other 2, like I thought they were fine. I just they're not my favorites or anything.
Yeah, like honestly, actually, out of those 4 songs, I think probably Aurora, the opening for the last arc, is probably my favorite because they just kind of sound like anime songs to me. Like none of those 4 really stand out in the way that Asue particularly stood out to me in part 1, and then My World, which is not quite as good, but is also very good by Spy Air. I think none of them, like especially if you're going by our standard of like the standard bearer is 00 Gundam for modern era Gundam theme songs. Like none of these like approach the quality of what that show was dealing with, other than
no,
Asue.
not really. Asue I would put up there,
Yes,
but
Asue does.
but like yeah, it's not on that. I'll say like I liked it better than like Seed or Seed Destiny, which like there's a lot of like really bad ones there. To be fair, Seed also has like one of the best songs ever as its first ending. So
I would honestly put most of these like sort of in. I like them more than the Seed ones, mostly because I just like the genre more because they're a bit more J-rock. Than the Seed has that weird like early 2000s like it's a little bit too electronica, but not like good electronica. But they have this very standard feel to me. And I think it might just be because I've watched way too much fucking anime that like I have heard a million songs that sound exactly like those songs, and if they don't do something that stands out, they just kind of blur together for me.
Totally fair. My only real like gauge here is how much have I listened to it outside of the show, and Asue and My World the most. But then the Arc 3 songs I have several times, and I do like those as well. So it's fine. Certainly not a drag on the show in any way. There is no Century color in this show, so we'll call that a victory. But then, yeah, mobile suits. I came around to, by the end, thinking this show has quite a good assemblage of mobile suits in it.
Yeah, I think the second half in particular has a lot of really great mobile suit designs. So you've got the Gundam Age 3 itself, which is obviously a pull off of the Double Zeta.
But it's so good.
It's really great. Yeah,
I think
big boy Gundam.
It's a big boy Gundam, but like I think it's the best of the Gundams in this show, at least of the 4 age models we get. I think the Age 3 is the best. I could put in an argument for the Age 2 with the what is its big
The double
power
bullet.
up? The Age 2 double bullet is pretty fucking good. But I just think the Age 3, I love how I think the size of a Double Zeta style Gundam with the sort of blocky, bold color quality of Age's designs just works perfectly. I think it's a really striking mobile suit, and I loved looking at it. And I was a little disappointed when we went to the Age FX, which is cool. I like its funnels. Its funnels are really cool. But overall, I wasn't feeling it nearly as much as the Age 3.
Yeah, I like the Age FX in the sense of it's pulling obvious design elements from the new Gundam, like its legs and its shoulders, and then obviously the fact that it then has fin funnels is very new Gundam-esque. But yes, I think the Gundam Age 3. I think for me specifically, it's the Gundam Age 3 Fortress, which is the one he uses on the land that kind of hovers, and it has these big cannons on the arms and on the back. I used that a lot in Gundam Breaker 3 when I played that 5 or 6 years ago at this point, because it looks fucking sick, and that game is also very useful because you can just use them as cannons. But in this show, that is it's one of the best mobile suits in this show. And from kind of this year of Gundam to me, I really like the Gundam Age 3 Fortress in particular.
Yes, absolutely.
Then we talked already kind of a lot about the Gundam Age 2 Dark Hound. It's sick as fuck.
It's
in particular, I like how its weird armaments, like the light onto the chest and the hooks and all of that, play into Asamu's really kind of eccentric fighting style.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
I love how much it becomes an extension of his character, which the Age 2, they did that a lot as well, but I think they're able to do it even more with the Dark Hound because it's so tailored to him, and there are just some very striking action sequences that come out of it, where the hooks are not just a silly pirate gimmick, they actually make it into an action thing on the show, and it's very cool.
Yes. And then for me, the other major mobile suit that I really like, this might actually be my favorite mobile suit from the show, is the Gundam Legolas. There's something about a Gundam with gold highlights that it just stands out really well. I mean, the way it first pops out and it has it's a Gundam, but then it has the weird visor thing that the Vagan mobile suits have, I think looks really cool. And then I like when later, when it's full powered or whatever, then that visor pops open and you have the Gundam eyes underneath it, kind of the Unicorn Gundam, and how that kind of unfolds and turns into a more traditional Gundam look. I think the Legolas Gundam looks pretty fucking cool.
I agree. It's fantastic. I think of I guess the Dark Hound I kind of put in a different category because it's all black and pirate shit. But of the mainline 5 Gundams we have on the show, the Age 1, 2, 3, FX, and the Legolas Gundam, I think I would go Age 3, Legolas as the top 2, and those are it's a really cool Gundam. I like that it's the one Zayhart gets to pilot a Gundam, and that's cool. The OVA replaces the Gundam Legolas with a different it's red mobile suit that's more like his other ones, and it is cool. It's a nice design, but no, I want him in the Gundam Legolas. That thing's fucking awesome.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. It's a sick ass design. And then you continue to have I don't think any of the individual Vagan mobile suits stand out to me a huge amount, but I do just like the design philosophy. It's in a similar way that I just like the mobile suits from Victory Gundam that the enemies have, just because they're different. You have so many mobile suits that it's this is just kind of a worse version of a Zaku. And you see 5 or 6 bad versions of Zaku's, and it's give me the weird bug mobile suit or the crazy dragon mobile suit, because at least I can look at it and be this is from fucking Gundam Age. It looks different. It has its own design philosophy, its own unique identity. And I enjoy those.
I agree 100%. I think it's great. The Vagan gear I think is really cool. The Vagan gear would be a dark horse for me, maybe on my top 10 next year. Maybe that would be an honorable mention or slip in at the bottom depending on what all we have. It is Yeah, I love that it is like that one is just the most blatant. Like it's a Yu-Gi-Oh card. It is just like I did some tweets on this. It's the Red Eyes Black Metal Dragon. That's totally what it is. But it's all CGI. It moves in such like a weird, like fluid way. It's very like sinewy and thin. I think it's a cool design. And obviously it does not get a ton of time on the show, but it is a cool thing. I think the Sid mobile suit is an interesting thing. And again, I like the little experiments they're doing with CGI here because they're able to do some mobile suits that you would not have been able to do before. And I like that. It's fun.
Yeah.
So overall, this show is easy on the eyes when it comes to mobile suits. There's a lot of good stuff.
Yes, and particularly I think the second half, you got a lot of really good designs. Some other things to clean up, like this is just, I just want to mention this because I find it very funny. I think we didn't mention him in part 2, but there's a character, Algraeus, who is sort of Flit's second-hand man who ends up becoming leader of the Federation in part 3. I just want to mention him because he's voiced by an actor we have now seen twice in major roles in Gundam. He's been in small roles in like I think 2 or 3 other Gundams too. But Takehito Koyasu, who's Zex in Gundam Wing and is Mu Laflaga in Gundam Seed and Gundam Seed Destiny, is here again to play Algraeus, and I just find it funny that it's like the dude just really likes fucking Gundam. So it's like when an opportunity comes up, he's like,
yes.
Let me be in a Gundam, because he also plays small roles in Gundam F91. He's a very small role in Victory Gundam. The guy just, he likes it. He's in, I think, some Gundam stuff that we haven't even seen yet, too. So
that's awesome. He's great, and I like Algraeus. I kind of love when you get him in the third era, and he's got, like, the mustache and everything, and he's older, and just how much, like, he's been putting up with Flit for a long time. And he's a little annoyed by it, but he also knows that Flit is smarter than him, so he just kind of goes with it. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. And then one thing I also want to say, like, because this is a criticism we talked about last time, but I think in many ways it's still my biggest issue with the show, is I am like very frustrated with how underused the female cast is, and I think in particular part 3 and part 4, you have one scene with Romary, and that's it, where she sees Asamu again and is like, "I'm alive," and it's like, "Yay." And then maybe I'll see you again sometime. I don't know. Anyways, I'm gonna go be a space pirate again. You don't have any scenes with Emily. You have Unua, who's Asamu's sister. She's on the ship, so she gets a little bit of time, but not much. And then you have Wendy, who is there, right? She's just like, it feels like they realized they didn't have to actually invest in Wendy as much as a character as they had to do with the other heroines in parts 1 and 2, because this is the last one, so you don't have to have her have a kid. So like, well, she'll be there to suggest the fact that, eventually that the Asano line will continue with a Wendy-esque child in the future. But they don't really do much with her as a character in any way. And it just is kind of frustrating the way the show kind of continually sets up characters, like Emily in particular in part 1, Romary less so, but it's still interesting. And these interesting female characters, and then invest in them, and then as soon as the time jump, they're basically nowhere to be seen.
It is frustrating. It's frustratingly heteronormative. In my head canon, because there's nothing to say this is wrong, well, I'll just say Kyo's gay. Kyo's the gay one, and maybe what what Wendy is she's like the surrogate at some point to him and his partner when they decide to have a baby, and that's how the Asano line continues. But no, we'll just just in my head canon, we don't see his partner in the future, so fuck it. Kyo gets to be queer. That we'll go with that.
Yeah, it's also just something where, I just think there's like a lot of space to have some interesting scenes, like a scene between Kyo and Emily, right, his grandmother, in talking about Flit or something. Just some of those perspectives of these are characters that have seen so much and experienced so much in this world, and you just don't visit them again ever. Like, we never find out, how does Romary feel about Zehart now that she's older, right? Like, you get in the OVA, they have 1 5-second scene of her on Earth, like looking up at the night sky. Even the OVA doesn't commit to having an actual scene with her. So like that kind of stuff feels like it's by far like the biggest missed opportunity I think Gundam Age has.
But it's also a pattern I think we've seen in AU Gundam. I think there's a lot of non-Tomino Gundam shows that are just very bad with their female characters. Mm-hmm. In general, like the pattern still continues that by and large there are very few female pilots outside of the Tomino shows. Yeah. And you'll have women in military power in the AU shows is usually as captain, and that's kind of where we've fallen, but like it's You'll sometimes have enemy pilots be women, but it's pretty rare you'll have one of the hero pilots be a woman. Even Double O falls into this.
Yes.
And it's a little depressing because I don't. The Tomino shows have never really had that hang up. That's you have Sayla doing piloting in the first show. It's never been a problem, but it is in a lot of the AU stuff. So, oh well.
Yeah, so I think the last thing to wrap up then is we did watch the OVA series on Memory of Eden. So these were two basically 60, 70-minute long OVAs made a year after Gundam Age was over. And I watched them, and that's two compilation movies of Gundam Age. I don't know. I didn't really kind of like come away with much from that experience.
So, I mean, the reason we did it is because I had several people recommend it, and like I had heard from some people who like it, so I just thought it would be interesting. It is, we haven't talked about it a ton, but there are other OVAs from the last couple shows, like Seed Destiny, and Double O did compilation OVAs in lieu of compilation movies, but I had never heard of there being too much different in those. Like, Seed does have those, but then they take the different stuff and they work it into the HD version of the show, so that's where we talked about that. What Memory of Eden is a very weird thing, because it's not the full show. It is just the second and third, not even the third arc, it skips the third arc entirely. It's the second and fourth arc, but from Zehart in particular and a little bit of Asamu's perspective. It's interesting because the first part does redo almost everything on the colony between Asamu and Zehart. It's either all new scenes or redone versions of old scenes. And I do think there's some really good scenes there that did scratch an itch I maybe had from those episodes where I just wanted a little more of that stuff. Like there's this scene where Asamu and Zehart and Romary are out like on the colony, like looking out at it before graduation. That's a very lovely scene. There's some other moments like that are nice. They reframe some scenes, like Asamu and Zehart's sort of confrontation at the end of the colony portion, where it was just in sort of a normal, natural part of the colony in the show, and then it's in sort of a fiery, like, destroyed part of the colony in the OVA. And then in part 2, you can skip the first half hour of part 2 because it's just a recompilation of the end of arc 2, and I don't even know why it's there, really. There's no new animation. I scrubbed through it. And then the most of part 2 is Zehart focused, and they add in several more of the space Macbeth scenes, and I think some of those are really good. There's some new fight scenes that are very good. I would definitely, if you're a fan of the show, look up the new fight between Zehart and Asamu that's in the OVA. I don't think it's I wouldn't put it in the TV show because I think it kind of misses the point of that moment, but it is a very cool piece of action choreography and animation and direction and everything. So there's a lot of good, like, new little scenes there, but there's a couple of things they changed that I really don't like. Like, for one, they redo all of the stuff with Fram to make it explicitly romantic between Zehart and Fram, which to me just utterly misses the point of that relationship, which is that Zehart treated Fram like he does all of his subordinates, which is he treasures all of them, and then him betraying her is a symbol of him betraying all of them, not this one special romance. And then they redo Zehart and Asamu's final conversation together, and I think kind of the dialogue there misses the point of that. It, like, makes it too pat and simple, and, like, gives him... Like, it stops it from being a tragedy almost, because it makes his motivation sound too noble. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I just generally have a problem. I just typically do not like compilation type stuff. Kind of, a lot for this reason of where some of, like, the new stuff is kind of interesting on its own in a vacuum, but you're not being presented it in a vacuum. You're being presented it in this, like, very awful version of the story you had from the TV show, right? So it's like all the stuff where you do have some new material with Romary and Zehart and Asamu in that first part of the first Memory of Eden thing, but you also have, like, most of the material that was there in the TV show isn't there in the OVA. So, like, you lose things that are, I think, critical pieces of characterization that would make those moments stand out a lot more. Like that confrontation between Zehart and Asamu on the colony in the first OVA, where he finds out that Zehart is a vegan. Like, the reason why that scene works in the TV show is it's directly juxtaposed with the graduation scene, where Asamu shows how deeply he trusts Zehart publicly in front of the whole school, that it doesn't even occur to him that, like, there's even a millimeter of a chance that this man could possibly be a traitor or vegan or whatever. And so while the flaming background is cool in the OVA, all the narrative context around it in the experience of watching the OVA is like so neutered from what you got watching the TV show, that this is like the tweet I made last night after I watched it, was like the experience of watching this kind of compilation movie feels like if the only way you could watch the deleted scenes on a DVD was by watching a really bad, like 70-minute cut of the 3-hour movie you watched. Because it's like, sometimes I just want to watch the clip of Luke Skywalker making his green lightsaber. I don't want to watch a bad edit of the Star Wars movies in order to see that one scene. I just want to see that one scene. So that's what I would recommend for people if you have not seen Memory of Eden but you're interested in it, is look it up on YouTube and see if people have cut together what the new stuff is. Because I think when you watch it in context of the OVAs, it's honestly worse than if you watched it totally out of context and you're just able to give it mentally the context of as if it was in the TV show with your like assumptions about the characterization and dramatic like impulse and stuff like that the TV show had.
Yeah. The thing I said about it is it almost feels like this was made purely in the hopes that there would one day be like a special edition of the TV show where they could edit in some of these scenes. And I do think some of these scenes would be a boon to the show as it exists. There's a new final like Space Macbeth scene with Zahart where he's like in a pool of blood and there's all these arms coming out. That's very visually cool. There's a couple of those scenes on the colony early on. There's also some scenes I wouldn't include, as I said, but yeah, if you have it, skip through it to the new stuff.
Yes.
And if you can find online like an edit of it together, then totally go for that. If you're a diehard fan, there's some cool stuff in there. Probably not worth 2.5 hours of your time, but maybe worth 40 minutes of the new stuff. I don't know, but it's more Gundam Age stuff. Probably the last we'll ever get. So there you go. I'm not sure why it was made. I'm very confused at the like overall project of it and who it was for, but there you go.
So one of the reasons why it's made is it's just a very cheap way to extend some of the revenue you have, right? Because you're using a huge amount of material from the original show. I think one of the reasons it was made, and this is something that will connect to a show we'll do in a while, but eventually once we get to Gundam Build Fighters Try, we will come back around to a man named Shinya Watada, who is the director of this OVA series, which I believe this is the first project that he directed at Sunrise. And then when you get to Build Fighters Try, they have him direct that show. And then he's also the director on the Gundam Build Divers and Build Divers Re-Rise shows. So I think that's one of the reasons why some of those projects happen, is to give someone who's been like a unit director or an episode director and give them a project that has slightly higher level responsibilities, that is a very low like risk kind of project that's like, hey, cut your teeth on this a little bit to manage a bigger staff, and then eventually you get to make your own TV show later. I think that's one of the reasons probably why they did it, looking at some of the people that they put on the staff specifically that are just on the OVA version.
Interesting.
Yep.
Well, the more you know. Sean, should we tell the people what we're going to be doing next time?
Yes, because next time on Weekly Suit Gundam, it's not going to be Weekly Suit Gundam. Because next time on Weekly Suit Gundam, it's going to be Weekly Genesis Evangelion. Because we are going back, Jonathan, and revisiting the most controversial episode we have ever done in the history of podcasting, which was the 2 episodes we did looking at Neon Genesis Evangelion, where we, aren't huge fans of that show overall, though, Eva does a lot of really interesting
People have twisted that into us hating that show. That is not an accurate claim of either of our positions.
Yeah.
I do not hate Evangelion.
No, it's a show we both have complicated feelings on. That I think like there's a lot of bad shit in that show, but there's also a lot of really good shit in Evangelion. But there have been a series of movies, Evangelion movies called the Rebuild movies, that have been coming out for like 15 years, basically.
For as long as you and I have known each other.
Yes, and we said on that podcast that when all 4 of the Evangelion Rebuild movies would be available in the West, that we would do a podcast talking about those films. And the day is coming, Jonathan, because in 2 weeks on Amazon Prime, there will be, I believe it's all of them, correct? That will be up on Amazon Prime at that point?
So I'm not sure. They've said they're going to have all 4, but they have not said when the other 3 are coming. All we know is the 4th movie, which is called 3.0 plus 1.0, because of course it is. That is coming Friday, August 13th. You and I are going to probably start watching before then. I have the other 3 movies, so I don't need the Amazon Prime versions. But it'll premiere for the public on Amazon Prime on August 13th. That's a Friday. Our Monday podcast that week, so 2 weeks from now, so keeping up our kind of bi-weekly Weekly Suit Gundam schedule. So that will be our episode for Monday, the 16th of August, will be part 3 of Weekly Genesis Evangelion, as we look at those rebuild movies, which I've been super excited to watch. I'm really curious to see, because my knowledge of it is that the first movie is based on TV show stuff, and then from that point on, it's pretty much just a new Evangelion story. And I like Hideaki Anno, and I am always rooting for him, so I am curious to see these movies and what I feel. Everything I've heard about the 4th movie is that it's fantastic, so I am curious about that.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm very excited to watch these as well, because I have the same sense as you do about them, and I think they're going to be pretty interesting. So that will be 2 weeks from now. We'll talk about all 4 of the rebuild movies, 1.0 through to Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0, Thrice Upon a Time. We'll get to make fun of a lot of very weird, bad subtitles, because all these movies have ridiculous subtitles.
Have you looked up the last movie's title in Japanese?
No.
So in Japanese, they don't do that 1.0, 2.0 stuff. They're basically they're like new. They're called like New Evangelion.
Yeah, Shin Evangelion. I see it here.
Right. The 4th movie is Shin Evangelion, and then it's like an abstract symbol, and that's the name of the movie.
Yes, it's Shin Evangelion, like Gekijoban, which basically means movie version, which you put in front of like everything that's basically movie in Japanese. Yes, and then it's like a thin vertical line and a slightly thicker vertical line that I thought was just like a artifact on this Wikipedia page, but that's just actually something that you can type somehow. Interesting.
Yep. So there you go.
So we'll be talking about all those movies, including Shin Evangelion, Gekijoban, Line. 2 weeks from now. If you're someone who's not into EVA, just to put it on your radar, if you're waiting for our Gundam thing, after Evangelion, we'll be moving on to Gundam Build Fighters, which is the next Gundam show. So if you're looking forward to that, but you're not an EVA person, that's where we'll be going in the future past EVA. But in the near term, we're going to be taking a step back in time, forward in time, sideways in time, all manners of time, and whatever the fuck is going to happen in these Evangelion movies. Because I think next time we do a podcast, Jonathan, we're going to have to talk about some crazy fucking shit on this show.